A guy with white hair, dressed in a dark suit, stood in the bathroom, resting his hands on the sink. Looking at his reflection in the mirror, he asked, "Who are you?" The guy in the dark suit frowned and looked in the mirror. In his reflection was a guy completely identical to him, but with black hair and wearing a white t-shirt. He asked, "What's my name?" The guy in the black suit took his hands away from the sink, straightening up. The guy with dark hair said, "Lai Ho Yal." The guy with white hair said, "Granfil Claudi Arpheus Romeo." A blue status dialogue box appeared in front of him, and he said that he was the heir of a great clan. Lai Ho Yal smirked nervously and thought, "This is the end." Granfil, sitting at the table, opened the lid of the red pot and dropped a tea bag into it. He poured the tea into a cup with a concentrated face. Carefully lifting the saucer, Granfil sipped from the cup. Opening his eyes, he lowered his gaze. The protagonist thought that he seemed to have become the character he had invented 12 years ago in the second year of high school. He remembered how little Lai Ho Yal used to draw with a pencil on paper with a smirk and enthusiasm. Drawing in Granfil's notebook, he grinned. Rising from his seat, he laughed evilly and said that he had finally finished another noble version of himself. Lai Ho Yal thought with a grim face that this was a character he came up with under the influence of 8th grader syndrome. Tiredly raising an eyebrow, he thought that it was all because of the game. Arcane Continent's Story, one of the best virtual reality games about another world. It didn't lose popularity until it closed, making it a legendary game. The red sky above the city was covered in cracks. The news anchor said that the CEO of Cosmo, the creator of the most popular game in history, had disappeared. People stared at the news banner with their phones raised up. Suddenly, the ground began to split beneath their feet. Buildings began to collapse. Along with the news of the disappearance of Cosmo's CEO, Arcana became part of reality. Monsters began to emerge from rifts around the world, and the existence of humanity was threatened. Mages and men with sword armor fought against a huge dragon. Along with the monsters came people synchronized with their game characters, who were called players. They could use skills to defeat monsters and save the world, and soon players became heroes. There were times when the main character wanted to become one of them. Lai Ho Yal sat on the floor in front of the TV screen in the dark. However, he realized even then that even with his power awakening, he would not become as popular. Little Lai Ho Yal glanced somewhere to the side. The price of a single virtual reality machine is tens of millions of won, and even a monthly rental would cost hundreds of thousands. Apologies could be heard in the room. The man next to him, grabbing his hair with his hand, said that he thought he would at least be able to play any games, and he was a very bad father. His father's business had gone bust. A girl with black hair gathered in a ponytail, dressed in her school uniform, told her father not to cry. She asked what was so bad that he couldn't play some games. She said that Lai Ho Yal understands everything himself. The mother, wearing a pink apron, exhaled sadly and said that he didn't do anything wrong and it was her fault. The girl loudly asked what was wrong with them. That's when the protagonist realized the cruelty of the world around him. He has no choice and will have to leave Arcana. Lai Ho Yal, grabbing his hair, thought that if he had known something like this would happen, he would have never quit this game. Granfil, who had level 55, was quietly drinking tea next to him, and the protagonist thought that he hadn't even been able to play for a year, and that was why his stats and level were terrible. He thought that he was finally able to awaken his powers, but he had become a character he had made up 10 years ago while going through puberty. Granfil looked at the cup of tea and said, "Delicious." Lai Ho Yal thought he would go crazy. Granfil Claudi Arpheus Romeo, a character he created while still in middle school, and also a character that he was heavily invested in. The story went as follows. Granfil had been the successor of a great family, but his family was massacred by a demon and he was left all alone. In front of Granfil was a mountain of bloody corpses lying on a circle with a pentagram. In order to get his revenge, he decided to become a demon hunter. That was the pointless and cringy story Lai Ho Yal played with. It was another persona he thought he possessed when he was in middle school, and at the same time, it is his dark past. Nervously biting his nails, Lai Ho Yal thought that it was just a funny memory in middle school. But now that he was an adult, it was an endless source of shame. Granfil, smiling contentedly and exhaling, said that he had dreamed about it. The protagonist, covering his face with his hands, told him in his mind to shut up and stop talking so strangely. Rolling his eyes upwards, he wondered how he would be able to show up to work like this, and whether he would be able to be a productive member of society with this manner of speech. He imagined a scene in which his boss tells him that his hair is too bright. He asked if he thought he was a celebrity or had become an idol. The boss irritably asked why he was looking at him and if he wanted to say something. Granfil responded by splashing coffee in his face. Lai Ho Yal tensely pressed his lips together. He thought he would definitely be sued. Granville said that nobles don't bow their heads to everyone. Lai Ho-yal thought that whatever he wanted to say was coming out completely different. He wondered if all the players felt that way, and if that's what synchronization was all about. The protagonist thought that most people said the changes were minimal. He thought about why it was different for him. Lai Ho-yal thought that there was no way for him to go to work, and it seems he has no choice but to become a player. He thought that it had been over a decade, and he barely remembered anything about Arcana. The protagonist opened his laptop. He decided to look for information first because he lacked even the basic knowledge of a player. Lai Ho-yal thought that rankers who close high-level rifts get hundreds of millions, but there is little use for this information because difficulty is directly related to risk. He thought that he couldn't buy a life with money. Granville said that he has already tasted the fruit of abundance and does not need material goods. Lai Ho-yal thought that therefore he would not be greedy. Clicking his computer mouse, he thought it was better to figure out what demon hunters usually do now. Looking at the search results on the monitor, he noticed in surprise that he only got 2 pages. Lai Ho-yal wondered if the demon hunters don't do anything at all, since even these 2 pages are only news. Noticing something, Lai Ho-yal and Granville opened their eyes wide. On the screen was the news, the fall of Action Base. Last night, all the NPC demon hunters in Action City were killed. The Healer Federation said that 152 people were killed on the 30th, at 3 a.m., and there were no survivors. Lai Ho-yal thought in surprise that Action Base had been destroyed. The ground was strewn with the bloody corpses of people with swords. Lai Ho-yal thought that this was the only city where one could become a demon hunter and the holy land of demon hunters. With his mouth hanging open in amazement, he thought that there was so little information, not because they did nothing, but because this class had completely disappeared. Of course, demon hunters did nothing 10 years ago either. Not only did they have low stats and it was awkward to choose a build path, but even their skills were weak, since it was much harder to level up through hunting monsters. They were dependent on gaining experience to level up through quests. However, they were incomparable to other classes when it came to dealing with demons. However, since demons only appeared in demon hunter quests, and most of the quests were infamous for requiring the players to grind, not only was the role pointless for people to play, Demon Hunter was even considered a useless class. The protagonist thought, the role being useless and not being able to proceed to the next class are 2 different things. Lai Ho-yal, that now no one can even teach him skills because everyone is killed. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, he wondered if there was any other information. The protagonist glanced at Arcana's list of changes. He opened his eyes wide. He noticed a message on the screen saying that demon hunters were best against the demons that were added in this update. Lai Ho-yal thought in amazement about the update, and Granville clicked the mouse button. Arcana Continent History Reality Update Version 8. 1 impossible to bear. Now there are demons amongst the monsters. Player casualties have increased drastically due to the demons' strong debuffs. Mental disruption, possession. Even level 200 players struggle. Lai Ho-yal thought about the demons appearing in reality. He thought about why no demon hunters had taken care of them. Granville silently stared at the monitor screen. Lai Ho-yal, looking at it, wondered if he was the last demon hunter after the destruction of Action. He wondered if he needed to intervene after a pause of 10 years. The protagonist thought that there was no guarantee that the exact demons he remembered would show up, and a lot could have changed in so many years. He wondered what he could do if even high-level players were having a hard time. Little Lai Ho-yal said, "You are weak." The protagonist opened his eyes in astonishment. Little Lai Ho-yal folded his arms on his chest and said, Granville is not running away from pitiful demons. He said that it was his pride. Granville was drawn in the notebook, and he said that no demonic temptations, trials, and deceptions would hurt Granville's great pride. The protagonist, frowning, decided to do just that. Rising from the table, Granville said that those were useless thoughts. Straightening up, he said there was no reason to worry. Amidst the smoking ruins of the city, a banner could be seen announcing the news that the death toll was rising. On the ground lay the bloody corpses of ordinary people. Adjusting the sleeves of his suit, Granville said to consider it an honor. He said he would personally send each and every one of them to hell. Several years came after the Great Cataclysm. Many things were lost, but people were able to get back on their feet. The streets became lively again, and everyone adapted to the new world. However, there is always darkness next to light. A guy stood behind a crowd of people, tilting his head to the side. Behind him was a demon, from whose hands stretched red threads controlling the guy. The negative emotions of the newly gathered people were excellent food for the demons. The veins on his face swelled and he stared forward with red eyes, looking at several people with swords, cheerfully discussing something. He said, "Alright, let's go with those guys this time." The guy abruptly ran forward, looking at his phone screen, which had a picture of a guy with glasses in an embrace with guys with long red hair. The guy said the latter was running late. Turning around, the guy with glasses, the leader of the group, a tank named Namkal, smiled and said there was still a minute left before the appointed time and they would wait. Noticing something, he opened his eyes. Granfell walked up to them. He said with a serious face that everyone had already gathered. Namkal extended his hand to him and said that this was their last participant. He introduced himself and said that he was just in time and it was nice to meet him. Granfell, looking away, said mutually. Looking at the warp in space, he thought it was a rift, and that's how the players saw it. A few passers-by walked through the rift, looking into their phones, and the protagonist thought that there was no way normal people could interact with rifts. He figured he would have been the same if he hadn't awakened. There was a dialogue box in front of him, underground null vault. Suitable level, 35-40. Degree of destruction, 19. 8%. The protagonist thought that this was a good place for his level 55. When he searched for information, he learned that the average level of rift attackers is 200. He thought that it was too early for him to dream of such a thing, and he would need to work hard to reach such heights. Looking back, the protagonist thought that he was lucky that not everyone was awakened by high-level players, and so he was able to find the right group. Han Seongwook, a guy with dark hair dressed in an armored, close-range tank, remained silent. Seo Jeongyeon, an attack wizard, waved her hand and said with a smile that she would be happy to work together. Choi Jin-hoon, a close-range attacker, said with a smile, "Me too." Namkal said that judging from the extent of the destruction, the other group is already inside. It's time for them to go inside too. He said they would go in 5 minutes after a little preparation. Granfell, frowning, silently looked away. Degree of destruction, 19. 8%. When the destruction degree reaches 100%, monsters burst through the rift into the real world, and players are free to enter and mop them up. Only they can stop this time bomb. Namkal, clapping his palms, offered to go. Seo Jeongyeon agreed. Namkal said they would do their best. Choi Jin-hoon said he was very excited. Lee Ho-yeol thought they were all very friendly and he wanted to say something too. He thought that he was able to survive in a family with 3 siblings by going through daily sisterly battles, and it was easy to cheer someone up. Granfell said they had nothing to worry about with him. Everyone turned around and the main character thought he was talking. Everyone decided to ignore him, and Namkal, laughing awkwardly, asked if everyone knew who the Nulls were. Seo Jeongyeon said that she had fought them before. Han Seongwook said if you stay alert, it will be easy. The protagonist thought he won't say anything else. The dialogue box says, "You have entered an underground null storage facility, a food warehouse." The sign on the pillar giving directions was covered in blood. The turnstiles were broken and stained with blood. The protagonist's team approached the stone steps leading down. Seo Jeongyeon said that she couldn't see any monsters. Namkal said that another group entered in front of them. Looking at them with red eyes, he said with a smile that they had nothing to worry about and they would have their share if they chose a different route. Everyone decided to trust him and followed him. Frowning, the main character thought something was wrong. Namkal said that he could see the Nulls. He ordered them to prepare for battle. Raising his shield, Namkal rushed into the attack. The guys ran after him, except Granfell. He thought, 1 full tank, 2 melee attackers, 1 wizard attacker. He thought the combination was quite ordinary, but the tank wasn't protecting the group, it was attracting more monsters. The attacking tank had to go completely on defense, while the mage does the main damage. Lee Ho-yeol wondered if this was how hunters hunted in their time. Granfell folded his arms on his chest, and the protagonist thought that he was useless anyway, so it was none of his business. Seo Jeongyeon said that the recharge of the stamina buff was almost over. The protagonist thought about his main problem at the moment. Granfell opened his inventory and a dialogue box appeared in front of him. There were 3 items in the inventory: silver dagger, weak and very expensive; silver arrow, expensive; adventurer's bow, missing. Thinking about the lack of good weapons, he decided not to get into fights until he found something useful. The arrow aimed at Granfell, who was watching the battle beside him. He frowned and turned to the side. He saw a crowd of Nulls with bows in their hands. He shouted an ambush behind the pillars and the Nulls rushed to attack. Choi Jin-hoon blocked the arrows with difficulty with his sword. Han Seongwook gritted his teeth and said that there were too many and he would not be able to defend. An arrow cut Choi Jin-hoon's cheek and he swore. He called out to Namkal, who was standing with his back to them, and asked him to help. Namkal turned around and looked at them with an indifferent face. Choi Jin-hoon asked what he was doing. He yelled for him to go back inside. Someone yelled for him to be more careful, and the gnoll swung his sword behind his back. Choi Jin-hoon turned around sharply. The shot killed the gnoll behind him. He turned around in amazement and Granfell was standing in front of him with a bow in his hands. He said that these wild dogs needed to be trained well, and he didn't usually do that, but sometimes a whip was necessary. Choi Jin-hoon, smiling awkwardly, thanked him. He wondered why he was talking so strangely. Lai Ho-yal thought that he himself didn't want to talk like that. Han Seong-wook was fighting a crowd of gnolls and shouted about the two he missed. The gnolls fired their bows and someone shouted to the back row to move. The enraged gnolls with swords ran to attack. Seo Jeongyeon clutched her staff fearfully and said she didn't know what to do. Granfell told her to calm down and that he would deal with the breakers. He told her to use a strong spell even if it takes more time. Seo Jeongyeon agreed and the protagonist fired his bow, hitting the gnoll's head with an arrow. Choi Jin-hoon, fighting the gnolls, asked, "How much longer?" Seo Jeongyeon said that she was almost done. She yelled for everyone to scatter. Seo Jeongyeon activated the fire arrow spell. A multitude of fireballs hit the gnolls in front of her. There was a huge explosion. Choi Jin-hoon covered her face from the smoke with her hand and asked if it worked. Seo Jeongyeon asked the protagonist if he was okay. Granfell said he was perfectly fine, and she better get on with the rest of them. He walked over to the burning corpses of the gnolls. The protagonist noticed that he could take his silver arrows back. Seo Jeongyeon told Han Seong-wook to drink the healing potion before the other monsters showed up. Choi Jin-hoon clenched his teeth, cursed and turned to Nam-kal. Slamming his fist on his armor, he angrily asked if he had lost his mind and what he was doing. Choi Jin-hoon shouted that he realized that he might not have seen the gnolls hiding. He asked why he didn't help them. He yelled that he let them get trapped. He asked if he was a tank or not. Nam-kal smirked evilly. He began to laugh evilly. Wrapping his arms around his stomach, he started laughing maniacal laughter. Choi Jin-hoon angrily asked why he thought it was funny. He yelled that he was worthless without his famous brother. The main character stopped him by putting his hand on his shoulder. Suddenly, the lights went out and Seo Jeongyeon cried out fearfully. Nam-kal, laughing, asked if he had asked him if it was funny. Smiling evilly, he said, "Of course it's very funny." He asked how it cannot be funny when a bunch of fools are struggling in front of him. Granfell looked at him with a serious face as he continued to laugh. The dialogue boxes read, "Activating skill, natural enemy. Battle power will be rapidly increased when fighting a demon." The protagonist said that he was a demon. Behind Nam-kal, the demon's face was visible and he said, "It's about time you noticed it." Everyone around the protagonist exclaimed in amazement. Han Seong-wook said that it couldn't be. He asked what he was talking about. Smiling nervously, he asked how Nam-kal could be a demon. Suddenly, everything around him disappeared. Han Seong-wook's face contorted in horror. Hearing a scream, he froze in place. When he turned around, he saw the main character, Choi Jin-hoon and Seo Jeongyeon captured by the dark energy. Seo Jeongyeon, bleeding from her eyes, reached out to him and asked for help. She approached him, and Han Seong-wook froze in horror. A scream erupted. The dialogue boxes read, "The demon's gaze has fallen on you. Mental resistance is too low. Negative status fear arises." Nam-kal, laughing and fixing his glasses, said they were trembling with fear in an illusion they had created themselves. The protagonist rushed forward. He quickly swung his arm. Nam-kal, stopping his sword with his hand, asked with a smirk if he was afraid that the man would die. He said that he needed to realize that this way he would not only kill him. Lai Ho-yal thought that there was no way to break through this armor head-on, and he needed to find a weak point. The demon swung his sword and asked if he would still attack. The protagonist dodged it. The dialogue box said, "Natural enemy skill activated." He grabbed his dagger tighter. Combat power increases in battles with demons. Granfell stabbed the demon in the neck with his dagger. The armor cracked, and the demon turned around with an evil grin. Laughing, he swung his sword. The protagonist jumped back, and the demon said he was stupid. He shouted about how all humans are hypocrites. The protagonist's dagger came close to the demon's face, and he said that he had been very friendly a moment ago. Granfell was behind his back, and the glasses cut in half flew off Nam-kal's face. There was a cut on his face. Black liquid poured from his face. The demon fell to the ground with a scream. He thought in amazement that an ordinary person had cut him. He realized it was Silver. Granfell, looking down at him, told him not to try to talk to him. He said he was not talking to his prey. Nam-kal, touching his face, wondered where things had gone wrong. A guy with long hair gathered in a ponytail called out to Nam-kal, grabbing him by the shoulder. Nam-kal was covered in band-aids and bandages. Smiling awkwardly, he raised his head. The guy asked why he was spacing out and if he was in that much pain. Nam-kal said no, and he was just distracted. The guy exhaled and told him that was why he told him to avoid dangerous rifts. He said he'd better quit and he could join his guild as an analyst. Namcall, rubbing his neck, chuckled awkwardly. He just didn't want to be a loser. The guy with the beard asked him what his name was. He asked if he was Timon's brother, putting his hand on his shoulder. He said he heard that Timon had handled another boss. He asked him to pass on his congratulations. The guy told him to try harder not to embarrass his brother. Someone asked if he was only the older brother. Another guy asked with a chuckle if they were brothers. The guy asked him what he was forgetting in the rifts. He told him to obey his brother or he would die. Namcall just wanted to be something his brother could be proud of. The demon said with a wicked grin that he would help him. Namcall exclaimed in amazement, and a dark energy enveloped him. The demon's face turned into his face and he told him that he could just watch. The dialogue box said, "Demon Imp is observing you. Your mentality is too low." Namcall opened his eyes fearfully. A negative status of possession appears. Dark energy enveloped Namcall, and the demon in his body rushed forward, looking at what was happening. The real Namcall mentally told them to wait and not go there. The demon stood with his back to his fighting comrades. Namcall, shrouded in dark energy, was desperately shouting. The mental resistance was too low. He thought that everyone was in danger because of him. He can't resist. Namcall burst out of the demon's body as the protagonist stabbed it with his dagger. The demon screamed loudly, covered in blood. The protagonist stood with his back to him, and the demon screamed in pain. He yelled that he was crazy and would kill him too. The demon asked if he didn't care if the owner of this body died. He asked if he wanted to become a killer. Granfell remained silent, raising his head. He asked, "Is that your pride?" The real Namcall grabbed the demon from behind. The protagonist swung his dagger. He struck the demon's neck with the dagger. Its head separated from its body, splashing black liquid. Turning around, Granfell told Namcall that he had gotten his pride. Namcall woke up, lying on the stone floor. He abruptly got up from the ground, shouting about the demon. Everyone around him exclaimed in amazement. Namcall touched his face and thought in amazement that he was definitely possessed by a demon. Choi Jin-hoon called out to him. Han Seong-wook asked him if he was okay. Namcall, looking at his shaking hands, thought he was alive. He thought how could that be possible since he was stabbed. The main character said, "I told you." Folding his hands on his chest, he said with a slight smile that they didn't need to worry because he was here. He said that a person's negative emotions give demons power. The main character said that they need to remember to keep their pride and not be afraid of demons. A demon hunter's attacks are only effective against demons. Namcall thought about pride. Lei Hoyol thought that he hadn't forgotten about this logic even though a long time had passed. He thought that the items didn't fall out and this demon was useless. The afternoon sun was shining above the tall skyscraper. The phone screen read, "Results of today's raid on the Null Vault Rift." All in all, it almost ended in a tearful way. One member of the group was possessed by a demon. I thought we were all going to die out there, but there was one strong person on the team who defeated the demon. I almost cried when the group leader thanked and apologized. Namcall was showing this post to his brother. Timon, holding a cup of tea in his hand, asked if he was suggesting he believe it. Namcall said yes. Timon said that even though he was the guild leader, taking a person because of one forum post was too much. Namcall said that he was possessed by a demon. Timon, level 368, player, rank 11, barbarian, in charge of the Gaon Guild. Timon spilled tea on the table in surprise. Above the huge tower overlooking the city was a large blue magic crystal. From behind a double door guarded by two men in black suits and dark glasses, there was an astonished exclamation. Timon asked if he had really decided to become an analyst at Gaon. He said he had a hard time believing it because he was against it before. Namcall, laughing, asked if he didn't believe his own brother. Slightly annoyed, Timon asked him to dispense with the sarcasm. Namcall said he was just joking. Timon, pointing his finger at him, asked if becoming an analyst was also a joke. Putting his cup on the table, Namcall said no, and he was completely serious. Remembering Granfell's face, he said with a smile that he realized his limit and a more suitable role. Raising his fist to his face, he said that all he did was try to catch up with him, but now he would proudly walk his own path. Timon, folding his hands in front of his face, said that he even wondered what kind of person was able to change him so much. Touching his face thoughtfully, Timonin said that even aside from the demon hunt, his mental resistance is very high since he didn't succumb to its attacks. He said that according to him, he used a dagger, not magic, and there are thousands of classes in Arcana, but nothing came to his mind. Timon said that it was strange that he even went into a low-level rift with such features. Namcall, frowning, said that he understood that this story was hard to believe. Timon, raising his eyebrows, asked who said he didn't believe him. He said that he had personally seen it. Namcall froze in astonishment and opened his eyes, and Teeman said with a smile, patterns of boss attacks, guild management methods, and recruiting new players. Sliding the papers over to him, he said that he had helped him become who he was now, and that was why he took the contract right away. Smiling, he said that he was his brother and Gaon's proud analyst. Nam Chol, embarrassed, asked him not to embarrass him, but thanked him. Teeman, laughing, told him to look at the contract. He asked what he thought. Namcall took the papers in his hands. He looked at the contract, adjusting his glasses. His face froze with surprise, and he asked if it was a condition for him. The bright afternoon sun shone on the brick building. Lai Hoyal looked with surprise at the 67 level above Granfell's head, who was brushing his teeth. His level had increased. Looking at the status window while Granfell was washing his hair, he exclaimed that his level had not just increased, but by 12 points at once. Granfell said that wasn't enough. Lai Hoyal said that they would never give that much for Knowles, and it was about demon hunting. Wiping his head with a towel, Granfell said he was not bothered by such trivialities. Lai Hoyal enthusiastically asked how he could better distribute the points. Wiping his head with the towel, he decided that he was tired and would think about it in bed. Granfell stopped in front of the bed and the protagonist asked what was wrong. Granfell said, "What a mess." Armed with cleaning tools, he opened the window and said that a clean environment is a clean mind. The protagonist asked him to at least get some rest. The sun was slowly setting over the horizon, coloring the city orange. A pot on the stove was cooking a meal of vegetables. Granfell sipped a little from the ladle. Smiling, he said that it tasted like healthy food. Lai Hoyal thought that Granfell should be like that, as he was an aristocrat with a measured and restrained life. Pensively rubbing his chin, he thought that he had realized one thing thanks to this. In addition to levels and stats, the character settings he had set also applied. Normally, he would have eaten the food he ordered and gone to bed, but because of him, he was living a healthy lifestyle. He wondered what his talents were. Granfell is not limited to any one thing, and he is talented in magic to the point where he can repeat any spell after only one demonstration. He is also very intelligent and has good physical potential. The main character put his pen down on the notebook describing Granfell. Granfell fixed his hair with a smile and said that it was nothing. Lai Hoyal thought that he had only written positive qualities. He thought if the settings really do affect real life, he should check it out. The protagonist took the phone in his hand. On the screen of the phone, he noticed a message from Namcall. He wondered why this message was so long. Lai Hoyal thought that he didn't know what he wanted, but he didn't have time to figure it out, so he would refuse. Putting his hand on his notebook, he decided to start checking. Typing on his phone, he decided to test his talent for magic first. Several videos about magic appeared on his phone's screen. Teeman and Namcall stared at the phone screen in amazement. On the phone screen was a simple message from the main character, contrasting with Namcall's long message that said, "No." Namcall assumed that he had already received an offer from another guild. Teeman loudly asked, "From which guild?" With an angry clenched fist, he said that the best guild in Korea was offering him a house, a car, payment for his every whim, and a 9.5 share. He asked who could outbid such terms. Namcall said that after the Magic Tower appeared in Seoul, offices of foreign guilds started opening up around the area. Teeman asked who dared to enter his territory. Namcall, rubbing his chin, said, "Foreign guilds aside, Seoul had the best guilds gathered together, and this could be one of them." Jumping up from his seat, Teeman said there was no way that some local guild would offer him better conditions. He said that he wouldn't even offer such a contract to high-level players from their guild. Putting on his black jacket, Teeman said that he couldn't just give up. He asked Namcall to tell him what he looked like. Namcall asked why. Teeman shouted that he would go and draw him to them himself. He told him to tell him everything he knew. Namcall, rubbing his chin, said he looked wise. Teeman, exclaiming unhappily, said that he could even describe fantasy animals better. Thinking back to the main character, Namcall thought of fantastic animals. It hit him and he exclaimed while raising his index finger. He said that he looked like a fantasy aristocrat. Teeman opened his eyes in amazement. Namcall said that he is a very fancy aristocrat. The main character, while scribbling notes in a notebook, watched a magic video on his phone. Looking at it with amazed eyes, Lai Ho-young thought, "I see." He thought that he understood all the fundamental principles of magic and could cast any spell if he had enough mana. The main character thought that he didn't expect anything different from Granfell, and he doesn't care about the dark past because the character Munchkin is the symbol of high school. He thought he was the best genius in history. The ghostly Lai Ho-yal was happily rubbing the hair on Granfell's head. Granfell said that it was rude. Looking at the status window, Lai Ho-yal thought that they had completed the test and now the points could be distributed. He thought with a smile that he didn't know how far he could go and any possibilities were open to him. The protagonist decided to spend 2 points each on strength and agility and 7 in mana because it was too low. The paper said, Granfell chose the path of a demon hunter to avenge the murder of his entire family. Lei Hoyal thought about why he brought this up. He thought that he was unlucky, even though he himself had come up with this backstory for him. Lei Hoyal smiled again. He decided to add 1 point to his luck. The protagonist thought that it was for the welfare of Granfell, who would have to try hard, and it seems that he only raised the luck from 1 to 2. But in fact he doubled it. Granfell closed his eyes with a smile and he thought maybe he would find the coin on the road tomorrow. Granfell, standing in the bathroom, opened his eyes in surprise. Lei Hoyal in the reflection stared at the dialogue box in amazement. Smiling, he thought that it was much more than a coin, and it was a class quest. Class quest, counterattack prelude. The protagonist wondered if this was the class quest he was thinking of. After Arcana came into reality, class quests became very rare, and the reason for that is simple. They don't have that many NPCs that can give them out. Pensively looking at the laptop screen, the protagonist thought that even a simple quest was a rarity, and here it was a class quest. He thought that simple demon hunter class quests were quite strange. Granfell opened his eyes in astonishment. On the screen was the news: the first rank paladin Guyver had received a class quest. A class quest was a quest that was only given to one person in the class. That alone is enough to get you in all the news. These quests are so amazing that they can allow any player to become one of the best. If you look at everything sensibly, there is no way that a class quest would be given to a player with level 67. The protagonist clicked his computer mouse, putting his face on his palm. He said that he thought so, and there were no other demon hunters left besides him. Looking away, he thought that made sense. Action, the base of all demon hunters. Sounds cool, but the reality could be shocking. Granfell, standing among the other people, opened his mouth in amazement. In front of them was a tall cliff with vines. Someone greeted the soldiers at action. The demon hunter instructor said that the acceptance ceremony would be held at the top. He told them to climb up. There was a task on the dialogue box: climb the cliff. Remaining distance, 0 meters out of 1,000 meters. Granfell, looking at the cliff in front of him, wondered if he had completely lost his mind. Their quests are a repetition of useless work. The instructor was yelling at them to climb faster. The guys behind the protagonist struggled to climb up, falling down. The instructor, standing in the ruined room, told them to hang around for now. Their conditions left a lot to be desired. The instructor said it was time to eat and the mess hall was where they had come from. The tired and pale boys exclaimed in amazement. Granfell's hands were shaking with fatigue. The dialogue box said, go to the canteen to eat. Remaining distance, 522 meters out of 1,000 meters. The instructor hurried the guys down ahead of them, yelling at them to screw off if he couldn't even manage it. The protagonist thought anyone would have given up under those conditions. Granfell said that demons get into a person's mind, so training is needed to make them stronger. The protagonist thought that now it's in the past, and we should start by seeing what the point of the quest is. Lei Hoyang's face froze in disappointment. He looked disappointedly at the dialogue box in front of him. Anti-Arcana United, Korean branch. In order to deal with the chaos and damage that occurred after Arcana appeared in reality, an association of former developers of the game was formed. They react to every update that is reflected in the real world, collecting and analyzing information for players. In other words, a company with overtime. The guy with dark hair stretched tiredly, swearing at Arcana. Glancing at the guy at the next table, he asked if he thought the update was coming this week. The guy asked about the fact that it was unlikely to come out because it was already 8 p.m. Somb, putting his face on his hand, said they can only hope. Guy said that this Raymond guy is very creepy. He asked if he's single-handedly updating the site and game content. Son told him to stop talking and hit the refresh button on the page. The guy said he was just wondering how that was possible. He said that once an update appears on the site, reality changes too. Somb opened his eyes in amazement. He called out the announcement. The guy looked fearfully at his monitor and said that it was indeed an update. Somb frowned and said it couldn't be. People jumped from their seats shouting about it being an announcement. Someone yelled about going to write a resignation letter. A guy yelled for everyone to turn off their phones because reporters were about to start calling. Son stared at the monitor screen, frowning heavily. The emergence of a new demon, a new rift, Earl Family Fortress, Earl Family Territory, the surroundings of Earl Family Territories. New monsters, Blood Bandit, level 230, Blood Beasts, level 220-250, Count Ascura's soldier. Level 300, Count Ascura's knight. Level 350, Count Ascura's servant. Level 390. Newly named monster, Count Ascura, level 430. The guy with dark hair exclaimed in amazement about level 430, and that the strongest player was now at level 403. He asked what this broken update was. Turning to Sonbu, the guy said that a group of rankers couldn't handle that. Son said it's even worse, and even a guild and an entire association can't handle it. The guy asked what about the magic tower and about asking NPCs for help. Son said they wouldn't do anything until the tower itself was threatened, so they wouldn't help now either. Fixing his glasses, he said it's an impossible task and they're just suggesting humanity die. He said it was over, and this rift would be breached. The guy yelled to him not to jump to conclusions, because if they fail the raid, these things will come flying out. Son clenched his teeth and thought that the previous upgrades were doable, but this is destroying the balance and he can't believe it. Only a miracle will save them, he thought. The dialogue box says, "Dear last demon hunter, it's time to counterattack the enemy. Starting condition, defeat the demon, completed. Recurring quest, training a weakened body." The protagonist thought, why? On the dialogue box it said, training a weakened body. Today's goal, run 20 kilometers. Completed, do 1,000 push-ups. Do 500 pull-ups. Completed, do 300 burpees. Completed. Granfell's body was shaking badly from fatigue, and the protagonist wondered why the quests were as weird as they were in action. He thought that his whole body ached, and was it possible to give such heavy loads at once? The vendor asked the protagonist if he needed a bag. The protagonist said no and thought he would die. On the plate lay a crudely made sandwich falling apart. Lai Ho-young thought that he couldn't even make a sandwich properly. Granfell said that sometimes you should try to change the appearance. Smiling, the protagonist looked at the dialogue box. He thought he liked that sense of completion. All the tasks of today's training session had been completed. Lai Ho-young thought, if it wasn't for Granfell's pride, he would have given up long ago. This stupid quest is over, and now he will get a good night's sleep. He thought to himself, he can't wait for the new quest. Outside the window, morning had come. The protagonist, shivering with fatigue, held on to the bar with his hands. Pulling himself up on the bar, he swore in his thoughts. Lai Ho-yal angrily and tiredly clenched his teeth. On the dialogue box, it said, weakened body training. Today's goal, run 20 kilometers, do 1,000 push-ups, do 500 pull-ups, do 300 burpees. The main character thought it was a repetitive quest and they were completely nuts. He thought it's been a whole week. As soon as he finishes one quest, a new one immediately appears. Lai Ho-yal wondered if this was a joke. The main character was sitting tiredly on a bench. Looking at the dialogue box, he thought that this was only possible because of Granfell's character. He wondered how many more times he would have to do it again to get the reward. The protagonist wondered if the reward would be something like congratulating himself on the fact that he now had a slim and trim body. The dialogue box says, you have reached your goal for the week. You have met the conditions. Your reward, strength +2, dexterity +2. Lai Ho-yal thought that these are characteristic points that won't be lost. The items to improve characteristics are insanely expensive, and it would take millions to even get 1 point. The protagonist thought happily that he got 4 points even without leveling up. He wondered if this was a recurring quest, would it appear all the time? He thought that the reward was totally worth the horrible conditions. Granfell said that he could do this quest even 10 times a day. A voice from the radio said that the Arca's update that appeared this Thursday was the hottest topic of discussion. Most guilds had announced that they were refusing to take part in the Rift raid. The protagonist opened his eyes wide. The news anchor on the television said that there was a new Rift territory of the Count family and a named monster, Count Ascura. He said that what was known about it was that it was a demon and a vampire. Its level was 430, and it was the highest level monster at the moment. The main character was brushing his teeth while looking at his phone screen. The anchor said that the Korean branch of AAU refused to comment on anything for now. The protagonist thought about level 430. He thought about how to kill something like that. People on the internet were panicking, and the presenter said that there was a level 430 boss in this update and it would be the hardest raid ever. He said that AAU was informed that Count Ascura is a demon and a vampire. The news anchor said that the big guilds have expressed their desire not to participate in the future raid, and there are huge risks involved. The protagonist stared at the laptop monitor while clutching his head. Players have the hardest time dealing with demons, and no matter how strong someone becomes, they will have to deal with the ever-present negative effects during the battle. There are already many people talking about the fact that you need to have at least a 10-fold level advantage to defeat a demon. Count Oscura is a monster that Lai Ho Yal wouldn't even think of fighting if it weren't for the new class quest. The new quest has appeared on the dialogue box, Hunting a Vampire. The protagonist, covering his face with his hands, thought that this was the only vampire so far, and they were offering him the chance to defeat him. He thought it's too scary, and it's natural to be afraid of an enemy that can't be defeated. But these are just Lai Ho Yal's thoughts. His heartbeat is as steady as ever. The protagonist thought, if this body is not a go body, then what does Granfell feel? Granfell with a serious face took his hands away from his face. He said that these pathetic creatures were only wasting his precious time. Turning around, he said that they would have to be severely punished for this. Lai Ho Yal wrinkled his face and thought that he knew it, and he wants to kill them. Judging by the results of the search, Count Oscura is in Russia. The main character decided to go to the magic tower first, because there is a portal inside the tower, and it is a large-scale magic that allows the user to move anywhere, and one of the reasons why foreign guilds have opened branches here. Lai Ho Yal smiled slightly. Looking at the connecting routes on the screen, he thought about taking a cab. Granfell said that they needed to go. Putting on his jacket, he said he had already wasted too much time. The protagonist thought, is he really going to drive like this since it's -2 degrees in Russia? Granfell said, almost forgot. Lai Ho Yal exhaled and thought to put on at least a down jacket. Granfell grabbed a few tea bags in his hand, tucking them into the inside pocket of his jacket. He said that one shouldn't neglect tea drinking. The protagonist in his mind told him to put on his down jacket. There were many people near the tower, including reporters. The cameraman told the guy to drop something here because they don't have time. The guy offered to return it to the truck. The guy on the phone said Gaon was coming today. The guy in the black suit said there are a lot of reporters here. He asked the man in the blue baseball cap if Gaon was really coming here. The man said it was possible because there were new rifts in Russia, and the magic tower was right under their noses. He asked what was the point of them taking an airplane. The guy asked if they couldn't just use portal magic, since they were rankers. The man said there are only a few rankers that can do that, and it takes a lot of mana. Noticing something, he opened his eyes wide. In front of him was Timon with a huge sword on his shoulder, wearing red armor. Namkal was walking beside him, adjusting his glasses. The man shouted that the Gaon had arrived. Reporters surrounded Timon, asking for answers to their questions about whether they were going to raid the new rift, and whether they planned to share information with other guilds. The guy addressing the guild leader said that he was Lai Yan Ho, an intern reporter from MBS. He asked if Gaon had already found a way to defeat Count Oscura. Namkal asked with a smile, let's not now. Timon said with a smile that alas, he doesn't know how to defeat him. He asked if there was ever a time when they went into the rifts fully prepared. Namkal, turning pale, tried to stop him. Timon said that they go before the others to get ahead of the competition. He said with a serious face that they weren't going to share information and everyone said it was to save the world. He said if he is serious about saving the world, let them challenge the rift and see everything with their own eyes instead of watching from afar. The cameraman turned to the side and exclaimed that he had spotted the Shining Guild. Rocks, level 399, player rank 2, the main one in the Shining Guild, was walking with a smirk next to a man in a white suit and a girl with long wavy red hair. The man with glasses told Rox that they would have to walk further because of the crowd. Turning to the side, the man in the white suit asked if he was Gaon. He said he was rude, as he always was. Rox said with a smirk that they were just worried. He said that all the big guilds had rushed to Korea because of the magic tower, and their place was getting lower and lower, and apparently they were making a big bet on this raid. Placing his sword on the floor, Timon frowned. Namkal told him not to worry, and he turned around, putting a hand on his shoulder, and he told him that they didn't need to hurry and they would do their best by moving slowly and carefully. Timon told him with a smile that he could always be relied on. He asked what about Lai Ho Yal, because he said he would contact him again. Namkal, rubbing his neck, said he planned to change the terms and call him, but then there was an update message. Timon said that he talked about being strong. He asked if he thought he would go into that rift. He said, what if we meet in the magic tower? A bus full of people was traveling through the city. Granfell, standing on the bus, was looking at the screen of his phone. The main character thought that this was the 100th video about magic. He thought he now fully understood the process. Magic is activated in 3 steps. Investigate mana, interfere with it, and manifest it. A flame appeared in Granfell's hand. The flame in his hand flared and grew larger. The guy sitting next to him looked at him fearfully. The driver shouted to him not to use spells on the bus because it was dangerous. Lai Ho Young thought that he didn't expect it to work. He apologized, but Granfell said he had full control over the flames, but he would stop if the passengers were consumed by terror. The protagonist in his mind told him to stop pretending to be cool. Looking at the dialogue box, he thought that he had learned new skills thanks to the video, and he was a little excited to see what they would be, but it was useful anyway. Granfell frowned tensely. On the dialogue box were the skills: natural enemy, silver skill, shooting skill, simultaneous shooting, and exorcism. The protagonist thought that he didn't have magic skills appear, and usually they appear in the characterization window, right after a person learns them. He wondered if it was a bug. Granfell looked up. He thought that this was the magic tower and its main hall. The protagonist thought that the exterior looked very different from the interior structure. Granfell raised his head upwards once again. In front of him was a huge blue portal. He opened his mouth in astonishment. The protagonist thought that he had a very strange feeling, as if he could understand portal magic. He thought he felt like it was even easier than the fire magic he used. The guy accidentally hit the protagonist on the head with a board and called out to the Gaon Guild and said that the analysts would hold a meeting. Turning around, the guy apologized, but there was no one in front of him. Timon told him to watch where he was going. With a disgruntled cluck of his tongue, he said he was ruining their reputation. He considered whether to fire him. The guy apologized. Namkal, adjusting his glasses, thought that guy looked like Lai Ho Yal. Turning to him, Timon told him to start the briefing. Namkal pressed a button on the remote and said that they already knew the new rifts were in Russia. He said it looked something like this: the outer circle, the fringe rift of the territories, has hundreds of different entrances. Namkal said that the inner circle of the territory of the Count family has about 30 entrances. He proceeded to the last one, the center circle, the Count family's fortress, Count Askira's abode. He said that based on the analysis of the current and past rifts, it was very likely that Count Askira's fortress would appear in their world in the event of a breakthrough. Above the forest covered in snow, there were purple rifts in space. The reporter said that he was in Russia, near a new rift, and the place was already full of reporters and players. The guy speaking into his smartphone said he was in Russia near the new rift. He said that as they can see, there are a lot of cracks and it's very cold. He said that, anyway, he would regale them with some funny content. He offered to look at the rift next to him, but was distracted by a man approaching in his direction. Slapping Granfell on the chest, he told him to mind his manners. The guy said he found that rift first, but the protagonist told him to back off. He with an intimidating face told him to back off while he still had patience. Granfell walked past the guy, and Lai Ho Yal, in his mind apologizing to him, said in his head that he was just very cold. The protagonist stood in front of a large purple rift. The outskirts of the territories. Suitable level 204-270. Degree of destruction 9.7%. The protagonist thought that he had finally arrived, and this was the territory's fringes rift. He hoped it would be warm next. Someone in a red cloak cut off the monster's head with a swing of her sword. Someone called out her name, and a girl with red short hair and blue eyes turned around. The girl in warm white clothes said that she realized that her level was above 300, but there was no need to run away so fast. The guy folded his arms across his chest and said that he thought she was just looking for death. The girl told him not to say that and to address her formally. Leni Bellucci, level 348, top 100 player rank, Berserker, chief in the Berserk Guild, standing with 2 black and red swords in her hands. Irritatedly bowing her head, she asked what he had just said. She said not to annoy her by swearing heavily, words pouring from her mouth that would be better censored. The dialogue box says, Territorial Fringes. You have entered the rift. Suitable levels 204-270. Degree of destruction 9.7%. The protagonist found himself in a snowy forest. He thought that this place was the outskirts of the territories. Lai Ho Yal thought, gnashing his teeth, that it was even colder here. Granfell said that this was a good time to hunt, and his rage increasingly boiled over. Hearing a growl, he turned around. In front of him was a pack of blood wolves, level 230. The protagonist thought that he only had level 67, but he could win. A dialogue box reported the activation of the natural enemy skill. Granfell grinned and said he was greeted by the Earl's dogs. The wolves were rolling sharp teeth, and he said that they had chosen the wrong master. A dagger appeared in his hand with a bright light. Granfell said he was very kind, so he would help ignorant creatures feel the fear of becoming prey. The wind fluttered his hair and collar. A dialogue box announced the start of the hunt. The guys in armor stood among the dead wolves with arrows sticking out of them. Leni, cursing, kicked one of the wolves angrily. The guy, lifting his dark glasses from his eyes, asked her to calm down a bit. The girl, laughing, said it was business as usual. Leonie, frowning and breathing heavily, looked down. The dead wolf in front of her lay in a pool of blood. The boy said that they had already killed so many of them, and they still didn't run out. The girl, wiping herself with a bloody handkerchief, said it wasn't that much. Leonie said that was strange. The guy glanced in her direction. Leonie said it was like they didn't feel fear, or rather didn't even know about it. The guy asked what she was talking about. The guy with the dark hair picking his nose told him not to be rude to her. Leonie said that everything felt kind of unnatural. She asked if they had ever noticed them whimpering or howling in pain. Everyone lowered their gaze in amazement. Hearing a loud howl, Leonie turned around. In front of her was a pile of huge rocks. The guy with blonde hair said that it wasn't an ordinary howl. The guy with dark hair said that this howl sounded scared. He asked what happened there if they didn't howl after their attack. Leonie rushed forward and said they would look and find out. The others ran after her. Granfell with a focused face was firing his bow. He could feel the mana in the arrowhead. The arrow wasn't the best, but one could examine the mana, interfere with it, and then manifest it. The protagonist shot a fiery arrow from his bow, piercing the wolf through. The wolves froze fearfully, looking at the wolf burning alive. The protagonist, surrounded by flames, was holding a bow and arrow. Leonie stopped next to a tree, eyes wide open. The guy motioned for her to wait for them. Looking at the flames in front of her, she asked what was going on here. Granfell was sitting in front of him with a thermos in his hand, surrounded by burning wolves. He was calmly drinking his tea. The guy with dark hair said it was a fire arrow. He asked if it was a magic skill. Leonie asked who it was. She asked about him wearing a suit and shoes in the rift and drinking tea in the middle of the flames. A guy with blonde hair raised a finger and suggested it was a streamer broadcasting from the rift. Someone said that sounded plausible, and he was probably following some guild and fell behind. Leonie yelled about how dangerous it was and civilians had nothing to do here. The protagonist silently looked away. Closing his eyes, he continued to drink his tea. Leonie, furious and amazed at the fact that he ignored her. He called out about being spoken to. The guy with dark hair noticed something. The guy with blonde hair called out to Leonie and yelled for her to be more careful. Leonie turned around. In front of them were dead men in armor with swords in their hands. The guy with black hair cursed and shouted that there were too many of them. The guy with blonde hair asked where they came from. The Blood Bandits, level 230, rushed to attack with a loud shout. Leonie, swinging her sword, ordered everyone to take positions. Everyone started fighting the Blood Bandits, chopping them apart with their swords. A guy with dark hair shouted to everyone to be careful because most of them had weapons. Leonie's eyes flashed with a yellow light and a red aura surrounded her. Throwing herself into the attack, she cut the monsters apart one by one and with a smirk told them to better worry about themselves. Someone shouted to her, "Ups." Leonie turned around sharply. She saw many monsters with bows in their hands. The monsters were aiming their bows at them, flashing their red eyes. The guy with black hair said that there was a whole crowd of them and they were surrounded. He asked Leonie what they were going to do. The protagonist exhaled, closing the thermos. Leonie turned around and exclaimed in amazement that he was still here. Looking at the lid on the thermos, Granfell thought it might work. Leonie yelled about how this was not the time for tea. One of the monsters pointed a finger forward with a shout, and everyone fired their bows. Leonie looked up fearfully. Looking at the hail of arrows falling on the hail of arrows, she whined. Magic surrounded the protagonist and the thermos lid in his hand. He thought, examining the mana inside the thermos. It's very easy to interfere too. The only thing left to do was to manifest it. Normally, applying a skill of the right scope would require an amount of mana that he wouldn't be able to handle at his level. If his guess was wrong, he would simply shut down when attempting to manifest. The protagonist thought, what if his spell wasn't a skill? Magic began to bubble and rage around the protagonist. The lid of the thermos, shrouded in a blue aura, rose into the air above his hand. A bright blue light appeared in the air. Leonie covered her face with her hands, squeezing her eyes shut. Nothing happened, and she opened one eye. Everyone looked up, asking why nothing had happened. In front of them was a huge stone wall. Leonie asked if it was alchemy. She said that she had never heard of anything like a skill that could create a wall of that size. Granfell, appearing behind her back, said it was not magic. Leonie turned around, eyes widening in amazement. The protagonist said with a smirk that he had used the most real magic. People in armor covered in blood stared at the wall in front of them in surprise. They asked about whether it was an alchemist. Someone said that he thought alchemists were just ordinary artisans. He asked where he was from here. Leonie asked about real magic. The protagonist smiled and thought, it turns out you can change the shape of objects if you interfere with mana, and it's really more like alchemy. They noticed that the ground and the wall were shaking. The brown-haired guy turned around in amazement. They yelled out that the enemies were on the other side of the wall. The bloody bandits surrounded the men in armor, pinning them against the wall. Granfell said, "It looks like the tea party will have to be postponed." Leonie turned around in astonishment. Everyone rushed to the attack, wielding swords and spells. Leonie, clucking her tongue unhappily, told the protagonist that he had better keep behind them. Granfell went ahead of her, raising his palm upward. A bow and arrow appeared in his hands, shrouded in blue light. The guy holding the dark-haired guy yelled out that a healer was needed here and he was wounded. Noticing the attack from behind, he thought he wouldn't have time to dodge. The impact of the magic arrow tore the monster apart in front behind him. Opening his mouth in surprise, the guy thought about the fact that he had killed it with a single shot. He wondered if they had such strong archers in their guild. Leonie stared in surprise at the main character who had just fired a bow. Exhaling, she wondered what kind of wall it was if he was an archer. Then she saw the fire arrow in Granfell's hand. Granfell shot the fire arrow and killed the monster in front of him, burning it alive. Leonie opened her eyes confusedly and wondered if he was a mage, an archer, or an alchemist. Another arrow appeared in Granfell's hand and she wondered who he was. The guys in armor were resting and talking with a smile, surrounded by the corpses of monsters. The guy with black hair told Leonie that they had looked over everything and found no more enemies. Looking away, she praised them for their good work. Looking at Granfell, she thought that he was annoying him, and he was the only one who went into the dangerous rift like that. Also not answering questions properly. She figured he didn't look tired at all. Frowning, Leonie thought it was embarrassing to admit it, but without him they could have died. The main character was making tea in a thermos, and she thought he looked like a ranker, but she didn't recall anyone like that. She thought he had good looks and should be thanked for his help. Granfell turned around, and Leonie thought he would ignore her anyway. Their gazes crossed, and her cheeks flushed. Turning away abruptly, Leonie wondered why he was looking at her, and whether it was because she had been looking at him for too long. It wasn't because she liked him, she thought. Blushing and sweating nervously, she wondered why he didn't take his eyes off of her, and if it was because he wanted to invite her to tea. Leonie figured if he shared, she could drink some. Granfell called out to her and she froze in place. Leonie, smiling nervously and blushing, asked, "What?" Granfell told her that she could watch as much as she wanted, but there was no extra tea for her. Leonie froze with surprise and anger. Several drones flew over a snowy forest with rifts. A reporter from Arcana Today said it was in Russia, right in front of a new rift. A man with slight unshaven hair and dark hair was watching the report on his monitor screen, and the reporter said that the whole world was glued to their screens right now because they had never seen a boss of this level before. The girl asked the reporter if this rift was really called the Territories. The reporter said that she was right and it was one of the 3 that appeared in that direction. He said there are hundreds of these rifts and they need to be cleared to get to the next level. The outskirts of the Territories, in the process of being mopped up. Count Family Territories, impossible to enter. Count Family Fortress, impossible to enter. The reporter said that Shining, Gaon, and the other guilds were in the process of mopping up right now. He asked who would be the first, because the guild that would clean up the rift faster than the others would definitely get world renown. The guy with dark hair frowned nervously and sat with his hands folded in a lock in front of his face. The guy in the black hat, calling him the director, offered a coffee with a smile. He had 2 paper cups in his hand. The principal told him to get in quick or he would launch snow inside. The boy exclaimed about it being very dark in here. The principal said he liked it just as it was. He asked what's up with the rifts and if there are any new videos. Guy said everyone is somewhere in the middle, and it's the shining ones that are doing the fastest. The director said then we need to get ready next to their rift and they'll do an interview right after they come out. Guy said it's taking them forever. He opened his eyes in amazement, glancing at the monitor. A guy ran past a reporter with black hair standing next to the rift. The reporter apologized and said that the assistant principal ran in front of the camera and he probably needed to use the bathroom urgently. The director, looking out of his tent, shouted that the first rift had been cleaned up. He said the rift had turned blue and someone had cleaned it up. The reporter asked who it was. He asked if it was Gaon. The director said he didn't know because there are a lot of trees and you can't see it from the drone. He yelled for everyone to run over there. The guy in a hat was running through the forest and noticed something. He stopped and looked in the direction. He turned to the director and the director asked what he saw and if he had gotten a picture of anything. He asked what guild it was. Amazed and slowly choosing his words, the guy said it was the Berserk Guild. Everyone but Leonie smiled awkwardly while the veins on Leonie's face swelled with anger. The principal asked, "Berserk, 32nd place in the rankings." The guy said they are, and here is Leonie. He said he sent the video. The director asked in amazement about Berserk sweeping ahead of everyone else. Frowning, he asked about the fact that they had passed the outskirts of the Territories, even though the shining ones were still only in the middle. He asked about the fact that they didn't even seem to be hurt. The protagonist adjusted his tie. Seeing him, the guy in the hat said in surprise that he was Korean. The director asked where he would be from since Berserk is a European guild. Reporters came running towards them, yelling about it being a blue rift in the first sweep. The guy said that there were other reporters running here, and he would try to get an interview. The director yelled at him that he still didn't understand what happened. The guy, apologizing, called out to the protagonist. Granville turned around with a threatening expression on his face. The guy asked with a smile if he could interview him. He asked what his connection to the Berserk Guild was, since he looked like a Korean. He asked what happened inside the rift, for he had come out of the rift that had been cleared. Granville told him to step back. The guy opened his eyes in amazement and opened his mouth. The protagonist looked like a ferocious tiger in his eyes, and Granville told him to back off before he ran out of patience. The guy froze in place in amazement. The protagonist turned around and walked away with a tense gait, thinking he was freezing. Reporters behind the guy's back ran up to Leni, asking her to answer their questions. Cameras surrounded the Berserk Guild men, and the reporters congratulated them for mopping up the rift. One of the reporters said that he didn't expect it to be them. He asked how they were feeling. Someone asked if there were any differences from other rifts. The guy with black hair asked them to calm down with a smile. Leni put her hand on her head and exhaled and said no comment. The guy with black hair turned to her questioningly. Leni told them to ask the guy questions. The guy told her that they cleared the rift first and they should at least answer the questions. Leni said no because she had nothing to say. Blazing with anger, she thought that Granville was pissing her off because he was the one who went through the rift and cleaned it up. Looking around, she wondered where he had gone. The guy with the blonde hair said he was already gone. He had to go home for a while. Leni exclaimed in amazement. She exclaimed about him just leaving. The reporters looked at them silently in amazement. Leni asked why, since he had handled all of this on his own. She yelled that she had given up and wanted to give the interview to him and he had just run away. She asked if he understood what an honor it was to mend the rift first. In the eyes of those around her, she looked like an enraged chihuahua. The guy with blonde hair asked her to calm down because he must have had an important reason. Leni angrily asked what important reason he might have, because such an interview could completely change the value and status of the guild and it would be watched by everyone. The guy asked what it had to do with him. The cameraman, noticing the blue light behind him, turned around. He exclaimed about it being a blue rift. The reporters shouted about it being the second sweep. The people from the Berserk Guild turned around. The reporters shouted about it being Gaon. Teeman emerged from the blue rift, covered in wounds and blood. The people behind him helped each other walk, tired and frazzled. The reporters called out to Teeman, and he turned around. They asked him for a brief comment. Ignoring the reporters congratulating them, he saw the Berserk Guild standing next to another blue rift. Looking at them, Teeman thought about the fact that they were not the first to clear the rift. Leni, turning away, frowned and said something. Teeman and the reporters looked at her in amazement. Someone asked if anyone had written down what Leni had said. Daeon Guild Camp. Red tent stood amidst the snowy forest. Teeman and Namkal were looking at the laptop screen while eating fast brewed noodles. There was a report on the screen where Leni said that it looked like Gaon wasn't the only strong guild in Korea. Namkal said whether she really said something like that. Teeman irritatedly said, "I told you so." He said she looked at him and said that. He exclaimed that those were the only words in the interview after the first sweep. Teeman asked how they were able to outrun them in the first place. Namkal thoughtfully repeated Leni's words. Teeman angrily asked what was so good about this berserk who talked nonsense. He asked who else could compare to Gaon. After handing his noodles to the guy with dark hair, he yelled about how he had lost his appetite. The guy said with a smile that he would eat it himself then. Namkal said that he felt like she had met someone strong from Korea in the rift. Guy looked disappointedly at the noodle box because there was almost nothing left. Teeman asked, who? He assumed it was the Mythology Guild, which was in 41st place. Namkal said that was unlikely because they were still in the rift. Teeman was happy at first, but immediately angrily asked who she was talking about then. Namkal said he wasn't sure. He thoughtfully said about a guild that was stronger than Gaon. Only one person came to his mind. The evening sun was shining over the brick apartment building. Granville was taking a shower, standing under the stream of water with his palms up. Lee Ho-yeol was happily thinking that hot showers are the best, and he lives for moments like this. Granville, drying his hair with a hair dryer, said it was gross. Lee Ho-yeol said it was like he was reborn, and now he needed to lie down and get a good night's sleep. Granville stopped in front of the bed, and the protagonist asked if that's what he was thinking. Granville, armed with cleaning tools, opened the window and said that a lot of dust had settled here while they were gone. Lee Ho-yeol in his thoughts told him to rest for a while. In the sink, there were several bowls and plates with water dripping into them from the faucet. Lai Ho-yal thought that this crazy person also cooked the food. Granfell, exhaling, drank tea from a cup. The protagonist opened the status window and thought that it didn't matter because he didn't feel like sleeping yet anyway. He saw a level 180 blunt saber in his inventory and thought that he never got anything useful. He noticed that the level was now 86 and he had risen 19 levels. Lai Ho-yal thought that it wasn't much for mopping up a high-level rift. Frowning, he thought that it was also very dangerous. Magic required less mana than skills, and because of that he could use it many more times. Granfell said that mana regeneration was too slow. The protagonist thought it was obviously because they didn't have the right equipment. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, he thought that Demon Hunter was a class with advantages that weren't about skills. Thinking back to the evil Chihuahua, Lai Ho-yal thought that it would have been difficult for him if it wasn't for that group. He thought he would have thanked them if he knew who they were. Granfell said it was all because he was weak. Lai Ho-yal opened his eyes in astonishment. Turning around, he thought that Granfell couldn't just accept it, and if someone underestimates him, he proves back. If he is overestimated, he gets better and makes the overestimation a reality. The protagonist thought about why he remembered this passage. Granfell said that the next target would be the Count's territory. Rising from the floor, he said he had no time to relax, and he couldn't rely on magic alone. He said he needed combat skills. Granfell said that today he found a suitable object to explore. The protagonist thought about the other players fighting nearby, and the most noticeable was a girl with short hair and 2 blades. He thought, if I can replicate her moves. Granfell pressed keys on the interface, and Lai Ho-yal said that he wasn't sure what he was up to, but he'd better stop now. On the dialogue box were the tasks of training a weakened body, run 20 kilometers, do 1,000 push-ups, do 500 pull-ups, do 300 burpees. Granfell, frowning, said that there was nowhere to go from the base. Lai Ho-yal thought he had a bad feeling for a reason. Granfell started washing the dishes and said that he would start practicing when he washed the dishes. Lai Ho-yal wondered if they would sleep. The full moon was shining in the sky. Granfell was running on the bridge, dressed in his usual black suit. The night radio was playing in his headphones. Lai Ho-yal wanted to sleep. A voice stopped the usual conversation and announced breaking news. The anchor said that 95% of the outskirts of the territories had been cleared so far, and the territories of the Count family would soon be available. He said that according to the information received, the progress of the destruction of this fault has suddenly jumped to 60%, although it has not even been opened yet. The presenter said that at this rate, the fault could be ruptured soon and experts are greatly concerned. Timon, who was brushing his teeth, Namkal and a few other guys watched with interest on the monitor screen. Timon gritted his teeth and said that this couldn't be possible since it had only been a day. He asked why the destruction had already reached 60% and how it was possible. Namkal, fixing his glasses, said that the time to mop up decreases if there are strong monsters in the rift. Timon asked if the monsters have gotten stronger so quickly. Namkal said he wasn't sure and needed more information. Arcana Today Camp. People were walking around the blue tents worriedly. The director, slapping his hands on the table, shouted that there must be some reason. He said that he felt like the monsters couldn't get stronger so drastically. The guy in the hat said that they couldn't know the reason if even the guilds couldn't figure it out. The headmaster, slapping himself on the forehead, said they need to find out. Clenching his jaws, he said it was no longer a matter of the company's success. He said if the rift opened and the monsters got out, all the players and civilians in the area would die. On the phone screen was the news: the rift of the territory of the county family showed signs of collapse. The solution is still missing. The protagonist thought that this had never happened before, so the fact that they didn't understand anything was logical. He thought that this information was only stored in action. Granfell said that they needed to hurry. Vampires are creatures that share power using blood. Count Oscura divided his power among the monsters of the outskirts of the territories, and when the monsters died, it began to return to him. He began to infuse the returned power into the monsters of the territory of the Count's family, so they become stronger, and the progress of destruction accelerates. The protagonist opened the door. Lai Ho-yal suddenly had a sudden realization and he froze in place. He thought, if a raid starts on the Count's territory, there's a chance that the Count family's rift fortress will immediately collapse. Granfell finished his sentence out loud for him. He said, Count Oscura is not worthy of the title, so he will just call him Oscura. Putting on his coat, he said that an aristocrat never takes away what he has bestowed upon others. Dressed in a long black coat, Granfell said he would be the judge of the scoundrel who tarnished the honor of the nobles. He began putting tea bags in the inside pocket of his coat. The protagonist thought it was very cool, but when they would sleep, Granville with a serious face told him that he would sleep after he died. Earl family territories, suitable levels, 350-400, 5 hours before the breakthrough. Meanwhile, in front of the breakout of the Earl family territories, the guy in the fur hood cleared his throat with a cough with a smile. He greeted his viewers on the channel of endless determination with a smile. Pak Huican said he was in Russia. He said that the degree of destruction of the rift had already reached 70%, and there were less than 5 hours left before the breakthrough. Pak Huican said that it was 3:48 on the clock, and even this early, many guilds had gathered in front of the rifts, showing a piece of paper with an inscription on it. He said, "Interesting fact." The viewers in the chat room were saying that unpopular streamers are not popular for a reason. Pak Huican said that unlike the outskirts of the territories where there were more than 200 rifts, there are instead 30 entrances in the Earl family's territory, which is much less. He said since there are fewer, multiple guilds will claim one rift, but both experience and loot are distributed based on everyone's contribution, so what matters is which guilds enter one rift. He said that they could see the first and second guilds competing. Namkal, wearing a scarf, walked past him. People in Pak Huican's chat room were talking about Namkal passing behind him. Pak Huican fidgeted and turned around. Namkal raised his palm and said, "Hello everyone." Timon, noticing him, asked if he had learned something useful. Namkal said that he tried, but competition can't be avoided because the rifts are too small. Timon said he thought everything would be fine if it wasn't the shining ones. Namkal, fixing his glasses, told him not to worry because they went north and might run into the United Heavens. Timon exclaimed about it being rank 2. Namkal said that there was a chance that they would fight for first place. Their conversation was broadcast on the stream Rak Huican. Namkal said that Berserk is going along with Second Son and Bohemian. Timon said that they seem to have been noticed after the fastest sweep. The viewers lost interest and started to leave the broadcast, who asked them to wait. Not far away from Timon, several people appeared. Turning around, he said with a grim smirk, "Look at these people." He asked them what they were doing here. A guy with long black hair grinned. Inazuma, rank 4. Isagi Kazuma, level 376, player rank 6, a magic copier and the head of the Inazuma guild, said with a smirk, "What a coincidence, Gaon is right in front of our rift." Pak Huican looked at Hisagi Kazuma in amazement. Timon said that they remembered insisting on not locating a branch in Korea. He asked how the flight went. Hisagi Kazuma laughed and said that it was much better to fly for half a day than to try to open a guild branch with them. Timon asked with a wicked grin if he was going in. Hisagi Kazuma with an equally evil grin asked if he wanted to try and get in his way. They looked at each other with evil smirks that would immediately start killing each other. Pak Huican thought that this was no joke and it would be great if he was the only streamer to catch this. A voice shouted about Gaon and Inazuma going into the same rift. A crowd of reporters ran past Pak Huican. They were yelling about how it was going to be a competition. One streamer yelled about there being Shining versus United Heavens, and here Gaon versus Inazuma. He said the sweeps would be insane. Another streamer said he'll show everything live. Namkal told Timon that he understands his feelings, but the main issue right now is the rift sweeps, and if they compete with them, everyone will lose. Someone yelled about Inazuma being in 4th place and Gaon being the underdogs who are in 5th place. He said that it's a battle between guild heads, and Hisagi Kazuma is in 6th place, and Timon is far behind in 11th place. Someone shouted out that he would be interested to see the confrontation between Korea and Japan. Veins swelled on Timon's face, and he called out Namkal with a smirk. Namkal grinned as he fixed his glasses and said that they came here first, so it would be foolish to leave. Showing his 2 middle fingers, he said with an evil smirk that they would tear them to pieces. Timon with an equally evil grin said let's go. Inazuma and Gaon entered the Eastern Rift. The Arcana Today reporter said with a smile, an unexpected development. Drones flew over the forest, and he said that Gaon and Inazuma had entered the same rift, and they were 2 guilds known for their long-standing feud. The reporter said that they are the 5th guild, Gaon from Korea, and the 4th guild, Inazuma from Japan, and their ranks and nationality draw a lot of attention to the competition. He said that the Northern Rifts were left to the 1st and 2nd place, Shining and United Heavens. The Southern Rift is being watched by No. 30, Berserk, No. 7, Second Son, and No. 3, Bohemian. The reporter said that meanwhile, the degree of destruction has reached 80%, causing alarm and fear among people around the world. Granville sat in the ruined stone room on a luxurious chair at a small wooden table and drank tea. Lai Ho Yal, the territory of the county family, an unknown rift. Looking into his cup of tea, the protagonist thought that in the past rift, he realized that he might be left without mana, and that's dangerous, so he is looking to use mana more efficiently. The result is this: magic based on the skills of alchemists can give objects any shape. He used the stones he used to make a cup and a table. However, the more parts he added, the greater the mana consumption became. A blue aura surrounded the protagonist, and the tea table in front of him fell apart. It wasn't particularly useful in battle, he thought, as if he was trying to bite off a piece he couldn't swallow. Monsters whose swords glinted in the sun surrounded him, and the protagonist thought he realized one more thing. The soldiers of Count Ascura, level 300, roared furiously, clad in armor and bleeding saliva. Looking at them, Granfell wondered if this was all the power the Count had given them. A blue magic circle appeared behind him and he said they were nothing. The monsters rushed to attack. Stones rose above the ground, surrounding the uncomprehending monsters. Granfell said with a concentrated expression on his face, "Return to dust." He clenched a fist shrouded in a blue aura. The stones piled up into a huge pile and crushed the opponents. The protagonist realized that when he used return to original state, mana consumption was minimal. Granfell said with a smile that he would call it reversion magic. Lai Ho Yal wondered if it was necessary to add so much pathos. Meanwhile, somewhere in the depths of the Count's territories, monsters in golden armor were wandering among the ruins. One of them turned around, oozing saliva from its mouth. Timon angrily stabbed his huge sword from top to bottom. The monsters got ready to fight. They rushed at him to attack, swinging their blades. Timon smirked, and veins swelled on his face. He pulled his sword out of the ground. Jumping into the air, he struck his enemies with a swing of his sword. The monsters ended up off the ground, chopped to pieces. Frowning, Timon thought it was strange because there were only a few of them. He figured they hadn't killed more than 10 on the way here, and that was too few. Someone appeared from the blue portal, calling out to him. She said as she looked around a bit, and Inazuma had the same situation. The girl with green hair frowned and said it didn't look like they had more than 10 monsters. Timon said that they went in different directions from the beginning and still hardly met anyone. He asked how that was possible. Hisagi Kazuma walked up to them and said with a smile that it was Timon. He asked if they didn't think it was rather nice here. The girl, dissolving into thin air, asked if they followed her. Timon with a smirk asked why he was talking like they were old friends. Hisagi Kazuma said with a smile that he didn't know why Timon hated him so much and he was upset to the point that he wanted to kill him. Timon told him to give it a try. A voice in his earpiece interrupted him by calling out to him. Namcall said he was almost finished analyzing this rift. He asked where they were and said he had a bad signal and picture problems. Timon said they were in some ruins that looked like a plaza. Namcall asked if it was a town square. Timon said yes and asked what was wrong. Namcall yelled for them to get out of there now. There was a rumbling sound and Timon and Hisagi Kazuma looked around worriedly. Seeing something, Timon frowned. The Knights of Count Ascura, level 350, appeared in front of them, riding red horses. Timon swore and exclaimed that these were not just soldiers, but level 350 knights. The knights rushed forward to attack. Raising his sword, Timon shouted that enemies were everywhere. He ordered everyone to prepare for battle. Hisagi Kazuma, grinning, grabbed his spear and said that it was cavalry. Timon reprimanded, thinking that the horsemen were getting many times stronger on the plains, and even with tanks in the front lines they would be defeated. He wondered what they should do. Hisagi Kazuma told him that he didn't want to tell him this, but I'll have to cover for him. Someone shouted that there were enemies behind them as well. The knights rushed to attack, swinging their swords. They found themselves surrounded, asking how this was possible. Hisagi Kazuma shouted that they were coming up on all sides. Namcall said that these riders had done a lot of damage to even the United Heaven Guild. He said that it was impossible to fight them on the plain and they should be lured into a narrow alley. Timon thought about retreating. The rider in front of him swung his sword, glistening in the sun. Timon thought, but where to? Several large magic circles appeared behind him, hitting the ground and breaking the stone floor around him. The stream of stones and magic in front of them pushed the crowd of knights back. The blue magic dissipated and Timon asked in surprise what it was. There were huge piles of stone in front of them, and he asked, a rock or a pillar? Looking up in shock, he wondered who it was. The main character appeared behind them, and everyone turned around abruptly. Noticing this person, Namcall grabbed his headphones and said that it was impossible. Everyone opened their eyes in astonishment. Granfell stood there fixing his snow-white hair, and Namcall exclaimed in shock that it was Lai Ho Yal. The main character looked away with frowning eyebrows. Pak Huikan greeted his audience with a smile. Holding a magnifying glass in his hand, he said that he was a little late while he went to the restroom and now they would continue to follow the Gaon Guild. Looking at the footprints left 5 minutes ago, Pak Huey-kan asked if it was Gaon. The viewers told him that there are already too many streamers filming about Gaon and it would be better to film something about Hisagi Kazuma. Pak Huey-kan asked if that was true. He exclaimed that his viewers know more than him after all. There was a loud sound, not letting him finish. Pak Huey-kan turned around in astonishment. The chat was talking about how other broadcasts had that sound too. Someone in the chat room told him to run. Pak Huey-kan quickly ran up the stone steps. Teeman and Hisagi Kazuma looked up in amazement with their mouths open. They said that there were stone pillars all over the battlefield. There were dead knights lying among the stone pillars. Looking at Granfell, Hisagi Kazuma wondered what kind of monster this was. He thought that without a single movement, with a single spell, the entire field was covered in stones. The protagonist continued to remain silent. Frowning and smirking nervously, Hisagi Kazuma thought about how much magic he had. He thought that on top of that, he was wearing pants and shoes without any battle equipment. Looking at him, he wondered who he was after all. The guy in armor sharply called out to him. He shouted about the enemy breaking through the stone pillars. Teeman opened his eyes in surprise. He thought of those stone pillars immobilizing the riders. Placing his hand on his face, Teeman said, "Words of gratitude." With a sinister smirk, shrouded in a red aura, he said they would save the words of thanks for later. Barbarian's unique skill, Berserk, increases attack power and reduces damage. The knight looked up fearfully. Teeman thought that with this skill, he would be able to resist them. He jumped forward with a smirk, swinging his huge sword. The swing of the sword struck the knight from top to bottom. A single swing of Teeman's sword chopped apart the knights opposite him. Hisagi Kazuma with his spear, shrouded in a purple aura, said with a smirk that this was their chance. He ordered to sweep away everyone in his path. The players and knights rushed to attack each other, swinging their swords. Pak Huey-kan opened his mouth in astonishment looking at this. He wondered what it was, and if some incredible support or mage had appeared. The main character stood shrouded in a blue aura, and the viewers of the broadcast marveled at him. Huge rocks shifted around the knight, encircling him. Granfell moved his index finger and thought, "Reverse magic." The stones collapsed around the knight. Pak Huey-kan asked in amazement that he was alone against the entire cavalry. He asked if they had seen it all. He said that he did not realize if it was happening in reality. Viewers of the broadcast wondered if such skills existed, and what class he was. A dagger appeared in Granfell's hand. He swung the dagger over a knight who was lying on the ground without a helmet. The people in the chat room didn't realize if he was a mage or not. Granfell looked at his dagger, which had a durability of 100 out of 100. He thought he felt sorry for the durability points. The people in the chat room thought that he liked bullying the monster. The protagonist frowned. Looking at the dagger shrouded in blue magic, he thought about what would happen if he changed the dagger's mana, and shaped it into the shape he wanted and then returned it to its original state. He thought maybe the durability would be restored as well. Lai Ho-yal thought, when he turned the stone into a cup, the ordinary stone made a very strong cup, and then he gave it its original shape and the cup turned back into an ordinary stone with no strength. He thought, if this transformation could actually restore the original state. The dagger in his hand turned into a silver stiletto, strength 1 out of 1. The durability is small, but it is capable of dealing a deadly blow to the enemy. The protagonist struck the silver stiletto, and blood gushed out. Several level-up alerts appeared. Granfell restored the original appearance of the dagger. Lai Ho-yal thought enthusiastically that the durability was really at the same level, and now he didn't need to pay for repairs. The people in the chat room didn't understand what had just happened and what kind of dagger it was. Teeman, breathing heavily, turned around. Everyone was praising each other for a great job and talking about forgetting about the trophies. Teeman looked at the main character who was calmly drinking tea. Namkal started talking about him, and Teeman said with a smirk, he knows, and he heard. He said when he saw him live and greed awoke in him. He can't let him go, especially now that the people from Inazuma have seen him. Hisagi Kazuma grinned silently as he looked at him, resting his spear on his shoulder. Teeman said they needed to think about what else they could offer him. Granfell stared into his teacup. Someone called out to him and he turned around. Pak Huey-kan said hello and said he was channeling. He asked if he could be interviewed. The chat was filled with discussions about the main character. Guys in armor surrounded the protagonist. One guy gave a thumbs up and said he was awesome. A guy with black hair asked him if he was Korean or Japanese. He asked if he was a member of a guild. He suggested he join their guild if he hadn't already joined one. The guys continued to ask him questions as Teeman pushed his way between them. Holding out his hand to the main character, he said hello with a smile and said that he had heard a lot about him. He introduced himself and said that he was from the Gaon Guild. He said that he had recently sent him a message about working with Gaon. Granfell, frowning, said he couldn't see the simplest rules of etiquette either. Timon froze in place in amazement. The protagonist said he would not answer questions. He asked to be allowed to pass. The people in the chat room laughed at the facial expressions of everyone around him. There was a news report about a mysterious player not answering questions due to lack of etiquette. The Shining Ones, dismissed by the United Heavens in a sweep of the county. Shining Guild Base. A girl with red hair sat with her feet on the table. A man in armor sat clutching his head. Rock sat with his foot on his leg and rested his face on his hand. He was looking at a screen that showed a scene of the main character fighting knights. Turning around, he grinned and asked the others what they thought it was with a smirk. Camilla, the 7th-ranked player and member of the Shining Guild, said that she didn't know because she was an archer and didn't understand anything about it. Dimitri, the 8th-ranked player and member of the Shining Guild, shouted that he could ask all he wanted, but he still didn't know. He yelled at him about how a popular pretty boy like him would never understand him, since he had worked so hard to get a date, and they had been sitting here for hours. He asked why he had to sacrifice his personal life. Rox rubbed his chin thoughtfully with a smile. On the data screen was Granfell with a dagger in his hand. Camilla, resting her face on the palm of her hand, said he wasn't bad. She asked what there was to think about. She said they should invite him to their guild. Dimitri yelled about how he was just jealous because he was hoping to be the first to sweep the county and now everyone is just talking about this guy. He said that they were already on the news so much and he wanted too much. Rock sat silent with his face expressing nothing. Camilla told him that this happens in the media all the time when there are newcomers. Dimitri said that they portray the star on purpose to boost ratings and views. Rock smirked. Camilla said if they had nothing else to say, she should go. Dimitri said he had a date, and he had specially rented a lounge at the hotel. As he left, he spoke on the phone. The white tent was surrounded by people in black suits. Rox, left alone, continued to watch the main character battle. Stepping down the hallway, someone asked what was wrong. A girl wearing a huge witch hat leaned in behind him and said it was unusual. Jesse, level 97, 4th place in the player rankings, doing a class assignment for a mage, a girl with blonde hair and green eyes, said that it was similar to magic but different. Smiling, Rox said that it turns out she could be surprised. Jessie looked at the screen thoughtfully. After a while, she smiled. She said he was a funny guy. Berserk Guild Base. Everyone present opened their mouths in surprise. Leonie, throwing a blanket at the guy, said that she was saying that he wasn't an ordinary player. Someone told her to calm down and cover herself with the blanket or else she would catch a cold. Leonie angrily yelled about how they were all telling her that she just didn't understand anything. In Azuma Guild Base, Hisagi Kazuma was tensely talking to someone on the phone. The voice from the phone said that since this happened, they needed to get this silver-haired guy. Hisagi Kazuma said that he would definitely accomplish that task. The Arcana Today reporter looking at the papers said that their listeners are with them again today. He said that following the territory rift, the county was cleared where the Shining and United Heaven guilds met, and without much incident in the end the Shining Ones cleared the dungeon first. The host said that the Earl's Citadel was further left behind and the rift was currently at 72%. He said that players from all over the world had gathered here and were preparing to start the action. The presenter said that this time the rift is quite dangerous, and the excitement of the players is felt, which has not been seen before. He said that breaking the Citadel could lead to the complete destruction of Russia. He said that all they have to do is wish the players good luck. The guy in armor looked at the bright red light above the horizon. The anchor moved on to today's news about the players. Granfell stared at the screen of his phone, placing a towel around his shoulders. The main character appeared on the screen and the anchor asked to see the shot. He said he was wearing a long overcoat with a business suit underneath, suggesting a complete lack of armor. Another man in the studio said he really couldn't see any gear in his hands, around his neck or behind his ears. He said he probably needed magical items to fight on the battlefield like that. Another reacting guy suggested that he had some hidden techniques, so he didn't use equipment. Lai Ho y'all thought that he just didn't have anything and that's why he didn't put anything on. The presenter with glasses said that it was impossible to believe that he had set up the stone pillars with a mere movement of his fingers. He offered to listen to an expert's opinion. The elderly man with glasses said that if he had been even a little late, something terrible would have happened, and he assumed that this player had immobilized the opponents and immediately changed the landscape, and thus saved the Gaon and Inazuma guilds. The protagonist thought that he just didn't have anything else to do. The man said that he just quietly observed afterward, and that was a real concern for those guilds. He said that by doing so it was like he was saying, "Now it's your turn, show what you can do." The man asked where he got such concern for other players in such a dangerous situation. He said it was amazing. The protagonist thought he had just run out of magical powers. Looking at his inventory, he thought he was glad nothing was said about his bad temper and lack of manners. He decided to look at the trophies he had managed to get. The protagonist thought they were rare items, and this was the first time he was taking such in his hand. A necklace cursed with blood. Effect: sealed. The necklace contains a curse of demons and vampires that is sealed. Purification is needed for the effects to manifest. Lai Ho Yal thought that such items are called demonic items, and if the curse is removed, there is a chance that the effect will manifest. And in other words, it's a lottery. Looking at the necklace, he thought that there was too big a difference between the probability of good options appearing and spending money to remove the curse, and that's why most players just throw away such items. The protagonist clicked on the exorcism button and thought there was another way to use cursed items. The dialogue box said, "Exorcism skill, summon demon." Lai Ho Yal thought that this was one of the demon hunter skills, making a sacrifice during an exorcism session. He thought that normally this skill was used to attack demons without harming the person it had possessed. But it was different when there was a sacrifice. Inviting a demon into one's mind is accomplished. The protagonist, smiling, thought that this was similar to the method that the demons themselves applied to humans, and there was certainly a chance that the demon would enter the body if the psychological strength indicators were low. Suddenly, his phone rang, with the name Namcall on the screen. The protagonist wondered why Namcall was calling him. Nervously pressing his lips together, he thought that they wanted to sue him for the way he treated guild leader Gaon. Lai Ho Yal thought if he picked up the phone, Granfell would definitely start nagging, especially since he had urgent matters to attend to. He decided to send him a message so he wouldn't sue him. Teeman and Namcall looked at the phone screen in amazement. On the screen was a terse message from Lai Ho Yal, "Don't." What the protagonist meant by that was, "Don't sue." Namcall said he had a sense of deja vu. He said the rift hasn't been cleaned up yet. Teeman exhaled tiredly. Looking at the TV screen, he said he wanted to apologize for his behavior and offer normal terms. They heard people on the TV asking Granfell if he was Korean or Japanese and if he was a member of the guild. Teeman said that etiquette really wasn't followed. Namcall agreed and said it was more like a bazaar. Teeman said that judging from the way his eyelashes were trembling, he was really trying to be patient. The main character was just tired because of using magic. Teeman said that since he wasn't picking up the phone, there was nothing to be done, and Count Ascura was more important right now. Looking at the materials for the report on the Count's Citadel, he asked what the destruction percentage was and if it had gotten to 83%. Namcall said that they had about 10 minutes, and then they could start preparing to get inside. Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet began to shake. Teeman asked if it was an earthquake. A voice announced breaking news, and Namcall's eyes widened. The anchorman reported that there was a sudden rupture of the Count's Citadel, and there was a sudden rupture at the 80% destruction stage for unknown reasons. He said that Russia is urgently advising ordinary citizens to leave the surrounding areas. The presenter said that it is an emergency situation, and after the fault, the citadel of the Count appeared on the territory of Russia. He said that the death toll is already more than 200 people. He said that the US and EU are advising Russia to close its borders. The Gaon Guild members stared at the TV screen in shock. They saw the Count's huge citadel shrouded in a purple aura. They noticed a man wearing pants and shoes approaching. The protagonist looked up and said that this had happened after all. Turning around, the people said in amazement that it was the same guy they had seen on TV. They asked if he was going to go inside alone. Granfell calmly went into the citadel. In front of him was a huge statue of a monster with a sword whose eyes were glowing red. Granfell said that it was some kind of disgusting statue. Lai Ho Yal entered the grounds of the Count's Citadel. He asked, "And this is called a citadel?" Granfell said, "However, it is a luxury for a vampire." Lai Ho Yal thought that the Claudi clan's citadel from his dark past was 10 times bigger. The statue's red eyes flashed. The protagonist frightenedly thought he heard them. The statue lowered itself to the ground in front of him. The guy fearfully asked what was going on. The other guy said the statue moved. They exclaimed that this huge statue was over 10 meters and this man was in danger. They said he needed help. Then they said that they needed to run. The protagonist slowly raised his hand. The statue swung the giant sword. Granfell raised 2 fingers of his hand, frowning. The stone statue immediately fell apart. The members of the Shining Guild turned sharply in his direction. Camilla asked what those sounds were. Dimitri said that the sound was coming from the citadel. Camilla said it sounded a lot like the sounds from that video. Jessie headed forward with a purple magic circle under her feet. They asked where she was going. They told her not to make any extra movements because they were going to go inside. Jessie, ignoring them, kept bouncing off the magic circles in the air. The boy watched with his mouth open in surprise. Looking at the wreckage of the statue, they exclaimed that he had just smashed that monster with a single blow. Lai Ho Yal thought, good thing it's just a stone. And he had broken so many of them already, this one turned out to be quite light. Granfell frowned and said that both in materials, depth, and even shape it was some kind of horrible statue. He asked why such garbage was placed in the center of the garden. The protagonist wondered if he was being too harsh in his response. Hearing a scream, he turned around. Guys in armor ran past the protagonist, shouting that the guardian had been destroyed and this was their chance. The protagonist thought that killing the guard was some kind of signal, and their morale was suddenly boosted. Granfell glanced at the dialogue box. Class quest detected, Desert of Confrontation. Vampire hunt. Feel the victim's fear. The protagonist thought it was a prerequisite for entering the citadel. He thought about what the fear of sacrifice meant. Granfell walked forward, and Lai Ho Yal asked where he was going. Granfell said they did not have time to think. Lai Ho Yal suggested thinking first because he couldn't be caught that easily. He asked how he was going to feel fear. He said Count Ascura has level 430 and he only has level 100. Granfell said he is a demon hunter. The protagonist asked, what next? In front of the protagonist was a room with a long dining table. He said it was a banquet hall. Granfell froze with his eyes wide open. There were many portraits with a vampire on the walls. Lai Ho Yal, shrinking back, clutched at Granfell's back. A huge sword struck the ground. Timon, leaning on the sword and breathing heavily, clenched his teeth. Timon swore out. Several people used healing magic. Namkal asked if he was okay. Timon, gritting his teeth, said that he was fine, he just found it a little hard to breathe. He said that after they entered this corridor with the portraits, it felt like someone was watching him. Someone like those demons, he said. Namkal opened his eyes in astonishment. He said the problem was the portraits of the demons. Everyone looked at the portraits. They started burning the portraits with magic. A green aura enveloped Timon and he said he felt much lighter. Namkal said he was thinking about why most of the players were walking back out before. He said that this castle is full of traps. He said that everything in the statue, portraits, and pieces of furniture give off a strange feeling. And now he understands why the Shining Guild didn't go in through the main entrance. Timon, smirking nervously, thought that the level of the dungeon was no nonsense. Frowning, he thought, no matter how barbarians vulnerable to his class's peculiarity they were. But if even at the entrance there was already such pressure from some scenes, it was scary to think what lay ahead of them. Granfell, frowning, said about the portraits. Clenching his teeth, he said that those portraits were just awful. Granfell, pacing the hallway, asked how one could dine surrounded by such ugliness. He said you have to have a very good appetite for that. Lai Ho Yal said he was being too harsh. Granfell said the statues are also pathetic in appearance, and he feels sorry for the stone that has become such statues. He asked why there are so many useless portraits. He said that it is already some kind of sickness. Putting his hand on his face, Granfell said that the structure of the castle is terrible. There are too many passages and branches, and there is a dead end at the end of the corridor. And if at least a little bit of winding was involved before the castle was built, it means that this man's head was given for the sake of balance and decoration. Lai Ho Yal asked if he had come to the realtor's office. Granfell opened his eyes and looked up. He saw red carpeted steps leading up to a large door. Smirking, he said, it looks like this is the place. Looking at the door, Granfell said there was a nasty smell coming from there. Lai Ho Yal thought that according to the diagram, this is the center of the citadel. He thought, as his intuition Granfell told him, that's where Count Ascura is located. Frowning, the protagonist thought, judging by the silence around him, the other players haven't managed to get inside yet. Jessie, hanging upside down in the air in front of him, said with a smile that she had found him. She said that she had seen his amazing magic. The protagonist stared back at her in silence. Jessie asked if it was him. Lai Ho Yal marveled at the thought of her hanging in the air. He thought about someone nagging him to save magic and someone else using it like pouring water. Jessie said she was so curious she couldn't take it anymore. She asked what that skill was. She said she's watched that clip of him so many times in a row, but there's no way she can figure it out. Jessie said there are no magical skills that she is not familiar with. She asked if he could tell her about this marvelous magic. Granfell was silent for a moment. Raising his head to her, he frowned and said, etiquette. Jessie opened her mouth in amazement and Granfell grabbed her shoulder. Lowering her to the ground, he told her to behave herself. Looking at her with a stern look, he said that this was the basics that everyone who wanted to learn something had to adhere to. Jessie looked at him in amazement. Then the sparkle in her eyes disappeared and her face became frightened. A dark aura rose around them, and Granfell opened his eyes wide. From behind a huge door, someone's silhouette appeared, illuminated by a bright red light. A dialogue box reported the activation of the natural enemy skill. The protagonist turned around. Count Ascura asked with an evil smirk who dared to disturb his sleep. He said that humans are stupid, vile creatures. Jessie wondered why Count Ascura was here. She thought it was a very powerful pressure. She asked the protagonist if he was okay too. Granfell asked with a slight smile, "The Count," he said, laughing. Ascura, without changing his face, looked at him questioningly. Holding a blood-cursed necklace in his hand, Granfell said he was just a vile vampire. A dialogue box announced that the blood-cursed necklace had been chosen as the victim. Looking at Ascura through the necklace's chain, he said that he would teach him a lesson for daring to call himself an aristocrat. Exorcism skill activated. The main character's eyes flashed red. The dialogue box read, "Class Quest, Desert of Confrontation. Vampire Hunt. Feel the victim's fear." Lai Ho Yal thought that this was an exorcism rite using a victim, and thus one could summon Ascura into one's mind and fight him. He asked how he would make him afraid. Granfell went ahead and said that he was a demon hunter. The protagonist realized the meaning behind those words. He asked if he could handle it, because Count Ascura had level 430, and if anything went wrong, he could be possessed by it. Ascura, laughing, asked what that hideous necklace was. He said he was a lowly human. Red energy surrounded the protagonist and Jessie. Ascura said with a wicked grin that he liked his audacity, but he was still nothing more than a pathetic little bug. Jessie shouted that Count Ascura was once again gathering the power he had distributed to his servants. Lai Ho Yal thought that he knows that, and that's a problem. He thought that the level difference was already more than 3/300, and if he again absorbed the power he gave out, it would be bad. The smile disappeared from Ascura's face and he opened his eyes in amazement. He found himself in a space with nothing but flat, dried earth. Ascura wondered what this place was. Granfell looked down at him, holding a necklace in his hand. Ascura turned around and looked at him and grinned. He said that he had unusual abilities. Red energy enveloped him. Ascura, surrounded by magic circles, shouted that he would crush such tricks along with them and it would be over. Explosions rang out all around. Ascura looked at the shattered rock in front of him, shrouded in flames. He said that he had hoped he could cheer him up a bit and he took it and died. He said that, like he said, he was just a pathetic little bug. The main character asked him with a smile if he felt that way. The fire disappeared and he was still sitting on the rock. Ascura, grinning and swearing, asked how he had survived. Granfell told him to look carefully. He asked him exactly who had died. Ascura opened his eyes wide in shock and a nervous sweat ran down his face. The protagonist was not sitting on a rock, but on the huge corpse of Count Ascura. Pulling back, Ascura opened his mouth fearfully. Wrapping his hands around his face, he screamed loudly in horror. Ascura shouted that this couldn't be happening. He asked how this was possible and it was all his tricks. He shouted that it was a trick and such a thing could easily be pulled off. Jessie thought with a nervous smile at what was happening now. She thought of the mage standing still and Count Ascura running away. Granfell told Ascura with a smirk that he seemed to be scared. Without removing his hands from his face, Ascura's eyes bulged in fear. He yelled at him to shut up and released a huge amount of red energy. The mansion's roof was destroyed, and Granfell looked at him with a smirk. Lai Ho Yal, looking up, said that the roof of the castle just flew off. He thought he almost died. Jessie asked in admiration if he had foreseen in advance that he would miss. She said he was very calm, and she opened her shield out of habit, and that's just awesome. The main character thought he didn't even react. The rite of exorcism skill is a skill that allows you to attack a demon without harming the one whose body it has entered. Ascura frightenedly asked what it was. When using a victim during the ritual, another effect can manifest. It is inviting the demon into the mind of its prey. Granfell in Ascura's eyes was wearing a hood with a cloth covering his face, and he shouted at him to get behind him and remove it. Mind control depends on mental power, so the demon was unable to sway Granfell. The protagonist thought he hadn't expected this effect. Jessie asked what was going on. Raising an eyebrow, she said that she couldn't believe her eyes. She asked what he had done to Count Ascura. Jessie said that all he did was scream loudly into the void, or attack a space with no one in it and run away in fear. Ascura exclaimed that this couldn't be, and asked how he did it, since he was only some pathetic little human. A dialogue box reported that Count Ascura was in a state of terror. Jessie said that it was very similar to the terror that demons instill in people. The dialogue box reported that the quest had been completed. Granfell smiled contentedly. A dagger appeared in his hand, and he thought that now it was time to finish. Jessie asked about the fear and terror. She asked if she had instilled fear in Count Oscura and how he had done it. She asked if it was new magic. Jessie asked if he could teach her this magic as well, not for free of course. The protagonist raised up his dagger. Swinging it around, he struck a blow. Granfell, frowning, looked down. Oscura slumped to the floor, shivering and cradling his head fearfully, and the protagonist realized that he couldn't do any damage to him. Turning around, he told Jessie to deal with him. She exclaimed that he had already done everything. She asked why she had. Getting close to Granfell's face, Jessie exclaimed that he could destroy him himself. Granfell silently averted his gaze, and Lai Ho Yal, gritting his teeth, thought that his level was not enough. He thought that she was also strong since she was able to reach this place. He told her in his mind to think faster and just kill him. Jessie exclaimed, realizing something. Apologizing, she said it was the one who asked him to teach her. Purple circles of magic surrounded Count Oscura. Jessie asked about what he meant, that if she killed Count Oscura, she would become stronger and be able to comprehend the new magic. A huge purple lightning bolt struck Count Oscura. Granfell watched calmly while Lai Ho Yal opened his mouth in astonishment. He wondered what the matter was and what it was. The dialogue boxes said, "You have destroyed Count Oscura. Your contribution to the assassination of Count Oscura has been recognized. You receive trophies for your contribution to the assassination. You have leveled up." Many level up alerts appeared in front of the protagonist. Jessie squatted down next to the handful of ashes that used to be Count Oscura. The protagonist thought how she was able to destroy a level 430 Oscura with one blow if it was in a weakened state. He wondered if this was the strength of a high-level player. Looking at the handful of ashes, Jessie asked what it was with a smile. Taking some of the ash on her finger, she brought it up to her face. Jessie started eating the ashes, and the protagonist opened his eyes in shock. Lai Ho Yal wondered if she was crazy and why put it in her mouth. A dialogue box appeared in front of Granfell. Class Quest, Prelude Attack completed. You receive a new class quest. Class Quest, Murmur. The curtain rises and the beacon lights up. Last Demon Hunter, you must light this world mired in evil. Someone called out to Jessie, and they turned around. Rox, who had the rest of the guild people behind him, said that all the settings had suddenly turned off. He asked if it was her magic. He asked if she had destroyed Count Oscura. Jessie, scratching the back of her head awkwardly, began trying to explain the situation. Rox opened his mouth in amazement, noticing the protagonist. Jessie glanced at the protagonist, and Granfell looked at her questioningly. She said that she was not well versed in etiquette, but would do her best. Placing her hand on his chest, Jessie told him her name and asked if he was okay with it, if she could inquire about his name. The men of the guild looked at them in amazement. For a while Granfell stared at her in silence, with no change in his face. He thought that her good manners were lacking, but she was ready for a change, and as a reward, he would train her. The main character said his name was Lai Ho Yal. White clouds floated above the tall high-rise buildings across the blue sky. A voice from the TV said that some man was fast approaching the main gate, and the statues started moving and attacking the man. A woman standing behind the stove said over the phone that everything was fine and she and Aaron were doing well. A voice from the TV said the players froze, but quickly picked themselves up and smashed the statue. A little girl with black hair gathered in two pigtails was watching TV, cradling a teddy bear in her arms. A voice from the TV said that a group of reporters had arrived after a while, but Count Oscura had already turned into a mountain of ashes. The girl called out to her mom. The TV said that the boss of this dungeon was destroyed by the player Jessie. The girl pulled her mother by her long skirt and told her to look at the TV. She said that Lai Ho Yal was there. Her mother asked what he could be doing on the TV. On the TV screen was the main character who said his name. Aaron stared admiringly at the TV screen while her mom covered her mouth with her hand in surprise. The afternoon sun was shining over the protagonist's house. Granfell stood with a serious face, armed with cleaning tools. In his hand, his cell phone rang, and on the screen it said, Sister Number 2. The protagonist thought about the fact that after the Earl's destruction, he was the only one being talked about on TV. The anchor in his notebook asked who the secretive player Lai Ho Yal really was. The protagonist thought that his relatives would have found out anyway and it was only a matter of time. On his phone screen, there were several missed calls from Sister Number 1 and Sister Number 2. Suddenly, his phone started ringing and a name appeared on his screen, Sister Number 3. Lai Ho Yal thought about the fact that he had 3 older sisters and they had been very friendly since childhood. To be more precise, it was his sisters who were friendly with each other. Massaging his temples with his fingers, the protagonist thought he wanted to pick up the phone because they would start nagging. A voice called out loudly to Lai Ho Yal. There was a knock on the door and someone yelled that she knew he was home. The voice asked why he wasn't answering the door. She demanded that he open the door while she was being kind. Lai Ho Yal's face was covered in nervous sweat. Standing outside the door were his 3 sisters, Lai Yunhai, holding a little girl in her arms, Lai Ji-yoon, a girl with long black hair wearing sunglasses, and Lai Yerim, frowning unhappily. The main character, while fixing his tie, said that they were disturbing the neighbors. He told them to calm down for starters. His sisters looked at him in amazement. A lot of people in business suits were walking next to a tall skyscraper, and a news anchor was delivering the news. He said about the new information about the star player who appeared like a comet, who had recently defeated Countess Kira along with the famous player Jesse. The presenter said that in response to numerous offers for an interview, he only said his name and disappeared. Namkal watched TV while lying on the couch with a bored look. The anchor said that he had become a real sensation that not only Korea, but also the whole world was watching. He said that a member of the Berserk Guild was also working with him. Teeman served Namkal a mug of hot cocoa. Namkal said that everyone around him is just talking about Lai Ho Yal. He asked how he thought he would join their guild. He said it's a real failure and they are finished. Teeman asked why he was so upset. Pouring cocoa into his mouth, he said that the best chance is still that he'll choose them, and they have his number as well as a reason to call him. Namkal, propped up on the couch, asked what the reason was. Teeman said he was talking about the trophies they collected at the plaza in the county thanks to Lai Ho Yal. He said they should share it with him because it was in keeping with etiquette. Namkal, agreeing with him, asked how much he wanted to give. Teeman, clutching his mug, said even if they don't succeed in hiring him at Gaon, they should do their best to remember him. The mug in his hand shattered, and he said they need to make 10 out of 0 to do that. Teeman told Namkal to call him now. Namkal, sweeping the mug shards off the floor, said he told him not to break anything here. The protagonist's phone rang and Namkal's name was on the screen. Aaron was braiding ponytails out of the main character's hair. Lai Yunhai, 3rd place in the family ranking, said with a smile that his hair color was beautiful. Lai Ji-yoon, 4th place in the family ranking, said with a laugh that he looks like Idol. The protagonist asked very politely how they were doing. Lai Yerim, 5th place in the family ranking, wrinkled her face in disgust and asked why he was talking like that. The protagonist, 7th in the family ranking, said the wind had turned cold. He asked what kind of tea they should make. Aaron, 6th ranking, sitting on his shoulder, said he was the most beautiful and looked like a princess. Lai Ji-yoon, laughing, said to her sister that doesn't seem to be his style. Lai Yunhai said he has become very serious. Lai Yerim asked about the fact that he is now a player, and he had some merging with the characters and that's why he looks like that. The main character said, that's right. Lai Yunhai said, laughing, that looking at him reminded her of how it used to be. Lai Ji-yoon agreed with her. She said, about 10 years ago. Lai Ho Yal froze in place. She said he called himself Granfell and said he wanted to dye his hair ash-colored. The other sister, agreeing, laughed. Lai Ho Yal was confused, wondering if they had come here to make fun of him. One of his sisters said that he talked about how he would greet his parents like the nobles did. The protagonist demanded in his mind that they stop. Lai Yerim folded her arms on her chest and silently looked at him with a raised eyebrow. She called out to the protagonist, and the protagonist turned around. Lai Yerim asked if it was dangerous. She asked if he understood how scared they all were when they saw the news, because it was rumored that players were often injured during raids. She said he wasn't answering his phone and they were afraid something had happened to him. Lai Yerim said they would talk to his parents and reassure them, and they had been gone since early morning, so they don't know what happened yet. But once they hear about it, it's not hard to imagine how scared they would be. She told him if it was hard for him, he could quit at any time. She told him to know that they were on his side. The protagonist smiled and apologized in his mind for causing trouble and said he was fine. Granfell said with a smile that for him, Granfell Claudia Orpheus Romeo, this is his calling. He told them not to worry about him. Lai Yerim looked at him in horror, Lai Ji-yoon smirked, and Lai Yunhai laughed while holding a shocked Aaron. The protagonist thought about whether to shoot himself. Evening came, coloring the sky with orange hues. There were several empty tea bowls on a tray. The protagonist's sisters were about to leave and were saying goodbye, and the protagonist told them to be careful. He told Aaron that he would wait for their next meeting. The sisters told him to call them when. One of them said if anything happened, to call and not to tell anyone that he knew her. The protagonist obeyed, and Lai Yerim turned around. She told him to save up his savings and not to dare write a receipt to anyone. Lai Ho Yal thought about what savings she was talking about and where he could get the money from. It hit him, and he smiled happily. He remembered the reward for clearing the gap, a source of income for players that is given to ARC depending on the level of the gap. The protagonist thought about the fact that Cosmo's development company had actually gone bust, and it was said that director Raymond was giving out the money out of his own pocket. He glanced at his phone screen, thinking that he always wondered how much it was. Lai Ho-yal thought, 10 million there, 20 million, or even over 100 million. The Shining Guild, a branch in South Korea. Camilla wrapped her arms around Jessie from behind and asked her if she was sure she didn't know anything. She said that she was said to have destroyed Askira along with Lai Ho-yal. She asked if she really didn't know who he was. Jessie indifferently said, I don't know. Camilla told her to tell her if she knew anything and to stop watching all the weird videos on the internet. Jessie gritted her teeth. A purple aura surrounded them, and Camilla opened her mouth in amazement. Jessie turned and asked if she could stay out of her way because she needed silence to concentrate. Camilla stepped back with her hands up and said she wasn't going to ask anything else, so she might as well not look at her like that. She thought she was boring. Camilla wondered why she was looking like that, and if it was customary to say hello like that in Korea. Jessie, seeing something, opened her eyes. On top of the video teaching etiquettes, there was an alert about receiving a reward for clearing the rift. Lai Ho-yal opened his mouth in shock, looking at the phone screen. Granfel's face expressed nothing as usual. He saw 110 billion won in his deposit account. Lai Ho-yal thought that just the trophies left by Count Askira alone were already enough, and this Raymond must be a real rich man. Granfell exhaled and said that he was rejoicing over some money, and that was unworthy. After the destruction, the protagonist received a trophy, a vampire sphere. Rank, unique, level limit, 400, effect sealed due to demon's curse. Needs to be cleared to recognize the effect. It was a unique item with a curse. Previously, the main character would have reacted like this. Lai Ho-yal, holding the orb in his hand with a chuckle, said that no matter what rank it was, if the probability of clearing the curse was low, it was better to throw it away. Laughing, he said that a demon hunter could use it as a sacrifice during an exorcism, and a bad profession is using the same trash. He exclaimed that it was very economical. However, things were different now. During the battle with Count Askira, he chose a necklace cursed with blood. He thought the item would disappear, but it remained, and the curse was lifted from it. Effect: a low probability attack activates the medium defense skill. Most likely, the exorcism ritual had a purification effect. The protagonist with a trembling hand thought about the fact that he had an orb, a necklace, and 110 billion. Lai Ho-yal was lying in bed with his reddened eyes wide open. He couldn't fall asleep. His mind was swarming with thoughts of what he could buy with 110 billion, whether he should open a savings account. He thought that he should buy items first. Lai Ho-yal thought, what if he would be cheated? He thought maybe it would be better to tell his family. Granville told him to think quietly. Lai Ho-yal thought that the right thing to do would be to buy equipment to mop up the rifts, but he felt sorry to spend money on equipment that suited his level. He thought that after destroying Askira, he had risen dramatically, and now he was level 134, while he was level 55 just a few days ago. The protagonist thought, considering the rate of increase, the prices for gear for his level were too high, and items with the necessary magic power and regeneration rates were not available right now. Granfell, frowning, told him to stop looking at his phone and sleep because he would ruin his eyesight. Lai Ho-yal thought that he was originally a millionaire, so nothing bothers him. Granfell corrected him and said he was a billionaire. AAU Korea branch. A lot of people in business suits sat at tables. A man asked them to look closely at the screen and said that if you looked closely at the way the rubble turned to stone, the use of spells would become unmistakable. One of the men, slapping his hand on the table, asked what this was all about. He said that it was impossible to make such huge stone pillars with spells, and magic power had a limit. The other man said that spells were definitely visible here. The man shouted that it is impossible by the laws of magic. Another man asked if there were any here who weren't part of the leadership team. He said he worked in the art department and could confirm that this was the effect of a spell. Son put his hand on his head and thought about how he was really tired and there was this Lai Ho-yal everywhere. A guy with dark hair asked him with a smile if he knew anything. Son, fixing his glasses, said that if he didn't know, he didn't know at all. The guy said he's been having a hard time lately because friends and family have been asking for something in confidence. He said there's no person named Lai Ho-yal in Arcana's database, and it's not clear if it's a nickname or a real name. Somb, resting his face on his hand, said that today is Thursday, and as soon as there is an update, things should calm down. Eyes widening in amazement, they both looked at the monitor screen. There was an update on the screen. There was a new location. Yusra Island had been added. Yusra Island. Back in the days when Arcana was a game, this area was mentioned as a treasure island. No one has ever been able to find it yet, but on this island grew gems that could not be compared to any of the existing ones in the world. And now this island has appeared in reality. The news anchor said that along with the appearance of the island of Yusra, regular conferences of mages will be held from this week. Experienced mages will gather and discuss important issues, which will help in the development of magical skills. The protagonist was looking at the screen of his phone, and the presenter said that this was the first conference since Arcana appeared in the real world, which caused quite a bit of interest from the community. One of the players who received an invitation was Jessie, the 4th-ranked player, who had just arrived at the tower. A reporter asked her if she came here because of Yusra Island, and if she planned to sweep the tower with Lai Ho Yal. Jessie said that she came to participate in the mage conference and she doesn't give interviews. Lai Ho Yal exclaimed in amazement that she was in 4th place, and he complained about her bad manners. Granfell, pulling himself up on one arm on the bar, said thoughtfully about the magician's conference. Lai Ho Yal asked if that was his priority. Granfell, lowering himself to the floor, said, "Sure." Tucking his phone into the pocket of his shirt, he said there's a saying about the mage tower being about magic, not skills. The protagonist thought it was a quote that was written in the description of the mage tower when Arcana was still a game. Granfell said he didn't know what this academic community was, but it would probably be useful to him. He put large rubber gloves on his hands. Granfell accepted to wash the dishes and said that they would go there as soon as he finished washing the dishes. Lai Ho Yal thought, wouldn't most people go right away? He thought that he was being too productive. The mage tower was surrounded by a large number of passers-by. There were many people inside the tower. A girl in white clothes with pink hair and yellow eyes was sitting on the floor, tilting her head sideways with a smile. Cleo, an experienced mage from the mage tower, thought that the mage conferences had finally resumed. She thought about what kind of research results there would be this time, and this time it would be Marcello's report. The guy on the go told the others to hurry up because he would leave without them. The guys told him to watch where he was going. Began to fall on Cleo. Cleo, surrounded by a barely visible magical barrier, sat with her face resting on her palm. The guy yelled out that it hurt. The guy with glasses laughed, and the guy next to him asked if he wanted to go to Yusra Island so badly. He said he hit a wall. Behind the guy was a magical wall with Cleo sitting behind it, who said he was a fool, and the guy laughed and said it was embarrassing. He asked for help to get up. Someone told Cleo that she shouldn't call people stupid. Cleo looked up, walking through the wall. Jessie said that this wall is the magic of illusion that the Tower Master created. Smiling, she said that it was difficult to pass through it without an invitation. Noticing her, Cleo fidgeted to her feet. She agreed and said that it was actually difficult for even experienced mages to bypass her magic. She apologized. Jessie said she didn't need to apologize to her. The guys talked in amazement about how Jessie had just walked through a wall. Jessie asked if she would be showing the way today. She demonstrated her invitation. Cleo said that she had been entrusted to escort the hunters to the Crystal Hall. She said she was the last hunter to be invited to participate, and all the guests on the list had already arrived, so she was going in with her, too. Jessie asked if that was true and was silent for a while. She asked her if she could wait here for a bit. Cleo asked with a smile, what? Jessie said that she felt like there was another person coming to this conference that needed to be met. The protagonist stood looking up at the bright blue light. There was a huge blue crystal in front of him, and he thought of the Mage Tower. He thought that for some reason every time he came here, it was crowded. Squeezing through the crowd, Granfell with a grim face asked to be allowed to pass. The protagonist thought that there are always a lot of people here, and they probably all want to get to Yusra Island. One guy, spotting him, shouted out that it was Lai Ho Yal. The whole crowd turned around to look at him. People were shouting if this Lai Ho Yal was the right Lai Ho Yal and if he was really here. The main character remembered that he was on the news. A guy asked if he was going to Yusra Island. Another guy asked for his autograph. Another guy grabbed his bag and told him he was a fan. He asked to take one picture with him and he won't hit on him again. The protagonist thought about the fact that in that bag were tea bags at 501 apiece that he bought to celebrate his paycheck. Granfell with a threatening expression told him to back off. The guy froze in place, and Lai Ho Yal thought how could someone he was seeing for the first time be so rude. He thought that if people were disappointed in him because of Granfell's terrible character, there would be even more attention towards him. The guy exclaimed about how very cool it was, and he could hear Lai Ho Yal swearing live. People in the crowd asked to cuss them out too. Lai Ho Yal disappointedly thought that nothing was working on them. The crowd surrounding the protagonist admired him, and he thought that he needed to hide from them somewhere soon. Noticing something, he opened his eyes in amazement. He noticed that there was something wrong with this wall. The protagonist thought that this wall looks the same as all the others, but there is some strange feeling. He ran towards the wall. The crowd exclaimed that he had just passed through the wall. Cleo, blushing slightly, looked up in amazement. The protagonist loomed over her, breathing heavily. Smirking, he said that it was indeed an amazing illusion magic, worthy of praise. The protagonist and Cleo were climbing up the platforms floating in the air. Cleo, looking at him confusedly, wondered who he was. Leafing through her list, she thought that all the hunters who had received invitations had already arrived. And no matter how many times she checked and there were no new hunters on the invite list. Granville asked if there were any problems. Cleo, blushing heavily, fidgeted and waved her hands and said no. She clarified about him saying he wanted to attend the conference. The protagonist said yes. Cleo asked about him not having an invitation. The protagonist said yes again. Cleo thought that there was no way that could happen and only the Tower Master uses such illusion magic. She thought that without an invitation card, even mages can't just pass through without an invitation card, let alone a human. Lai Ho Yal thought that there was something wrong with her. He assumed she had a fever. Granville asked if it was impossible to participate without an invitation. Cleo said that wasn't the case, and there was a clause in the rules that a person could participate uninvited if they passed illusion magic. Blushing, she said that he was the first person to succeed, and she can't figure out whether to be surprised or admire her. The main character said that he was repeating, but it is indeed a very good illusion magic, worthy of praise. Lai Ho Yal thought that he could really get in touch with this magic. He wondered if he would be able to do something like this when his magic level was at the 1000 mark. He thought that he had roughly figured out the principle here. All that was left was to add magic power. Cleo said as they arrived. A huge blue hall with blue crystals floating in the air opened up in front of the protagonist. Cleo welcomed him into the crystal hall, a place of sublime knowledge. She smiled radiantly as she walked forward a bit. When Arcana became a reality, its inhabitants, who were NPCs within the game, also moved into this new reality. Among them was one person of great influence, Marcello, the youngest mage, who was called the future successor of the Tower of Mages. The hat on Jesse's head said that he absolutely lived up to the nickname of genius and was the very first to realize the situation the world was in. He used all his knowledge to take action, becoming the organizer of scientific conferences where new advances in magic were expressed. Jesse said it was very boring. Had asked about the fact that he had just explained to her how great Marcello was and she was calling his report boring. Jessie asked what she can do about being bored and wanting to sleep. She said that even if she listened, she still wouldn't understand. Jessie said her only skill is magic and she doesn't understand anything about research and tampering with magic. And the hat said that still being in such a majestic place of knowledge is the highest part for a mage. Jessie said that if it weren't for the quest, she would have skipped out. Marcello asked if she was bored. Jessie immediately looked up, opening her eyes. Marcello said that the magic tower had been summoned to the hunter world for a specific reason. And to be honest, it wasn't just the magic tower that had been summoned, but the worldview as well. He said that you can still find a phenomenon called renewal. Marcello said that they are not at all familiar with their magic, as well as the difficulty they have in understanding their science. He said, however, they need to join forces to uncover this reason and reclaim their world without unnecessary conflict. Marcello said that for this reason, at this conference, the theme of the paper would be related to science, and in it he observes the possibility of magic. People in the audience asked in amazement about magic and science. A yellow magic circle appeared above Marcello's hand. He said that he called the new kind of magic fusion, and it was a new flash resulting from the harmonious fusion of science and magic. He said that one should be wary of such a fusion, for it was unknown what consequences might result from the joining of two completely different spheres. The hat thought that he really was a promising young mage, since he'd thought of merging magic and science. Jessie, smiling, said that was already interesting. Marcello said he needed the help of the hunters to do it. People in the crowd asked if he was going to give them a new quest. Someone said that quests are worth their weight in gold these days. Someone else asked why the quest window doesn't appear and what the conditions of acceptance are. Marcello said if you have any questions. He saw Granville, who put his hand up in the air. Granville said there is a margin of error in his research that was just shown. He asked what he thought about that. Marcello looked at him, eyes wide. The people in the stomp were whispering about deciding to point out the error to the mage. Someone asked if he wanted to say he understood the point of his research. Jesse looked at him rapturously, thinking that this was a most unusual guy, and he had come after all. People exhaled tiredly and said that Marcello the magician had a tricky question flying in, and with his temper he wouldn't just keep quiet. Someone asked who it was, for this was the first time he was seeing him. Marcello pressed his lips together. He asked about the inaccuracies. The protagonist looked at him, folding his arms across his chest. Marcello, frowning, asked if he could find out the reason why he thought that. Someone in the crowd asked what the question was. Granfell said it was very simple, and he sensed a difference. He said that magic and science are two completely different fields, and in the course of merging them, that difference became apparent, which was a waste of time. A yellow magic circle appeared above his hand, and the protagonist said that he had once experienced the difference between skill and magic. Marcello opened his mouth in shock. He thought that this couldn't be possible. After all, it took him so many months to activate and he did it so easily. Someone watching said that it was the same kind of flash that Marcello had shown. Someone else said that he had seen this man somewhere before. They exclaimed that it was Lai Ho Yal. The main character asked about him using centrifugal force during the interaction. He said that the process itself looked inept, but the result wasn't bad. Lai Ho Yal thought that he had originally spent too much magical power on the flash, but now that he applied centrifugal force, the effect is much better. The people around turned around in astonishment at the protagonist. With a smirk, he thought that he hadn't come to this conference for nothing. People were discussing his smirk, asking if he really thought it was all that funny. In fact, it was an expression of unprecedented joy. Marcello with a grim face leaned on the podium and called out Lai Ho Yal's name. He called out to him. The protagonist, eyes wide open, looked at him. Marcello asked if he could participate in his research. The dialogue box read, Quest, Marcello Research. Marcello, a mage from the Mage Tower, wishes to research with you to reach a new level. Accept or refuse. The protagonist thought that this was not only a new flash, but also a quest. With a smirk, he thought that he really didn't come here for nothing. Once again, people mistakenly thought he was smirking as if he had won. Under a clear blue sky, the sea waves stroked the sandy shore of the island. A girl with pink hair raised her hands in the air and exclaimed that this was Yusra Island and it was great here. She asked Leni if this reminded her of Arcana, when they were full of dreams and anticipating new adventures. She said that if she had known, she would have brought her bikini with her. Leni, grinning angrily, asked if she had come here to vacation. They said there were a lot of people here. There were many people with cameras in front of them. Snuggling up to Leni's face, the girl asked what her mood was. She exclaimed about being nice. Leni irritably asked if she was crazy. The guy with blonde hair said she was brave. The guy with black hair said that it was really crowded, and he assumed there would be bloggers and reporters here, but he didn't expect Arcana residents to show up either. The guy with the blonde hair asked if he was talking about NPCs. He asked, where? The guy with black hair pointed to the Order of the Lionheart. The guy in armor with long blonde hair said, what a commotion. The guy said after glancing at another group of people that judging from the figure and muscles, they were shadow mercenaries. He said that there was also a Hunter's Alliance ahead. The pink-haired girl hugging Leni said that the island of Yusra and in Arcana was known as Treasure Island. Leni said that they must have all come here just for the treasure and didn't even know about the rift. Getting angry, she said that he had a headache from all of this. She said that now she would have to compete with NPCs as well. The girl told her to think positive since the tower guys didn't show up. A notification of an incoming call appeared on Leni's watch. The girl asked who it was. Leni said that it was one stupid mage. Answering the call, she asked if the conference was over. The voice on the other end of the call exclaimed that it was unbelievable. She was talking about Lai Ho Yal. Leni asked what was wrong with Lai Ho Yal. Her interlocutor said that he had said at the conference that there was an error in the magician's performance. Leni, laughing, exclaimed about how he dared to point out the mage himself from the tower. She said that he was definitely crazy. She said that she knew it immediately when she saw him eating. The girl with pink hair thought about how awesome and very cute she was after all. Leni asked what happened next. The girl said that the mage acknowledged his comments. She said he bowed his head and even gave him a quest, and a big commotion was raised because Lai Ho Yal left with a new quest. Leni exclaimed in amazement. The protagonist was looking at a piece of paper with writing on it. Marcello said if there are substances needed for the research, write them down here. He said he would do his best to get them. Granfell looked thoughtfully at the piece of paper. Lai Ho Yal thought to himself as he asked about it. Granfell said with a sinister smirk that he would ask him to get what he needed right now. It was, once again, an expression of unprecedented joy. The Mage Tower towered above the cityscape. The topmost floor, Marcello stood in front of several hooded men. Bowing, he asked the 5 stars and the noblest of mages if they had summoned him. The hooded man called him the young morning star of the tower. The man said he had heard that he had suggested that one hunter do research together. The man said that the Tower of Mages does not interfere in the affairs of hunters, and he had violated the tower's rules. He asked why he had made such a mistake. Marcello said that Lai Ho Yal understands the basics of magic, and it was also noticeable that he differentiates between the two. He said that his abilities in magic could be of great help in the current world situation, and they would no longer have to just watch the rules being broken. The man told him that he was a tower mage. He said that mages make their own decisions and are responsible for them, and he knows that as well as anyone. The man told him that he respected his decision, but he needed to remember that he would have to answer for it personally. The man told him that if he had nothing else to say, they would talk later and he could go. Marcello, with a grim face in his thoughts, swore at them. He thought, how dare they talk about any responsibility when they themselves were in an illusory world and ignoring reality. He wondered how much longer the Tower Master intended to remain silent. Cleo, with a radiant smile, called out to Marcello. Marcello asked her what she was doing on this floor. Cleo said she was looking for the things Lai Ho Yal asked for and was just on her way to see him. Marcello asked her to give the things to him to take to him. Cleo objected because he is very busy. Marcello said that he was going to go to his place anyway because he needed to check something. Cleo looked at him questioningly and handed the things over. There was a double door in the middle of the hallway. The protagonist was flipping through a book and put his face on his hand. Marcello said that these were the items he had asked for. He said they were magical tools related to restoring magical power, as well as books about magic. Frozen Knowledge. Rank, Unique, Level Limit, 550, restores 50% of magical power when using freezing magic. Essence of the Sun. Rank, Unique, Level Limit, 600, restores 20% of magical power with a certain probability when using fire magic. Forbidden Knowledge. Rank, Epic, Level Limit, 590, restores with a certain probability 50% of magic power regeneration when using magic. Marcello asked him if he liked it. The protagonist looked at him with a focused expression. Clenching his fist, he thought about the fact that he was asking him if he liked it. The protagonist turned to Marcello, who had his hands folded in a lock. He asked if he really thought all these items were suitable for his level. Lai Ho Yal's level, 134. Marcello opened his eyes in astonishment. Letting out a breath, he laughed dryly and said that he knew it. Apologizing, he said that he had overestimated him. Lai Ho Yal in his mind demanded that he give him an item that he could use right now. Marcello said that when he asked him to bring him the tools related to magic recovery, he immediately thought that he knew this item existed. He placed a hexagonal brooch on the table. Rank, Unique, Level Restrictions, 100, restores 10% of magic power when using magic. Lai Ho Yal thought that the level restriction suited him, and if he could restore magic by 10% with no option restrictions, that wasn't bad either. He thought that he should have given him this item right away. Granfell said he would take it. Marcello said that when he realized the basics of his magic, he immediately thought he was an extraordinary person. But he didn't think he knew about this item either. He thanked him again for agreeing to work together with him. Lai Ho Yal thought that it was a simple-looking item. He wondered what was so great about it. Lowering his gaze, Marcello said that it wouldn't be possible to work normally now because, just like he said, there was a lot of unnecessary stuff in his research. A quest update appeared on the dialogue box. Wait for Marcello to contact you. The protagonist thought, that means we have to wait for the next quest. Granfell said he would wait while he fixed his flaws. Marcello thanked him with a smile for his understanding. He thought that perhaps with him he would be able to change this tower. Meanwhile, the main character was happy that he was able to get the brooch for free. Pak Hui Kan was drinking a cocktail while leaning his back against a tree. He told his audience that he was sitting in front of the portal to Yusra Island waiting for Lai Ho Yal. He said that there are many other players here and he believes that Lai Ho Yal is about to come. Pak Hui Kan asked if they didn't know that the main character is always the last to appear. He said that he will wait for Lai Ho Yal until the end. A guy with blonde hair wearing a mask came up behind him and grabbed his phone and asked about Lai Ho Yal. People in the chat room exclaimed that this was Kinber's new rising star. Kinber said that Lai Ho Yal has been absolutely everywhere lately. After Arcana became a reality, new faces appeared. They would do anything for their goals and were constantly at the center of accidents. Especially Kinber, who was said to be the most violent of them all. Players would go into the gap with this gang and disappear, and there were already many such cases. Pak Hui Kan was frightened, wondering why he was suddenly taking an interest in Lai Ho Yal. Kinber called out to him, and Pak Hui Kan responded fearfully. Kinber, squinting his eyes, told Lai Ho Yal to tell Lai Ho Yal that if he stood out too much, he would quickly bore everyone. As he left, he waved his hand and said that he would keep an eye on his broadcasts. One viewer asked if Lee Ho-yeol could really single-handedly mop up Yusra. He said that in addition to that, Kinber appeared. He said that Lee Ho-yeol has a lot of competitors now, and suddenly these gangs will get together and go against him. The viewer said that's probably why he doesn't appear on Yusra. Park Hye-kan gritted his teeth. He asked what kind of nonsense he was saying. The audience, agreeing with him, laughed. Park Hye-kan asked about him saying that Lee Ho-yeol chickened out and that's why he can't come here. He said that is just nonsense. Park Hye-kan shouted about Lee Ho-yeol not being interested in remuneration. He asked if it's not clear from the fact that he doesn't participate in commercials and shows. He shouted that he will definitely appear when the time is right and he believes it. The main character with a cup of tea in hand asked if there was a reason to go there. Lee Ho-yeol, lying on the floor, said no with a smile. Granfell agreed with him. Lee Ho-yeol thought that he had heard that Yusra was a treasure island, but a player with level 134 couldn't enter a level 350 rift. He thought that aside from that, the most important thing is that there are no demons there. He remembered the monsters of this location. Golden Sand Scorpion, level 390. Golden Sand Snake, level 400. Giant Bat with Jewels, level 400. Emerald Tiger, level 420. The protagonist thought that at this rate, he would be killed instantly, and he was tried if there was even one demon there. Granfell looked at the dialogue box. Class quest, rustling. The curtain rises, a smoke signal goes off. This is the hunt for the last demon. Illuminate this world covered in evil. Harden your weak body. Find out what great evil lurks on the island of Yusra. Lee Ho-yeol, looking at the dialogue box in amazement, thought about the great evil. He remembered the 7 deadly sins: pride, envy, anger, gluttony, lust, sloth, and greed. Lee Ho-yeol thought about the fact that he had all of these. He thought of action saying that the 7 deadly sins that signify this are called the great evil. Lee Ho-yeol asked about having great evil on the island of Yusra. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, he thought that now he would have to investigate the great evil that refers to the 7 deadly sins. He thought that he had barely defeated Askura, and that was by pure chance. He thought that even though it was a class quest, he should think hard first. Granfell said that he said there was no reason to go there. He said with a calm face that there was no reason to ponder right now. He said that if there is evil there, it should be destroyed. Lee Ho-yeol looked at him in astonishment. Putting the tea bags in his jacket, Granfell said that they were leaving right now. Lee Ho-yeol exclaimed that Yusra is a tropical island and this is a winter suit. The bright afternoon sun was shining over the island. Park Hye-kan opened his mouth in amazement and thought that he thought so. He believed that he would appear. Lee Ho-yeol entered the island of Yusra. Granfell covered himself with his hand from the bright light, and Lee Ho-yeol thought in horror that it was too hot here. Noticing the dark energy, the protagonist frowned. A dialogue box reported that the presence of evil could be felt throughout the island. The skill Predator Binding was activated. The protagonist thought that this strong influence was different from ordinary demons. He thought about the immense evil that could be felt under his feet, and perhaps this entire island is all evil. Lee Ho-yeol with a chuckle thought that the connection with a predator is what is needed. Granfell said with a smirk that evil flowing under his feet looks good. Park Hye-kan, filming the main character on camera, asked the audience if they could see it. He said that Lee Ho-yeol is currently in the Yusra forest. The chat discussed about his unchanging appearance. Park Hye-kan said about him moving very cautiously. He speculated that there is a hidden dungeon or some special method of mopping up on Yusra. The wind fluttered the hair of the main character who was silent with a concentrated face. Lee Ho-yeol thought that he had boldly entered but suddenly became afraid, so he was looking for easier monsters. He said that he was attracted to the place that looked like a resort, and he had completely forgotten about the incredibly high level of monsters. Granfell said that he was just looking for a suitable opponent to battle. Park Hye-kan told his viewers that he would try not to disturb Lee Ho-yeol with his broadcast, and if they were not happy with it, they could leave the broadcast. He told them not to worry because he is a master at pretending he doesn't exist. The protagonist turned around abruptly. There was a loud sound like a roar in the forest. Park Hye-kan asked in amazement what the sound was. The guy gritted his teeth and told his party leader that it was filled with status abnormalities. The guy with blonde hair using a spell asked the archer what he was doing. He told him to distract it. The archer yelled that he couldn't aim because it was too shiny. The guy told him he had to do something. The Emerald Tiger, level 420, let out a menacing roar. Park Hye-kan covered his face with his hands from the gust of blue energy. The guy with 2 blades shouted that this was the reason why he said not to split up. Stepping back, he crashed into the protagonist and looked at him. He exclaimed in astonishment that it was Lee Ho-yeol. The guy with blonde hair turned around and asked if it was really Lai Ho Yal. He asked why he was here. Lai Ho Yal thought he wanted to ask the same thing. He thought that he wanted to fight a scorpion first to warm up. But the first monster he met turned out to be an emerald tiger, the highest level monster in this location. The protagonist thought that it was only 10 levels lower than Countess Kira, and he wouldn't be able to escape. Granfell said that the situation looked bad, and the sunlight and the monster's shiny body were obstructing his vision. Frowning, he raised his hand shrouded in a blue aura forward. The stone struck the emerald tiger. Granfell said that if he stopped its movements, it would no longer be able to do anything. The emerald tiger was pinned down by the huge stones. The boys opened their mouths in amazement. They asked what kind of magic it was. A bright yellow magic appeared in Granfell's hand, and he decided to try out this spell. He calmly said, "Ignition." The emerald tiger in front of him was enveloped by a flash of flame. Pak Hui Kan covered himself with his hands from the strong flow of energy. They asked what it was. Where the emerald tiger had been before, only burning flames remained. Granfell closed his eyes and the brooch on his chest sparkled. The dialogue box read, "Your contribution to the destruction of the emerald tiger has been recognized. You have increased your level." Lai Ho Yal thought that he had succeeded, and this was the same ignition that Marcello had taught him. He thought it was an incredible skill, and recovering 10% of magic with the brooch was also tangible. The guy said that it couldn't be, and he destroyed a level 420 emerald tiger with a single blow. The bright sun shone through the leaves of the trees of the rainforest. Shrake, the third-ranked player, swordsman, guildmaster of the Second Sun Guild, swung a sword and struck the tree. He yelled at the fact that it had been so many hours since arriving on the island and they were still circling the outskirts. Second Sun, rank 7 in the guild rankings. A man with gray hair told him that he thought they should team up with the units that were moving separately. He said he had heard that the Shining Guild had cleared out almost the entire center of the island, and it seemed their troops couldn't handle the monsters that were stronger than they thought. Shrake, gritting his teeth, said that he was aware of this. He wondered if they had split up for nothing, and they were planning to beat the past achievement of the Berserk Guild, which was why they had split up, to get as many trophies as possible. Shrake wondered if he had underestimated Yusra. He said that he didn't want to admit it, but he had shown greed and they needed to unite. The guy with the phone called out to him. He said they had been contacted by a squad that had traveled back and he thought he better pick up the phone. Shrake said he was just about to make the call. He said they should team up and he is going to head out to them. Guy said no, and they better come to them. He said this route is complete. Shrake, eyes wide open in amazement, asked what he was talking about. He told him to speak more clearly. The guy shouted into the phone, "Lai Ho Yal," standing in front of the forest shrouded in flames. He said Lai Ho Yal had already passed through here. Shrake asked where Lai Ho Yal was coming from. The hooded guy ran up and called out to him. He said he had a report from the guild that attended the conference in the tower. He pointed his finger at the watch on his arm that had an incoming call on it. The guy said that Lai Ho Yal had received a quest from Mage Marcello and had become the first player to get a private lab on the top floor of the tower. Everyone looked at him in amazement. Shrake thought about the NPC befriending a player, and he thought it was all media exaggeration. He said to tell the analysis department to check everything about Lai Ho Yal and then report back to him. He thought that perhaps he was much more dangerous than he was said to be. Lai Ho Yal happily looked at the pure emerald in his hand. Rank, unique, used as a top quality material. The effect can be checked when making an item. The protagonist joyfully thought that this was a unique rank material, and one he had never dared to dream of. Granfell said while averting his gaze that it was vile. Lai Ho Yal thought that this unique rank material would probably just go to waste because there were too few craftsmen who could handle it. But if the tower requested the production of the item as part of the research. Without finishing the thought, he laughed. Granfell opened his eyes, noticing something. Looking at the dark energy in front of him, he said that the air had changed. The protagonist wondered what it was, and if it was Granfell's intuition as well. He thought he suddenly had some ominous shivering all over his body. Granfell glanced at the dialogue box. Class quest, rustling. Find out what great evil lurks on the island of Yusra is being fulfilled. The protagonist wondered why the class quest dialogue box appeared again. The ground began to shake, and Granfell turned around fearfully. Birds immediately flew out of the trees. The dialogue box read, Yusra Island is beginning to be consumed by greed. Destruction process, 1 out of 10. Lai Ho Yal looked at the dialogue box in horror. Identical dialogue boxes appeared in front of the people from Second Sun and they asked in amazement what was going on. Shrake asked about Yusra Island being torn apart. He shouted about how it was just a new territory, and the mechanism was originally different from the rupture system. They asked what one step of the rupture process meant then. The protagonist looked at the dialogue box. Granville asked about greed, tapping the red dialogue box. He asked with a slight smile if this greed was awakened by people's petty desires. Lai Hoyal hoped that it was not him who had awakened this greed. The great evil of Yusra Island. Judging from the pop-up, it was the demon of greed. A viewer of the broadcast asked what the process of destruction was. Pak Huikan said that he is now trying to find out. The demon hunters from Action may know something. A person in the chat room said that Yusra consists of 10 islands and the Shining Ones just cleared one of them. Another person asked if a single cell of the destruction process indicated that, if the destruction process is completely filled, a great evil will awaken. Granville glanced at the dialogue box that appeared. New tasks appeared on the class quest window. Prevent the resurrection of greed. Make it so that greed will not touch the treasures of the island. The protagonist thought he was glad that he had to prevent rather than destroy. Hearing a scream, he turned around. The guy in armor shouted that he heard that the Shining Ones had scoured one island and found the treasure. He shouted that meant there was indeed treasure. He said that there were 9 islands left, and if they didn't hurry, they wouldn't get anything. The guy yelled out that they too should get at least one treasure before everything was destroyed. The protagonist thought this was a common reaction. At this moment, all the players on Yusra Island are thinking the same thing themselves that they are thinking. To prevent greed from getting to the treasure, you have to let go of your own desire, but it's impossible to convince all the players of this. Some shouted to get out of here because their guild came here first. Others objected and said to try and stop him if they had the strength. Lai Hoyal nervously thought about what he should do. Granville exhaled heavily. He said that there was only one way left. Frowning, he said that he would take all the treasures for himself. Lai Hoyal, looking at him questioningly, wondered if this was the right thing to do. The second island of Yusra. The sky was covered in purple clouds. The Shining Guild squad. Rox, Camilla, and Dimitri looked at the red dialogue boxes. Dimitri asked Camilla what she thought of the destruction process. She said it was obvious, and Yusra is made up of 10 islands, and there are 10 cells in the destruction process, one of which is painted over. Camilla said that this cell filled up as soon as they found the treasure, and that means it's a countdown. She asked Rox if he agreed. Rox grinned in agreement and asked if they had heard Jessia's report. Dimitri asked if it was about Lai Hoyal getting a quest in the tower and going to the topmost floor. Camilla said that Jessie was very nice, and her eyes glistened intensely at the mention of Lai Hoyal. He asked if there was something between them. Dimitri yelled at her to be serious in a situation like this. Camilla told him that people like him who rented an entire hotel lounge and then got rejected don't understand. Rox said with a smirk that this Lai Hoyal is going up pretty fast, which could be dangerous. He asked them if they could beat him if they went up against him. Dimitri and Camilla looked at him in amazement. Dimitri smiled awkwardly and said that he wanted to avoid adventures if possible. Camilla asked Rox if he was joking, because there was enough trouble right now from dealing with the rest of them. She added that Jessie wouldn't let that happen. Dimitri said that he hadn't done anything bad to them yet. Rox, eyes closed, said that was true. He said with a smirk that he just said it out of jealousy, and they had no need to become enemies with him. The guys in armor looked at the dialogue box and exclaimed that another cell in the progression of destruction had been filled. Rox asked who it was this time. Dimitri said it was the United Sky Guild. Camilla said, it looks like the situation is getting more serious. Rox, squaring his shoulders, said at this rate they will be left without treasure. He said it was time for them to go too. The forest on the island was shrouded in a purple aura. Lai Hoyal opened his mouth in shock. He was telling Granville to stop, asking what he meant by taking all the treasures for himself. Granville said that he meant exactly what it looked like, and he would take all the treasures for himself. Lai Hoyal, clawing at his leg, asked him if he still hadn't realized that if all the cells were filled, greed would wake up. He asked if he really wanted to get his hands on the treasure since greed was unstoppable anyway. Granville stopped. In front of him were people from the Lionheart Order. The protagonist, noticing the flag in the lion head armor, realized that it was the Lionheart Order. Lai Hoyal thought that he didn't expect that he would meet the best order of the Arcana times here. Granville turned to the commander of the order, Harkin Kingsguard, with a smirk. Harkin looked back at him with a slight smile. A boy with long blonde hair demanded to show deference to the commander. Harkin stopped him with a hand gesture and asked the protagonist his name. The protagonist said his name was Lai Hoyal, and he didn't expect to meet the Lionheart Order here. Lai Hoyal thought it was like he was in a historical movie. Harkin asked why he felt that he was very different from other adventurers. He opened his eyes wide. He noticed a hexagonal brooch on the main character's jacket. Harkin said, that brooch. Something sparkled in the sky, and Granfell opened his eyes. Something hit the ground, exploding, and the protagonist jumped to the side. The knights asked if it was a meteor. A guy with long hair coughed and asked the commander if he was okay. Harkin looked up in amazement. The guy with the long hair opened his eyes in shock and frowned. There was a giant turtle in front of them and he shouted that it was the master of the island. A huge turtle with golden fangs, level 450. Harkin loudly ordered everyone to prepare for battle. The guy with long hair bellowed and asked why exactly such a monster with the highest level was the master of Yusra. The turtle's eyes flashed green and he shouted that he was going to launch a meteor. Harkin ordered everyone to take their positions. The turtle angrily put his head down angrily. Meteorites fell to the ground around them, and the guy with long hair clenched his teeth and exclaimed at the incredible power. One of the knights shouted to the commander that they couldn't see anything because of the meteorites, and they couldn't get close to the enemy. The turtle raised a huge paw. A nervous sweat ran down Harkin's face. The huge paw came down on a guy with long hair, and Harkin called out his name. Throwing himself forward, he yelled for him to step aside. The turtle stepped on Enoch with force. The shockwave pushed the knights back, and they covered their faces with their hands. Harkin, breathing heavily, looked forward. Granfell stood before him, shrouded in a blue aura that created a huge pile of rocks under the turtle's paw. The knights asked in amazement who he was, for he had created a wall of nothing in an instant. Harkin, holding Enoch in his hands, asked him who he was. The protagonist said that this was not a good time for introductions. Harkin, mouth open, raised his gaze upward. The turtle smashed the pile of rocks with a loud roar. The knights shouted its call for the meteorite again. Someone ordered to take up positions and shoot upwards. Lai Ho Yal, breathing heavily, thought that he had increased the strength of the wall to maximum and expended too much magical power, and if it wasn't for the brooch, he would have already fallen down without strength. Frowning, he thought that he should save his magic and let the Lionheart Order fight. Harkin turned to the main character, and the latter turned around. He said he thanked him for helping him and their order. Harkin said that if he helps them in this battle, he swears that they will never forget his kindness. Lai Ho Yal imagines he said that they would pay for his bus fare. Lai Ho Yal thought that was great. Granfell said with a smile that monsters should be fought accordingly, and if he needed his help, he would gladly give it. The protagonist thought about his manner of speech again. Pak Huican opened his mouth wide in surprise. He is among the vegetation. Granfell is standing in front of Harkin Kingsguard and his subordinates, and Pak Huican is in the foreground filming Harkin Kingsguard with his smartphone camera. Broadcast by HVI Can TV. Number of viewers, 512,998 people. Pak Huican with a happy face asks the viewers if they saw Harkin Kingsguard swear on his heart and if it was just his imagination. The viewers discuss Harkin Kingsguard's actions and ask Pak Huican to come closer. The streamer says it's dangerous to get closer because of the island master, but it won't affect the view of the battle. The huge turtle destroys the ground beneath it with a piercing roar. It turns its head. Harkin Kingsguard raises his hand and looking at the enemy calls out to the lion-hearted knights. He commands them to attack in the name of honor, whereupon a great number of knights in armor run at the island master. Harkin Kingsguard shouts that his weaknesses are his head and temple, the protagonist standing in the middle of the fleeing knights with his arms crossed. Harkin Kingsguard adds that he must first topple the enemy with kicks to the legs and then the top of his head will become visible. Enoch looks at Granfell and thinks about him with a troubled expression. The protagonist watches with a nonchalant face. Enoch mentally thanks the protagonist for saving them from the island master's attack and expresses surprise that the commander swore on his heart. He adds that it is the most trustworthy oath that only the emperor can swear. A drop of sweat runs down Enoch's cheek. He thinks that the oath means nothing to Lai Ho Yal. He wonders why the commander did that. The protagonist silently observes the situation. A huge number of warriors run at the island master with a glowing green eye, who raises his paw. The warriors utter the battle cry, in the name of the lion. The knights attack the island master, the knight in the foreground stabbing his target. Harkin Kingsguard commands to aim for his legs and bring him down. The protagonist thinks of this order of the Lionheart. The protagonist's soul and character watch the bold attack of the knights from the Lionheart Order. Lai Ho Yal with an anxious expression thinks that the island master is much worse than he thought. The knights surround the island master and attack his legs, but the attacks are useless. Lai Ho Yal standing behind Granfell covers his face with one hand thinking that the Lionheart Order is far from being weak. But this is going nowhere at all. He thinks they are used to fighting at close range. The reserve troops are just standing behind and waiting for their turn to attack. The two knights in the foreground are waiting for their turn to attack while the two knights in the background are attacking the island master's leg. The protagonist wonders how long it will take them to completely overwhelm the enemy. Granfell looks at a white and red notice, its contents surprising the protagonist. The notice says that Yuzna Island is beginning to be consumed by greed. The destruction process equals 5 squares out of 10. The protagonist is surprised that the destruction process has advanced by half. Lai Ho-yal thinks about the fact that treasures are being found too fast, and at this rate they will soon reach this island as well. He thinks about the possibility of creating a space for them to attack. His green eye shines brightly with green color. She lets out a loud scream. The skull starts to move with a scream, one of its paws striking the ground near the knights. Harkin Kingsguard can barely stand on his feet and screams that an earthquake is coming. The ground beneath the knights cracks and lava appears behind the cracks. One of the knights shouts that lava is rising from the ground. He adds that if they fall, they are finished. The floor collapses beneath the feet of the protagonist and the knights beside him. One of the knights shouts that there is no room to attack. The protagonist has a shocked expression on his face. He thinks about space and remembers the Tower of Mages where he goes along with Claire. The protagonist turns his gaze around. He calls out the name Harkin Kingsguard. The commander of the Lionheart Knights looks at the protagonist with a surprised face. Granfell asks if they are ready to attack. Enoch and the other knights look at the protagonist with anxious faces. Granfell concentrates blue magical energy in his right hand with a menacing expression and shouts that he will open the way for them. Around the island master appears many stone platforms hanging in the air. They are enveloped by blue magical energy. An army of knights stand and watch near the island master. Enoch and the black-haired girl knight are shocked. Enoch asks what is going on. Pak Huey Kan is extremely shocked, his eyes bulging and his mouth wide open. In the comments, viewers wonder what just happened. Harkin Kingsguard looks at the main character's magic with a surprised expression on his face. Harkin Kingsguard thought about it being the ladder of the master of the magic tower. Granfell puts his arm out in front of him, magic glowing brightly behind him. The black-haired knight says she has seen this ladder in the tower. Enoch says that a normal hunter is not capable of such magic. Enoch wonders who this guy really is. The protagonist looks towards the enemy with a serious expression. Lai Ho-yal thinks about running out of mana and in a trembling voice tells Harkin what he's worth. He needs to get out of here. Harkin shouts that the way is open to his knights. He puts his arm forward and stands on one of the steps of the stairs. Harkin shouts to the others not to miss their chance. The island master opens his fanged maw. Harkin shouts that they will end this battle quickly. Harkin and the other knights swing their swords and leap from the magical ladder onto the island master's head. They simultaneously attack from all sides. Harkin's hand clutches the sword with the golden hilt tightly in his hand while swinging. The sword's strike leaves a trail and hits the island master's head. Granfell is notified by a blue window. Granfell stands with his arm out in front of him. Behind him is Lai Ho-yal, who looks very tired. Granfell looks at the notice next to him in surprise. It says that Commander Harkin Kingsguard is refusing to contribute to the destruction of the giant turtle with golden fangs. The next notice says that Knight Enoch Lauren refuses to contribute to the destruction of the giant turtle with golden fangs. The notices appear one after another. The Knight Jessica Bright refuses to contribute to the destruction of the giant turtle with golden fangs. Players have relinquished the contribution to the destruction. Trophies for high contribution to destruction are obtained automatically. Granfell and Lai Ho-yal stare in amazement at the notification with multiple level ups. The protagonist wonders what is going on. Harkin to the protagonist and mentions the brooch worn by the protagonist. Harkin is standing with the knights Enal and Jessica. He says that the protagonist's brooch is one of the gifts the emperor gave to the tower in the distant past. He adds that they owe him the lives of many knights. The protagonist turns toward the knights. The army of knights makes a bow before the surprised protagonist. Harkin with closed eyes says that their order of the Lionheart will remain with the owner of the brooch, Lai Ho-yal. A notification appears above the surprised Granfell that the giant turtle with golden fangs has been destroyed with the highest contribution. A magical ball of blue magical energy appears between the protagonist and the knights. Lai Ho-yal with a surprised face says that it is the treasure of the island, while Granfell looks at the orb with doubt. The protagonist thinks about what to do and considers taking the treasure for himself, but he stops himself. For if he takes it, a great evil will awaken. Streams of magical energy swirl around the orb. The protagonist adds that if he doesn't take it, someone else will, and then the great evil will awaken anyway. At the notification with Yusra Island's takeover of Greed Island, the destruction process equals 6 squares out of 10. Lai Ho-yal looks at it anxiously. Lai Ho-yal tells Granfell to think some more about the island's treasure. While Lai Ho-yal is frightened, Granfell holds the blue ball in his hand. Drops of sweat drip down Lai Ho Yal's face. Granfell pays no attention to his words. Lai Ho Yal thinks about Granfell being crazy and wonders if he thinks about the consequences. Lai Ho Yal clutches his head with his hands and thinks that now the great evil will wake up and everyone will be finished. A magical glow all around illuminates Granfell's face. For Granfell, wealth is fleeting. Harkin and Jessica stare in amazement at the glow. For the protagonist, who was born as the heir to a great family and had experienced the delights of wealth, the feeling of greed was unfamiliar. Pak Hui Kan with a happy expression on his face filmed the main character on the stream. In the comments are interested in what the protagonist is doing now. Granfell has a crown forming in his hands out of magical energy, glowing with a bright blue light. He says that the best way to keep greed from consuming the treasure is very simple. You must take the treasure without any hint of greed. A notification appears informing him that the treasure of the island has been obtained. Lai Ho Yal has a lifeless face. He has realized the reality. Granfell fixes his hair with a smile on his face. Small purple magic particles fly through the forest. A man with blonde hair looks through binoculars, his hand covered in blood. Through the binoculars, he observes the main character with Harkin and laughs while calling Lai Ho Yal's name. The man wishes for the protagonist to collect all the remaining treasures. A man in body armor with blonde hair tied in a ponytail holds a bloody knife in his hand. Behind him is a wounded man with golden shoulder pads. Behind the wounded man on the ground lie two men with cut wounds. The wounded man holds up his left arm. With a menacing look he calls Kinber's name and calls him a pathetic murderer. Kinber swiftly attacks the wounded man with words that he will not just let this go. On the ground is the shadow of Kinber with a knife, and in the foreground you can see the head of the wounded man with a lifeless face. Kinber's hand is covered in more blood. A notification appears that the player has been killed and that his karma points are going up. Kinber says that it will be easier for him to take the treasure from the protagonist. A man with blonde hair holds a blue stone in his hand that shines brightly. A notification of 32 collected trophies besides the emerald appears. Pak Hui Kan has tears flowing from happiness. He clenches his fingers on his free hand and brings it to his mouth. He asks the viewers if they saw Lai Ho Yal get the island treasure. On the streamer's screen, the main character is standing in front of many knights with a crown in his hand. The streamer says that the protagonist got the treasure, but the destruction speed did not increase. Pak Hui Kan says that the protagonist remains very calm and does not even move, and then adds that there is really no greed in him. The comments discuss Lai Ho Yal's lack of greed. Lai Ho Yal stands behind Granfell and looks at the item he received, a look of intense disgust on his face. Lai Ho Yal doubts that this junk could be treasure. The crown looks ruined from time, and there are cracks and scuffs on it. The description says it's a broken crown with an epic rank. The protagonist thinks about whether this is a joke and that soon all greed will disappear. He hopes that not all treasures are the same. Lai Ho Yal directs his pupils to the side with a skeptical expression. Granfell turns his attention to a new notice that has appeared beside him. The notification says that the Lionheart Order is joining the team. The interface shows that level 166 Lai Ho Yal is joined by level 600 Harkin Kingsguard, level 430 Jessica Bright and level 400 Enoch Lauren. Lai Ho Yal thinks about what kind of team they are. Harkin stands in front of the protagonist, towering over him due to his tall stature, and reminds him of what he said about them being willing to go along with the protagonist. Harkin clasps his fist to his chest against a backdrop of his subordinates and banners with a lion crest. The protagonist recalls the moment when the knights bowed to him and Harkin informed that he will not forget the protagonist's kindness. Lai Ho Yal thinks that this is what Harkin meant. Lai Ho Yal adds that he thought Harkin meant that he would not attack when they met. Harkin with a smiling face tells Granfell that he saved their lives and showed a pure heart with no lust to get treasure. All the other knights also clasp their fists to their chests as they stand before the protagonist. Harkin says he doesn't know the protagonist's purpose, but vows that at least here on Yusra Island they will be his sword and shield. Lai Ho Yal thinks with a frightened expression on his face that there is no such thing. He is surprised that an entire order is following him. Next to the nicknames of the protagonist and knights, their health, mana, and appearance icons are shown. Lai Ho Yal notices that their difference in levels is too big. Lai Ho Yal with a wicked smile raises his hands to shoulder level and thinks about the high-level monsters that will now be weak. Granfell puts a hand on Harkin's shoulder and tells him to move on to the next island. Some smoke drifts through the rainforest. Kinber sits in a tall tree and silently watches the protagonist with binoculars. Someone calls to Kinber through the earpiece in his ear. He moves his pupils towards the earpiece. The voice from the earpiece says that Lai Ho-yal has gotten the treasure, but the destruction process hasn't changed, and asks if he is sure he found the treasure. Then while watching the order and the protagonist, the voice tells Kinber that Harkin has joined him and asks if they can handle the Lionheart order. Kinber laughs and says that his interlocutor pissed his pants. Granville is followed by Harkin, Enoch and Jessica. The voice asks who else has pantsed and says that he is just suggesting to be more cautious, then adds that the second son is different from those stupid ones. Kinber replies that's what it's called and adds that if his interlocutor is afraid, he can get out of here. Kinber's eyes glow purple and he looks like a predator in his mask with sharp teeth. Kinber says he's already prepared something for them, and as soon as they get on the boat to go to the other island, he'll snap his finger, and the deadly poison will spread throughout the boat. He adds that when they inhale it, they will be finished. Granville looks at his smartphone. He is concentrating on using it. Kinber suggests killing the protagonist first, and then seeing if he has the treasure ore. Granville abruptly moves his glowing blue lights directly at Kinber. Kinber asks, what? The whole world turns black, white, red. Kinber feels like his head is being chopped off. He clutches his throat with a frightened face and thinks that the protagonist has cut his throat, but then wonders if it's just his imagination, and then asks how he could have seen him at such a distance. He calls the protagonist's face sinister. The protagonist with a menacing face stares at Kinber in silence. The cute little animal sits on a tree and holds an acorn in its paws. Lai Ho-yal thinks the animal looks like a squirrel. Granville is still looking in the direction of the man who was watching him. Harkin asks if the protagonist has guessed it too. Granville looks at Harkin with a skeptical expression. Harkin with an evil smiling face mentions the rat in the tree. Harkin asks what the protagonist thinks of it. Kinber continues to hold his throat in consternation. A notification appears that Harkin Kingsguard is watching him and Kinber's psychological strength level is too low. A red and white notification appears of a status disturbance, of severe fear detected. The protagonist looks at an animal that looks like a squirrel. The animal with the acorn in its hands makes cute sounds, with glowing yellow particles flying around it. Harkin mentally asks himself what's wrong and assumes he doesn't like squirrels because the protagonist's facial expression is too stern. Lai Ho-yal looks at Harkin with a worried expression while Granville says he doesn't even know. The protagonist turns his attention to the notice. It shows that the destruction process of Yusra Island is up to 8 points out of 10. The protagonist is surprised to see the destruction process fill up by 8 squares. He thinks that considering that crown, there is one treasure left and adds that with that squirrel, and he has to hurry. Harkin looks at Granville with a smiling face. The protagonist asks if it's worth worrying about one rat. He thinks that it is good that the awakening of the great evil has been prevented, because the process of destruction will not be complete. The protagonist with a serious look says that we must hurry. Harkin, with a smiling face, replies that he will obey. In the foreground is a rocky cliff, and a voice calls Kinber's name. Kinber continues to strangle himself with one hand. The voice asks Kinber if he can hear him and then asks why he is silent. Kinber leans on the tree that is behind him. He asks if he is alive and why Lai Ho-yal left him alive. Kinber stands in the middle of many black lines. He asks why the protagonist took pity on him and suggests that perhaps he was deemed unworthy. Kinber slides down the tree and thinks that whatever the reason, he is thankful that he was spared. He removes his mask and cries with his mouth open, many of his teeth missing. Kinber says he is washing his hands. A voice in the earpiece asks, what? A man with a dagger behind his back yells what nonsense he is talking about and asks Kinber to speak normally. Kinber replies that if they want to live, they shouldn't touch Lai Ho-yal. The man with the dagger behind his back calls Kinber by name 2 times. He holds a phone in his hand and asks with an exclamation what is going on. There are 4 men standing in the middle of the forest. A red-haired man with his arms crossed, a fat man, a man with a knife behind his back named Pak Hyon Dijin who is stomping his smartphone with his foot, and a hooded man. The fat man asks Pak Hyon Dijin what's wrong and he replies that the stupid man dropped the call. Pak Hyon Dijin yells that a lot of money has been invested in this case, and Kinber says the only thing he can help with is Hydra poison, and Pak Hyon Dijin even took out a private loan. The fat man tells Pak Hyon Dijin to calm down. Pak Hyon Dijin shouts with the words, calm down, calm down. Pak Hyon Dijin takes the fat man by the collar and tells him it's okay because it's not his money. The man with red hair separates the fat guy and Pak Hyon Dijin. He tells Pak Hyon Dijin that it's not like him. Pak Hyun Dijin yells, "Am I hot? Are you crazy?" Pak Hyun Dijin adds that they are the ones who are too calm, the rats, and asks why they are so calm. He adds that they're one gang and asks how much Kimber paid them. The hooded man asks what happened to Pak Hyun Dijin all of a sudden. The fat man puts his hand on the spot where Pak Hyun Dijin grabbed him. The man with red hair loudly asks what it is about and says to calm down and talk for starters. Pak Hyun Dijin with a very angry face yells out asking how much they agreed to take his money for themselves. The protagonist turns his head sharply to the right side. Harkin, standing behind the protagonist, looks where he is and then asks if something has happened. He replies that nothing has happened, but he thinks about what he just saw. A notification appears that a great evil influence has spread across the island. The natural enemy skill has been activated. The protagonist thinks it's just a normal notification, no different from what it was when he first arrived on the island. He thinks he's starting to feel even more and adds that it's as if the demon hunter's intuition is sending him a warning. There are black and white particles flying in the air near the protagonist. The protagonist looks away and thinks the demon is somewhere nearby. Pak Hyun Dijin with glowing violet eyes hits the red-haired guy with his dagger and stabs him through. The red-haired man with blood on his face calls Pak Hyun Dijin names and says that he knew about Pak Hyun Dijin's obsession with money, but didn't think he was obsessed to that extent. Pak Hyun Dijin asks what is this nonsense with a surprised look on his face. A notification appears to kill another player. Blood drips from Pak Hyun Dijin's knife. Pak Hyun Dijin says that they were the first to conspire with Kimber to take the money. A fat man and an unconscious hooded man lie on the ground in front of Pak Hyun Dijin. Pak Hyun Dijin is notified that he has received the golden fruit and 62 other trophies. Pak Hyun Dijin says they started it and takes another swing at the man with red hair. Pak Hui Kan covers his mouth as he films what is happening between the men. The first viewer is shocked by the killing, the second viewer guffaws, the third viewer wonders if it can be broadcast, and the fourth viewer tells the streamer not to breathe or he will be killed. Pak Hui Kan peeks out from behind a tree with one eye and watches with one eye. Behind Pak Hyun Dijin with a dagger, the image of a demon with horns appears, saying that he just got his own back. Pak Hui Kan with a frightened face runs with all his might holding a selfie stick with his phone. He thinks about the fact that this is murder. Pak Hui Kan adds that means the rumors about him killing people in the rift turned out to be true and hopes he didn't see it. The first viewer writes that he feels nauseous. The second user writes to the first that his nausea is not the problem right now. The third user asks what's going on here, and the fourth user writes that Pak Hyun Dijin just killed a man. The fifth one type 3 question marks. Pak Hui Kan thinks that if he's spotted, he's finished and he needs to get away from here first. He trips over the roots of a tree. Pak Hui Kan falls to the ground, sweat dripping down his face. Pak Hui Kan falls down but is picked up by a man with blonde hair and a hat who asks Pak Hui Kan if he is okay. The man then asks if the monsters are chasing him. In front of Pak Hui Kan, in addition to the guy with blonde hair or another person, a man with sideburns, and a man and a girl with black hair. Pak Hui Kan recognize them. They are the League of Pathfinders. In the streamer's chat they write about the streamer's luck. The man with blonde hair puts his palm on his chest with a smile on his face. He assumes Pak Hui Kan is tired and tells him to sit there and rest. Streamer thinks that even a psycho who kills his comrades for money won't go against the Pathfinder League if he wants to remain a player. Pak Hui Kan smiles and thanks the Pathfinders in a trembling voice. He thinks it's okay now, he's saved. Drones are flying over the beach of Yusra Island. In the foreground is the lead man. Behind him are 2 assistants, one of whom is controlling the drone. The presenter holds his headphones with one hand and tells the viewers that they are with the Marcana today and now they can see on the screen a post-land view of Yusra Island. He continues that the state of Yusra is divided into 10 islands, on each of which is hidden treasure. Dark energy emanates from the largest island and touches the other smaller ones. The host adds that the way to find the treasure on each island is different. It can be to hunt for the master of the island, a monster with a name, or to find fragments that need to be put together. In the picture, a warrior in battle dress armor is chopping the head of a dragon. On the screen is a notification of the Shining Guild finding the treasure of the island. A blonde-haired guy is holding a violet-colored glowing orb, and behind him is a girl reading a manuscript. A notice appears that the treasure has been found by the League of Pathfinders. The host adds that the guilds and leagues have gotten the treasure through various means. He says that the last treasure island is left and now players and guilds are gathering here. A drone is hovering in the air against the purple sky. The host continues that the Shining Guild has just arrived here. Standing on the beach are the members of the Shining Guild, Dimitri, Rox, Camilla, and a host of other players behind them. Camilla says their guildmaster is too ambitious. Rox says it's all about the guild. The host marvels at the guild finding 2 treasures in the western part of the guild and adds that it feels like the guild's #1 greatness. The host adds that they are proud of them, and there are reports that the Gaon Guild found a treasure in the eastern part as well. Timon, with a sword on his shoulder surrounded by guild members, asks Namcall if he understands and tells him not to get in over his head. It's enough to earn contribution points. In addition, he tells Namcall not to worry. The host says that there is an Inazuma guild nearby. They were on the same island as Gaon but didn't have time to find the treasure. Isagi, in hand in the foreground, says that they are making themselves look important. One of his subordinates replies that they'll still have a chance, with members of the Gaon Guild in the background. The host says that Hisagi has a disgruntled look on his face, and then says that competitors Berserk and Second Son guilds are next. Leonie Bellucci. A girl with black and pink hair is holding Leonie Bellucci. Leonie Bellucci, with an angry look on her face, screaming to be let go. The girl with black and pink hair tells Leonie to put down the gun and not to be stubborn. A man with golden hair in the foreground says Leonie is still just as indomitable. The host wonders which guild will find the final treasure and says to subscribe to the Arkan channel today. The host is surprised, a drop of sweat running down his cheek. Timon and Isagi stare at something in surprise. Isagi says, "It's." Timon says, "Unbelievable." Dimitri and Rox look in the same direction. Dimitri wants to say who is there, but Rox says he can see. A knight in battle dress armor with a clank of steel takes a step. The host calls the Order of the Lionheart. Members of the order walk towards players from other guilds. In the foreground are Harkin, Enoch, and Jessica. The host says that this can't be happening and calls it an unexpected turn. He adds that the world's strongest order has appeared. A man with golden hair says he can't believe it. Leonie in the background looks on with a shocked look. The presenter says that the head of the Harkin leader Kingsguard has about level 600. Timon, with a surprised look, asks Namcall if he is dreaming. Leonie, with a shocked expression, says that it is crazy and against the rules. Rox stands silently in the foreground. The host says that this order is headed by Lai Ho Yal. Lai Ho Yal shines dazzlingly as he adjusts his tie. A huge number of warriors stand behind the protagonist, with guild players standing across from them. The host says that he is immediately noticed by all the ranchers and says that his gaze indicates that he is the one who will find the final treasure. The protagonist seems to be frozen. Lai Ho Yal thinks something is wrong with him. He knew he would be squinted at, but he didn't expect such an effect. Lai Ho Yal puts his hand on Granfel's shoulder and dark figures with red eyes seem to be standing around them. The host talks about the Lionheart Order being led by Lai Ho Yal. He adds that they may very well make the major guilds worried. Lai Ho Yal thinks he's scared. Hisaga's subordinate with golden black hair tells Hisagi that he has seen this Korean in the county and asks who he is. Hisagi tells Himagi that first they must be careful not to become enemies with him. Dimitri looks at Camilla with a skeptical look. Camilla says that no matter what happens, she will not fight Lai Ho Yal and adds that she has only one life. Rox, smiling silently, looks at the protagonist. Lai Ho Yal puts both hands on Granfel's shoulders, thinking about how uncomfortable he is being looked at. Lai Ho Yal adds that if they find out that he is really weak, they will say he is a cheat and bury him alive. Lai Ho Yal looks around with a worried face and considers the other players while Granfell stands with a nonchalant face. Harkin turns his attention to something. Harkin yells out the name Lai Ho Yal. Granfell turns his attention to what is happening. The ground beneath his feet collapses and lava comes out of the ground. The lava splatters near Timon. He asks what is going on and talks about the lava suddenly coming out of the ground. Timon commands everyone to take cover and run, change their gear to firefighting gear, and increase their resistance to fire. Many fighters fall into the lava due to the rapidly collapsing ground. Timon says to move if they want to stay alive. A warrior with golden hair looks up. He shouts that he has seen the master of the island. A level 420 giant lava carp appears out of the ground in front of the players. Leonie gets into a fighting stance to stay on her feet. She screams that she is hot. One of the players says that there is a lot of lava around and that the island master is out of reach. A man with golden hair says they'll observe the situation first. Carp are splashing around in a huge lava pond. Timon shouts to report casualties and tells those without firefighting gear to go back. He then commands the tanks and melee fighters to change their gear to throwing weapons. Carp closes in with a thick layer of lava that takes on ranged attacks. Timon yells that this wall of lava blocks any ranged attack and wonders how to fight him if they can't get close. Namcall tells Timon not to jump above his head. Timon holds up a two-handed sword with a menacing expression on his face. The host says that a giant lava carp has suddenly appeared. The spray of lava practically reaches the drone. The anchor adds that even through the screen you can feel the heat from this lava. The carp is swimming right under the drone. The host says that the rankers can't get close to the monster because of the lava lake. Harkin asks the protagonist if he is okay. Granville replies that there is no problem. Harkin has a drop of sweat running down his cheek. He says he is glad to hear that and has nothing to justify himself. He says he's going to be the protagonist's sword, but he can't even get close to the monster. Lai Ho Yal smiles, a shadow covering his eyes. The protagonist says not to worry about it. Granville puts his arm out in front of him and says he wouldn't bring them here without a plan. Harkin holds up his sword with a surprised look on his face. Rox turns toward the protagonist. He is surprised that the protagonist would smirk in such a situation. Rox watches the protagonist carefully and thinks about how he can do that. Rox wonders what kind of method this Lai Ho Yal has come up with. A blue glow appears in the palm of the protagonist's hand, his hand pointing towards the lava rift. He is thinking with the magic power in his hand that the application of magic can be divided into 3 stages. Magic circles appear above the protagonist's hand, accompanied by magical energy, lightning, and fire. The 3 stages of magic are search, intervention, and manifestation. The lava carp lets out a loud roar. The protagonist thinks about how the lava around this carp is not a skill, but part of nature. The Shining Guild watches the protagonist with shocked faces. So for Granville, this lava was nothing more than scattered rocks. Timon, surrounded by his men, turns his attention to the protagonist and says it can't be. He says that the protagonist raised the lava into the air. The lava rises into the air, draining the rift. The host looks at the screen with a shocked expression. Namkal is surprised to see what just happened during the battle. Rox lets out a chuckle with a smiling expression on his face. He asks where did such a strange guy come from. Granville, with a satisfied expression, holds all the lava in the air with one hand. Lai Ho Yal thinks about the fact that he is running out of mana and Harkin needs to be hit sooner rather than later. The drone flies in the middle of the lava flows. The host calls what is happening incredible and says that the lava is floating. He adds that it's an incredible sight. A carp is tumbling around on the ground with no lava around it. The host says that a path to the island master has been created. Harkin laughs loudly with his mouth wide open. He shouts that he will do his part and jumps right into the rift. Rox thinks about the fact that he was distracted for a second. He puts his hand out towards his men and says, "Shining Ones, forward." He shouts that the way is open and commands an attack. A huge number of players jump towards the carp. Namkal tells Timon that there's no chance of getting a share when you're up against Harkin and he must get the bonus for the first strike. Timon replies with a menacing look on his face that he knows. Timon's pupils dilated. He saw something unexpected. The carp jumped high into the sky. Tamon yells after what happened. What? Isagi, in a circle of his warriors, looks at the carp in the air and asks if it jumped. The carp falls to the ground, leaving huge cracks in the ground. The drone dodges the rock debris. Leonie and her warriors try to stay on their feet. She yells that the carp is acting really annoying for some stupid fish. The golden-haired warrior says to be careful as the carp has jumped again. The host says the carp has started jumping up and down. The fish's head expresses intense anger. The presenter adds that it is impossible to get close to the carp again and it looks like the battle will continue for quite some time. Behind the rocks, bright flashes shine. Dark, sharp objects are stabbed into the carp's body. Rox, holding the turquoise sword in his hand, thinks about what they are. He notices that they are stone spears. Many stone spears pierce the carp. The warrior with golden hair says it is a change of state. Leonie, exclaiming, asks what it is. The man with golden hair looks at the protagonist upstairs. He replies that the protagonist cooled the lava to turn it into stone like turning water into ice and adds that making a spear out of it is a different task. Granville says that such a drastic change should not be possible, given the mana limit set by the system. Granville calls Harkin's name while standing behind him. Harkin's sword glows blue, magic concentrating around it, the knight's eyes glowing a bright blue. Harkin delivers a devastating blow to the carp. It splits it into 2 parts with blue magical energy. The carp roars in pain. A notification of victory over the lava carp appears. Berserk Guild members have no reward due to their low contribution to the victory. Leonie made a disgruntled expression on her face. The man with golden hair looks at the notification with concern. Rox mentally laughs and thinks that for a first place Shining to have 0 contribution is a shame. He touches the back of his head with the palm of his hand and tells his guild to head back. The host with a flushed face is holding a laptop screen in 2 hands. The host says that the island master has been defeated. Carp is lying on the ground in blood, having been pierced by multiple spears. The drone takes pictures of the protagonist and Harkin. The host adds that the biggest contributors to the victory were Lai Ho Yal and the Order of the Lionheart. The host can't believe what's happening. He says to look at how calm Lai Ho Yal is and adds that he easily defeated the boss, and the host doesn't know how it's possible. The inner Lai Ho Yal is standing behind Granfil. He looks drained due to running out of mana. Granfil's eyes are ready to roll behind his eye sockets due to the lack of mana. A notification appears to award an item for high contribution to victory. The protagonist stands near a brightly glowing orb. The host says it is the treasure of the island, and according to reports, Lai Ho Yal has already obtained the treasure on another island. The protagonist grabs the magic ball. He thinks about it being the treasure of the island. Holding the orb in his hands, he adds that it is most likely the last treasure. The host and his assistant are watching the protagonist closely. People are standing around the protagonist. One of them asks why the process of destruction has not stopped. The red-haired player asks, "Isn't that the treasure of the island?" The orb in the protagonist's hand begins to shine even brighter. Purple streams of energy begin to appear around the orb. A notification appears that the island of Yusra begins to absorb greed, and the destruction process is 9 out of 10 cells. The 3 players discuss what has happened. The man with the beard asks if it is too late for this to happen. The man in red clothes says that the amount of treasure doesn't match. The man with the beard suggests that there is another one. Lai Ho Yal, with a perplexed look on his face, thinks that it can't be that Granfell experienced greed when he took the item, and adds that this treasure also didn't affect the progress of the destruction just now. But he is confused by this demonic energy. A drop of sweat drips down the worried face of the protagonist. He thinks that the other treasure has been consumed by greed once again. Everything around him takes on a purple hue. Pak Huey Kan is lying on the ground, being held by a golden-haired guy from the trackers. To their left and right are 2 more Pathfinders, one with black hair and one with red hair. All of them are very scared. Pak Hyun Dijin is holding a purple ball in his hand. Next to him on the ground are many corpses with traces of blood. He gets notifications for killing other players and getting the treasure of the island and 14 other items. The guy with red hair is holding the guy with golden hair by the shoulder. The guy with golden hair with tears in his eyes yells loudly that this man killed Julie. The guy with red hair says he needs to keep his cool. Pak Hyun Dijin looks at the purple ball with a mad expression on his face. He grabs his head with his hand and screams in pain. He looks at the corpses of the people he killed and thinks about what is going on. He feels like his head is going to explode. He adds that he didn't mean for this to happen. A demon that looks like Pak Hyun Dijin in his mind scratches the player's face with its clawed hand and asks what he is saying. A notice appears that greed, one of the 7 deadly sins, is looking at him. The demon adds that Pak Hyun Dijin said he wanted it and he helped him. The demon squeezes Pak Hyun Dijin's neck with his hand. The notice says that Pak Hyun Dijin's mental resistance is too low. The demon says that Pak Hyun Dijin doesn't even have a skill he wants. He adds that he helped get his own though. Streamer and the Pathfinder Guild members watch as Pak Hyun Dijin stands in one place and puts his hands out in front of him. The demon says it is his turn to take what belongs to him. A huge maw engulfs Pak Hyun Dijin. A knight comes running in. A loud female voice shouts, "Halt!" Jessica Bright attacks the demon in a leap with a broad swing of her sword. Pak Huey Kan looks at the girl with tears in his eyes. Jessica turns to the streamer and asks if he is okay. The streamer thinks about it being the Order of the Lionheart. Streamer's face turns red, thinking about being the protagonist here. Granfell steps towards the demon. He covers his nose and says this place stinks of rotten demons. Streamer looks at the protagonist, who covers his nose in surprise. Pak Huey Kan wipes his eyes with his hand. He raises his smartphone with enthusiasm on his face and asks the viewers if they have been waiting for him for a long time. He says that the cool stream of Pak Huey Kan, a fan of Mr. Lai Ho Yal, is resuming. The protagonist is alarmed. He noticed something. Jessica says the demon is still alive and asks for orders. Ahead of her, the silhouette of Pak Hyun Dijin is seen in the smoke. The protagonist gets a class quest notification. The smoke clears and red energy concentrates around Pak Hyun Dijin. A notification appears that the deadly evil of Yusra Island is boiling up. Lai Ho Yal mentally asks what this deadly evil is. Granfell and Harkin look towards Pak Hyun Dijin. Above Pak Hyun Dijin, the treasure of the island appears. A dark silhouette walks standing in the middle of a huge amount of red energy. Pak Hyun Dijin looks up. The purple ball above him collapses. A notice appears that the island treasure is being defiled by greed. Granville looks at what is happening with a surprised expression. Lai Ho-yal holds his hand to his head. Lai Ho-yal exclaims, "No." A notification of the class quest conditions appears in front of him. Greed's resurrection prevention is fulfilled. The quest to prevent greed from touching the treasures of the island is suspended. The volcano is activated. Everything around it has taken on a red hue. A notification appears that the destruction has begun. Rox, Camilla and Dimitri turn towards the demon. A girl with black and pink hair holds Leni by the shoulders and asks what it is. A huge hand appears in front of the players. The huge hands fly in different directions. The two hands connect the two islands. A man with brown hair asks what the shake is. Huge hands grab smaller islands and connect them to the big island. The anchorman asks what is even happening. He yells that the islands are merging into one. The host's assistant holds up a laptop screen and talks about destruction. The ground is collapsing and something is rising up from underneath it. The presenter says that something is rising up in the center of the merged island. The golden itself appears from under the ground. Harkin looks at the castle and says it is incredible. A golden castle of extraordinary beauty has risen completely out of the ground. The host says that the castle of gold has appeared right in the center of the island. The players look at the castle of gold in amazement. One of the players asks if that's all it is. Another asks if this castle is the treasure of the island. Lai Ho-yal and Granville are wary of the castle. Lai Ho-yal thinks, a castle made of gold. No, it's a palace of greed. A large golden castle rises against a red background. The protagonist thinks that it is a palace of greed, where unbridled greed sits on a throne. He adds that there is such an ominous aura around it that he does not want to approach it. Granville looks carefully at the class assignment notice. Lai Ho-yal thinks about the class quest being suspended and assumes they have failed. Find out what great evil lurks in the archipelago. Done. Prevent the resurrection of greed. Done. Make sure greed doesn't touch the island's treasures. Suspended. Harkin shouts that something is coming, then draws his sword from its sheath. Harkin commands everyone to prepare for battle. An ugly hand appears from the ground. Jessica notices it. Jessica tells them to watch their step. She adds that it is undead. Many dead people with rotten bodies crawl out of the ground. The host, with a happy expression on his face, says loudly that first the golden castle has suddenly appeared and now the undead. He wonders what's going on and says Arcana today is with them. The assistant host gets a smartphone notification from the assistant host. The host's assistant looks at the smartphone and says this is no time for jokes. The host responds with a wary expression on his face. The man slaps his palm on the table. A man with black hair tells a man with glasses that they need to stop them. The man with glasses says on the phone that this is Yun Sun Jayam from AAU and he just got confirmation of a new update. The man with black hair yells that at this rate they will die soon and they need to prevent them from invading and just cordon off the island. He says to look at the enemy levels. Granville holds up a smartphone with a page announcing the Shattered Rift update. The page says that the Golden Palace appeared in the Archipelago Yusra, recommended level 600-650. New boss, one of the 7 sins, incarnation of greed level 650. New monster, undead warrior level 500. Players are attacked by zombies, with blood flying around. The protagonist watches with a calm face. One of the players asks if they are crazy and says to look at the levels of these monsters. A knight from Lionheart chops a dead man with his sword. Class quest notices appear. You need to make sure greed doesn't touch the island's treasure and suppress the undead army, followed by killing one of the 7 sins. In the heat of battle, someone shouts to their guild to retreat. The protagonist thinks he's going mad. Harkin commands to evacuate the civilians first and calls out to the members of the League of Pathfinders. He shouts to save their lives and retreat. The protagonist walks calmly between the warriors fighting the undead. He thinks they shouldn't give pointless quests. After all, the mobs are level 500 and the boss is level 650. Harkin commands the knights to hold formation and slowly retreat. The protagonist wonders what to do in this position. He calls out to Harkin and the latter turns his gaze in his direction. Harkin tells Sir Lai Ho-yal to be careful as there are many enemies here. Harkin's gaze clings to the protagonist. Granville, with a serious face, asks if the vow to become his sword is still valid. He thinks it is necessary to keep Harkin at all costs. Harkin asks if the protagonist plans to fight, noticing the look in his eyes. The protagonist answers in the affirmative. Harkin says that the enemy is formidable and the protagonist's life will be in danger. Granville says with complete seriousness that the demons must be destroyed. There is no other way. Harkin looks at Granville in surprise. Harkin smilingly says he sees no fear in the protagonist's gaze. Harkin adds, if Sir Lai Ho-yal had been with me then, Lai Ho Yal stands behind Granfell with a frightened face. He thinks about what Harkin is carrying and mentally asks him to help. Enoch and Jessica stand back to back surrounded by undead. Harkin shouts to the Lionheart Order that they will keep their hearts oath. Harkin raises his sword above him while Granfell behind him adjusts his tie. He commands the knights to make sure Sir Lai Ho Yal gets to his formidable foe. The knights raise their bloody swords as one and shout, "In the name of the lion." Pak Huey Kan and the trackers watch with concern on their faces. Pak Huey Kan asks if they are going to enter this castle. The first user asks what the heck. The second user writes that it smells fried. The third user writes that you can't leave Harkin. The fourth writes the word hopeless. The golden castle stands tall against a vast army of dead men. A dead man with red eyes in the foreground puts his bloody arm out in front of him and screams. The protagonist puts his arm out and commands his knights to advance. A man with black hair showing his smartphone screen tells Yun Sun Jayam to look at the video, and adds that it looks like someone is already trying to break in. Yun Sun Jayam asks if they're crazy and if they've seen the update. The host says that player Lai Ho Yal and the Lionheart Order have gone to attack the undead army. He assumes they are trying to take over the palace. The host says that they will now listen to their expert's opinion. A man and a woman look at the TV screen where a knight is beating a dead man with a sword. The school kids are looking at their phones. One of them suggests checking out Arcana today. The other says Pack HVI Kana's stream is better. People on the street are looking at the big broadcast screen on the building. The anchor says that meanwhile there are rumors that AU thinks the island should be isolated and cordoned off. Granfell stands with his arms crossed, Lai Ho Yal propping his chin up with his hand. They both watch the fight of the knights intently. The protagonist thinks that the Lionheart Order is fighting better than expected. The knight chops the dead man with a broad sweep. He thinks the first-class knights of the continent are incomparable on foot as well. The protagonist looks at his palm enveloped in blue magical energy and thinks that mana regeneration is progressing smoothly. He thinks that at this rate they will soon be able to engage in battle. The protagonist turns his gaze around. He heard a noise behind him. A warrior from the Berserk Guild asks the golden-haired guy if they should move out now if they want to join the attack to get some contribution points. The golden-haired guy looks at his smartphone and says that moving out now would be suicide. With a serious look on his face, he adds that if you think about it, it's reckless since no guild will join this crazy mission and they will most likely fail and retreat quickly. The previously slain dead behind Granfell rise to their feet again, green streams of energy enveloping them. He thinks it's a resurrection. The rotten dead with red eyes are back on their feet as if they were never killed. Lai Ho Yal with a worried face thinks he still doesn't have enough mana. Granfell with a serious expression holds a dagger shrouded in magic in his hand. A bright flash can be seen in the distance. Someone rushes past the players very quickly. A man with golden hair looks in the direction of the person who passed by him. Granfell and Lai Ho Yal turn their attention to the man. Timon slices through the dead around him with a broad sweep. Laney sweeps through the enemy, destroying some of them. Timon holds his sword in two hands and looks at Laney with a menacing expression. Laney turns her attention to Timon in the heat of battle. The host says that Gaon and Berserk have appeared. The guild members run towards the battlefield. The host adds that the guilds followed Lai Ho Yal and entered the Golden Palace. Timon looking at Laney asks her, "What?" The protagonist looks at Laney and Timon standing next to each other. Laney asks Timon with an angry look on her face where he is staring. Laney is held by the shoulders by a girl with pink and black hair and told to be polite. A man with golden hair holds a hand to the back of his head. The host says that both guilds have a history of working with player Lai Ho Yal in raids. Lai Ho Yal holds Granfell by the shoulder and thinks they will help them. Granfell with a menacing expression tells the guild heads that they will help him. Lai Ho Yal is shocked at such words. He thinks that Granfell is saying such things and adds that asking should be done with respect. Granfell adds that he will not ask nicely again. Lai Ho Yal thinks that Granfell has lost his mind. Granfell stands surrounded by guild players. Laney with a face like an angry dog says that she came to help anyway because she owes him a favor, and the protagonist is a rude man. A girl with pink and black hair strokes Laney and tells her not to stare like that and to express herself more decently. Nam Call, through Timon's earpiece, tells him that this is their last chance. He must impress Lai Ho Yal. Timon, holding a huge sword on his shoulder with a menacing expression, replies that he has accepted. Laney and Timon with purple glowing eyes stare intently at Granfell. Lai Ho Yal cries and thinks they look angry. Enoch turns back. There are dead people rising to their feet. Enoch yells that the dead are reviving. The protagonist turns that way too. Timon calls the undead cursed. He and his warriors fight the dead. Timon commands the priests to apply blessings and protection and adds that in order to completely destroy the undead, God's help is needed. Lai Ho-yal thinks they will take all the contributions and wishes he could reinforce the Lionheart Knights. Granfell takes Leni by the shoulder and says that the knights need blessing and protection too. He adds with cup in hand that he doesn't have any tea to give her and tells her to give him a buff. Leni looks at Granfell with extreme bewilderment. Lai Ho-yal apologizes. Enoch turns his attention to a bright light ahead of him. The angel lights up everything around him with a golden glow. A priest with long brown hair with a huge number of other priests behind him says that the Gaon priests will support them. He tells Lai Ho-yal to fight calmly. Notices of God's blessing and increasing combat abilities against the undead appear. Leni exclaims with a worried look on her face that the Gaon had time first. Namkal tells a smiling Timon that they did a great job. Leni shouts that she is going to throw them some buffs as well. The knights with bloody armor run at the dead men. One of them yells that fighting with the blessing is different and they will destroy them all. Lai Ho-yal tells Timon that he will remember their virtue. Timon, with a happy expression on his face while swinging at the dead man, replies that it's nothing. Timon asks Lai Ho-yal what kind of buffs they need. Timon offers the god's blessing, protection, and adds that whatever the protagonist wants, the priests will provide. The protagonist says with an angry expression that no, he doesn't believe in something as absurd as a god. Timon looks at Granfell with a perplexed look. Lai Ho-yal grabs Granfell's mouth after his speech and mentally asks him to shut up. Harkin looks at the protagonist from the back. Harkin looks at the protagonist fearfully. A voice inside him calls Harkin's name. He grabs his head with his hand because of the pain. Harkin's eye can be seen through his fingers. A tall figure appears in front of Harkin, glowing purple in color. She says that she no longer believes in God. Looking at the shining figure, Harkin says to him, "Your Majesty." The dark energy from the entrance to the Golden Palace envelops Harkin. The protagonist and Timon look at what is happening to Harkin. Timon mentions the palace gate. Timon shouts danger and commands to move back. Red-colored energy is directed towards Harkin's eye. Evil magic penetrates Harkin's eye. Someone calls out to Harkin. He thinks of the promise he made to Your Majesty. A beautiful gate with intricate patterns. At the end of a long blue carpet, Harkin bows and tells Your Majesty that the leader of the demon army has not appeared in the Northwest Canyon. On the throne sits a majestic figure with a red cloak and long golden hair. Harkin says that he will immediately move out to meet the demons as soon as he is ordered to. The man with the long golden hair props his head up with his hand sitting on his throne. He addresses the commander of Lionheart. The Lord rises from his throne and says that thousands of warriors will once again die at the hands of demons. He walks over to a huge window from which the bright evening light oozes out. The Lord says that the demons have appeared and the adventurers have disappeared. He adds that even the Tower of Wizards that was investigating the phenomenon disappeared for a moment. The townspeople look at the ruins of the Black Tower. The Emperor adds that in addition, people have begun to disappear without a trace throughout the Empire. A girl holds her son by the shoulders. Red magical energy explodes and the entire space around her disappears. The Emperor adds that he asks God every night. Harkin listens attentively to his master. The Emperor asks if the world is truly coming to an end, if this is his will. The Emperor's face is illuminated by the evening light. Looking out the window, he says that not once has God answered his prayers. He says that maybe God has disappeared too. In the sky behind the clouds is a red moon. The Emperor turns to Harkin and asks him what he thinks, if the god has really left them. Harkin turns to his majesty. The Emperor adds that demons are the cause of everything, and God has not abandoned them. It's just that the demons have blocked their path to God. Harkin clenches his fist and presses it to his chest. He calls his name and says that he will go to them, defeat the demon leader, and thus open the way to the god. The Emperor opens his mouth. He says it's okay and informs them that he no longer believes in God. Harkin looks at the Emperor in surprise. The Emperor says he believes in Harkin. Harkin presses his hand to his chest and smiles slightly. Knights are fighting demons, some of them dressed in armor and armed with swords. One of the knights hits a stabbing blow right into the demon's helmet. Some of them are wearing horned helmets, others are without armor. Harkin has a happy, bloody face and encourages his warriors to go on the attack. He adds that his majesty is waiting for them. One of the demons cuts through the knight's torso with his sword. The knight in the foreground crosses swords with the demon. Harkin shouts not to give up. He crosses swords with one of the demons, with many knight corpses around him. Greed in the foreground looks at Harkin. Harkin mentally calls the demon the leader. Greed's demon looks very similar to the Emperor that Harkin served. His hair is white, his skin is dark blue, and he is wearing a red cloak. Harkin thinks he should just take him down and leaps forward, then shouts that he will finish him off. The demon looks at Harkin contemptuously from his horse. He smiles and says it's too late. Harkin glares menacingly at the demon. A blue-colored magical energy appears around Harkin. The Knights of the Lionheart are similarly enveloped in streams of magical energy. One of the knights yells out, "What is it?" Harkin denies what is happening with a surprised look. He sees the demon of greed on horseback and tries to reach him. But the magic shines even brighter. The civilians look into their phones and watch the battle intently. Harkin and the Lionheart Knights appear in the middle of the town square. Harkin looks around and asks where they are while the people around them take pictures of the knights. A man in a brown shirt claims another has moved. The man with glasses asks him if they are Arkansans. Harkin thinks he should return to his majesty. Harkin recalls what happened on the archipelago of Yusra, a knight crossing swords with a demon. The other knights of the order run to attack the enemy. Harkin thinks of his lord and remembers the purple that appeared before him. It is the image of the emperor he once served. Harkin presses his palm to his chest. Harkin says he wandered from place to find his way back to his master and he was here all along. Harkin clutches the bloody sword in his hand. He apologizes to his lord for their slowness. Lai Ho Yal, Granfell, Teeman, Leni, Enoch, and Jessica stand with surprised faces and watch. Harkin calls his name. His eye glows a golden color, and a demonic image appears behind him. Harkin says he will become his master's sword and destroy all his enemies. Streams of demonic energy spread around, sweat dripping down Lai Ho Yal's frightened face. He thinks of Harkin. Harkin, shrouded in demonic energy, walks towards the protagonist. Lai Ho Yal thinks about Harkin saying that he will be his sword. Harkin looks intimidating, his eye glowing red. Jessica asks the commander if he is okay. Leni, with a frightened face, wonders what's going on and why she spoke like that. Leni yells, "Hey, you're from old age." Jessica slaps Leni from behind and asks her to choose a decent expression. Lai Ho Yal bites the nail on her index finger and thinks about the fact that out of all of them, Harkin is the one who has become possessed. Granfell keeps a close eye on Harkin. Lai Ho Yal thinks it must be some kind of debuff. He thinks that mental control on an ad hoc basis might be harder than possession. Harkin is standing not far from the Golden Gate. Harkin instantly disappears from where he was just now. He quickly moves behind Lai Ho Yal's back and is about to strike. Granfell looks at where Harkin was just a moment ago with a surprised look. Teeman, with a menacing face, pushes Granfell away with his two-handed sword. Teeman, with a wide smile, says that Mr. Lai Ho Yal is now safe. Granfell looks menacingly at Teeman. Teeman has a perplexed look. He did not expect such a reaction. Namkal says that Teeman overreacted, and Teeman replies that he was just worried about Mr. Lai Ho Yal's safety. Namkal says who is Teeman to get in the way of Mr. Lai Ho Yal's associate, and adds that the protagonist looks disappointed. Namkal asks what they should do. Lai Ho Yal's pupils are looking in different directions because he is still recovering mana. Teeman says that the protagonist is really offended and asks what to do. Lai Ho Yal thinks that his mana is almost restored and if it wasn't for Teeman, he would definitely die. The protagonist thinks about where Harkin is. Granfell and Lai Ho Yal look at Enoch, who has crossed his sword with Harkin's sword. Enoch yells to the commander to come to his senses and adds that it is them, his subordinates. Enoch shouts to the commander if they should return to his majesty altogether. Harkin, with red eyes, stopped for a moment. Harkin grits his teeth and tells Enoch to be quiet. He asks how they filthy demons dare mention his majesty. The dark demonic images smile widely. Enoch, with Jessica behind him, asks if they seem like demons to the commander. Jessica adds that it is them, Jessica and Enoch. Harkin says they dare insult his order and raises the hilt of his sword to his head, bringing the blade down. Enoch and Jessica stand in battle stances facing the commander. Harkin swings his sword wide, red demonic energy gathering around it, and says that he no longer wishes to listen. Lai Ho Yal turns his attention to the glow. Harkin jumps to strike. Enoch and Jessica prepare to fight, with Granfell and Leni behind them. Teeman tells them to be careful. Harkin goes for a frontal attack. As Harkin approaches Enoch, he bounces off the ground, destroying it badly. Teeman commands to be careful. Harkin yells, "Attack." Harkin is in the air. Many people on the ground are watching Harkin. Harkin flies down and swings his sword to make a strike. The strike leaves a huge crater in the ground, cracks appearing all around. Teeman sticks his two-handed sword into the ground to stay on his feet. Leni's face shows her jaw due to the strong wind blowing her cheeks away. Harkin prepares to make another attack. Harkin quickly runs in near Teeman, Leni, Jessica. Harkin spreads his legs wide and swings his sword against the backdrop of the golden castle, then hits the ground towards the players, shattering the ground. A black-haired girl asks Leni how she is, and she sits on the ground and replies that she just stumbled. Enoch coughs and yells that he needs help as he is stuck under some rocks. He asks if there is a healer here and again asks for help. One of the knights calls Jessica's name. Jessica replies that she is fine and says it is better to take care of Enoch. Timon gets to his feet and wonders what kind of monster Harkin is. He looks more like a disaster than a human. Damkal asks if Timon is hurt and Timon tells his brother that he is not. Timon holds his hand over the wounded bloody spot above his eye. Timon removes his hand from the wounded spot, his pupils shrinking. The black-haired girl, Leonie and Enoch look toward Harkin in surprise. Pak Huikan sitting on a tree breathes deeply as he films the scene. Several people from the Pathfinder League are standing under the tree. Granfell puts his palm forward. Granfell stands in front of Harkin, who is clutching his sword. Pak Huikan screams unbelievably. Enoch sitting on the ground next to Jessica thinks about the fact that the protagonists stopped their commander with one gesture, and asks what kind of power it is. The viewers of the stream discuss the coolness of the protagonist. One of the viewers asks to make a merch with Lai Ho Yal. Lai Ho Yal's pupils are looking in different directions. Granfell with empty eyes stands with his arm out in front of him. The stance is called Don't Hit Me. Harkin looks at Granfell with a perplexed look. He asks what's wrong with the main character. Lai Ho Yal is slightly startled. Granfell continues to stand with his arm out. In Harkin's eyes, there are many demons behind Granfell's white figure. Harkin asks why among this blurry horde of demons he alone seems clear. Granfell stands still with a serious expression on his face. He thought he didn't know. He mentally asks how he knows what he's seeing, and then assumes it's because he's a demon hunter. He adds that it could be one of the effects of the exorcism skill. Harkin with a grim expression tells the protagonist to identify himself or he will have to fight. The protagonist thinks that if he doesn't speak, he's dead and needs to say something. Granfell opens his mouth and says. After saying the word, the protagonist's expression becomes perplexed. Lai Ho Yal behind Granfell with a frightened face thinks he couldn't even squeak because of the shock. Harkin tells the protagonist that he is silent, and Lai Ho Yal mentally replies that he is not. Harkin continues his phrase, or can't you answer? Lai Ho Yal mentally answers yes. Harkin says that whatever it is, it won't matter once he is killed. Lai Ho Yal mentally answers no. Lai Ho Yal mentally tells Harkin to wait. Granfell offers his hand for a handshake. It's like it's glowing. Granfell all seems to glow in Harkin's eyes. Harkin looks at the protagonist carefully and asks what this means and assumes that the protagonist wants to circle him. The white figure of the protagonist presses his hand to his chest. A triangular-shaped magical brooch can be seen near the hand clasped to his chest. The expression on Harkin's face becomes surprised as he turns his attention to the brooch. The brooch is worn on the lapel of the main character's suit. Harkin remembers him and his knights bowing to the protagonist and thinks of the brooch being a gift from His Majesty to the tower, and the protagonist saving their lives. Harkin remembers putting his fist on his chest as he swears his loyalty to the protagonist. Harkin then remembered saying they would become the protagonist's sword. Harkin loosened his grip on his sword. He said, Sir Lai Ho Yal. Lai Ho Yal behind Granfell thinks Harkin has come to his senses. Lai Ho Yal thinks that as expected, sincerity works. He imagines Granfell giving his hand, showing that he is unarmed, then putting his hand on his chest showing that he is a friend and there is no need to feud. Lai Ho Yal clenches his cheeks and opens his mouth narrowly, exhaling air. A notification of the exorcism skill level increase appears. Granfell turns his head towards the notifications. The protagonist thinks about the exorcism and asks if it worked. Granfell points his finger at a notification that says exorcism has been upgraded to level 2, and new effects have been added. The protagonist wonders what these new effects are. Harkin turns his head and shouts to the main character, Sir Lai Ho Ho Yal. Look out. Demonic energy is directed towards the main character. Demonic energy rushes towards the main character's eye. There is a demon sitting on a throne in front of the protagonist. Lai Ho Yal thinks he has found himself in this guy's mind. He adds that he must be the Sin Den. Lai Ho Yal and Granfell look at the demon. The greed demon with black hair and blue glowing hair said that he only wanted to protect his kingdom, his precious kingdom of Yusra. A bright flash appears under Lai Ho Yal and Granfell. The landscape of a tropical beach. The demon tells that the lands and seas were lavished with bounty and the soil was full of shining gems. Purple crystals grow from a rock. A woman with white hair and a muscular man smiling sincerely. The demon tells us that people loved each other. Peace reigned and everyone was happy. The demon adds that this lasted until one man found himself on the beach. A man lies unconscious on the beach and the islanders come to help him. The demon says that the inhabitants of the kingdom warmly welcomed the stranger. A stranger with golden hair and beard drinks from a golden glass. The stranger is standing among the locals, with children playing with precious stones in the foreground. The demon says that the stranger has been sent back, having given him all possible help. The demon adds that in return they received an invasion. The kingdom is engulfed in flames. Warriors in armor plunder and kill the locals. The demon says that his people didn't know how to fight. The demon says that they trampled the kingdom. The leader of the invaders grabbed the ruler of the kingdom of Yusra by his clothes and lifted him above the ground. The ruler of the kingdom, with an angry face, asks what the reason for all this is. The ruler adds that if they coveted the stones, they could share them with them. The leader of the invaders laughs loudly with a gloating face and asks why he would do such a thing. The invader adds that if he can get everything just by looting them, why should they share? The ruler of the kingdom of Yusra falls to the ground, his red gemstone crown breaking. King Yusra is enveloped by demonic energy. He holds his head in pain. The demon of greed flies up to the protagonist and holds its clawed hands near his neck. The demon of greed says that everything is his and no one else's, only his. The protagonist looks into the demon's face. The demon lists the island, the ocean, the sky. The host, with a beautiful beach in the background, says they are here on the legendary treasure islands, the Yusra archipelago. Rox makes a swing of the sword. The trackers hold a purple ball in their hands. The host says that there are all sorts of treasures hidden on these islands. The demon continues that it is all his. Granfell, with a menacing expression on his face, loudly tells the demon to shut up and adds that he is exaggerating over some pennies, and then exclaims that he can't listen to the demon anymore. Granfell says this because he is extremely rich. The demon asks the protagonist with a perplexed face, what? Granfell presses his hand to his chest and says that all riches are in vain and he will show him that the only thing that can be taken from him is the pride in his chest. The demon with an angry look on his face asks again, what? Granfell feels a great deal of tension. Granfell turns his head towards the castle. Harkin walks up to the protagonist and asks him if he's okay, before he can finish the sentence about what the demon did. The protagonist points his hand shrouded in blue magic towards the Golden Palace. He thinks about the fact that the foundation of the palace only needs a little bit of tampering. Granfell looks at the palace with a serious expression. Cracks appear in the Golden Palace. The golden column cracks, its shards flying around. Pak Huey can and the trackers look at the castle with a frightened face. The host holds the laptop with both hands and shouts that something incredible is happening. The palace is collapsing, lots of debris flying down. The anchor mentions the palace. Rox is looking at a smartphone, with Dimitri and Camilla behind him. Rox calls the protagonist a monster. The host says the protagonist is an absolute monster. There is nothing but ruins in front of the protagonist. The host says that the palace is destroyed. Lai Ho Yal thinks about his Mona. He's glad he didn't pass out and decides to get some rest. Granfell shouts for the demon to come out. Lai Ho Yal mentally asks why. Granfell shouts to the demon to see how meaningless wealth is. A lot of gold debris is lying on the ground. The protagonist tells the demon to see how many soldiers sacrificed themselves to protect him. The defeated dead are lying on the ground. Granfell asks the demon how he can call himself their ruler. Demonic magic concentrates around one of the golden wrecks. A huge demonic entity with a sharp mouth and many eyes appears from under the rubble. The demon says that the protagonist dared to destroy his palace, his wealth. Granfell with crossed arms and a nonchalant face looks at the demon who is beside him. The demon loudly says that the protagonist dares to throw a challenge to him, one of the deadly sins, greed. He disparagingly calls the protagonist a human being. Streams of dark energy with purple eyes fly towards the protagonist and the people behind him. They fly past Harkin, Timon, and Enoch. The demon screams that it will swallow them all. Timon screams that this is another abnormal condition. Dark forces envelop Timon and Leni. Leni yells that they must endure it and asks the healers to use the buff. The demon specifies that it will swallow the protagonist along with his warriors. Pain rushes through Leni's entire body. She thinks about the fact that she didn't last even a minute and can't breathe. A multitude of purple eyes in the midst of demonic energy. A notice appears that the deadly sin of greed has turned its gaze upon them. The demon screams that he will turn them all into undead and they will forever stand guard over his wealth. Timon denies what is happening. He tries to draw his sword and thinks he would rather hurt himself than someone else. Timon is notified that his assessment of the situation has been compromised by a desire that cannot be controlled. Granfell yells with a menacing expression on his face, "That's enough." Demonic forces no longer envelop the Lionheart Knights. The guild members and Harkin were also freed from the demon's influence. The demon opens his sharp maw and asks how the protagonist escaped from his domination of the mind. He adds that he is one of the deadly sins, the original sin being greed. Granfell says that he is neither greed nor mortal sin. The demon asks what. The protagonist receives notices. The first one says that he has chosen the vampire sphere as an offering. The second one says that the exorcism skill is activated. Exorcism increases to level 2, its passive effect protects nearby allies from abnormal states, and its active effect draws the demon into his mind. Granville holds a glowing orb in his hand and shouts to the last king of the kingdom of Usra to wake up. The demon opens his maw with a huge amount of sharp teeth. Granville looks menacingly at the demon and adds that it is time to right his wrongs. The vampire's sphere is covered with cracks, and a blue glow passes through the cracks. The demon laughs loudly and shouts that such an attack can be easily avoided. Sharp magical charges form around him. His eyes are covered with drops of sweat. The last king of the kingdom of Usra says he understands. That is enough. He puts his hand out in front of him as if trying to grasp something. His brown eyes look normal now. He says his palace has already fallen. The demon says that Harkin has betrayed him. The demon is covered in a bright blue glow. The demon begins to tear from the middle, smoke rising around it. Pak Huey Kan with his mouth wide open cheers at what is happening. The host and his assistant made very surprised faces. The guy with golden hair also looks surprised at what is happening on his smartphone screen. The drone above the protagonist is filming him. The anchor says that the protagonist did well and adds that Lai Ho Yal just doesn't know when to stop. The anchor's face turns red. He saw something else. He wonders who he just saw. A figure with swarthy skin and black hair with 2 long strands of hair in front appears. It is the ruler of the kingdom of Usra. The host announces that a man has emerged from the remains of original sin. The ruler sits on the ground in front of the protagonist. The ruler looks at his hand and says that he sacrificed himself to perish with mortal sin and doesn't understand how he survived. He asks the protagonist if he is the one who stood up against greed. The protagonist is almost completely shut down by the sheer number of level-up notifications. The protagonist says he can't hear him at all and adds that it will probably take a year to check everything out and asks if there are any loot. The ruler says he doesn't understand how he's still alive and his further remarks drown out the notifications. A hidden quest notification appears with 9 seconds left. The protagonist realizes with a frightened face that it is a quest with a time limit. The protagonist thinks that the hidden quest is great, but there's a catch. The description of the hidden quest says that the king has not yet found a reason to continue living, so he needs to be reminded that he is the king of Usra. Time remaining, 8 seconds. The next prompt says to place the crown on King Usra's body. The protagonist mentally wonders which crown is in question and thinks about where he should get the crown now. Time remaining, 7 seconds. Lee Ho Yol, looking at the notice, says, "Let me think about it." Granville opens the interface with the item. Lai Ho Yal looks into it in surprise. It is the treasure of the island, the broken crown, a quest item of epic rank. A magic orb shines brightly between Granville and the Lionheart Knights. Granville and Lai Ho Yal focus their attention on the crown. The host asks who the mysterious stranger is. He paused on the same place where greed fell. He suggests that it is the original form of greed or another original sin. Drone footage of the ruler of Usra sitting in front of the protagonist. Behind the protagonist are guild members and Harkin. The host says that Lai Ho Yal has taken something out of his inventory. The man with golden hair says it's a crown. The 2 men behind him are shocked. Lai Ho Yal puts the crown on the head of the ruler of the kingdom of Usra. The crown now looks intact. The king turns his attention to his body, which is enveloped in magic. A golden notification appears that the task has been completed. Lai Ho Yal thinks about getting the crown after defeating the turtle. He adds that he thought that the item was useless and he got the high rank by accident. There is a look of relief on Lai Ho Yal's face. He realizes how he should have used this item. More golden notifications appear. One says that the conditions have been met, and the other says that the secrets of the Ura archipelago will be revealed. In front of the protagonist, there is a lot of blue energy that illuminates him. All the people around him get a notice that someone has uncovered the secrets of Usra archipelago. Teeman and Lini look at their interfaces in surprise. A lot of players are discussing what is happening. One player wonders what this must mean and assumes the rift has been cleared. The second player asks what kind of guild it was. The third player replies that it wasn't a guild. The second player asks what the third player is even talking about. One of Rox's subordinates asks him to look at the notice. Rox puts a hand on the back of his head and after a short chuckle says, "Someone, huh?" Ahead of him, Dimitri and Camilla are also looking at the notification. One of the viewers of the stream, Pak Huey Kan, wonders what the notification just came. He thought it was a disaster or something like that. The viewers of the stream are actively discussing the main character. Pak Huey Kan opens his mouth wide with a smile, his eyes bulging. The host is looking at his laptop with bulging eyes. He yells out that this is a worldwide notice. Marcello and Claire are in the Mage Tower looking at the notice. Jessie Highness is also reading the notice, grabbing her hat with one hand. The announcer says loudly that the same message is being broadcast to players around the world right now. Lai Ho Yal is blinded by a bright blue glow. He thinks about what it means and assumes it's about him. A notification appears saying that the ancient kingdom of Yusra is revealing itself. Huge cracks appear in the ground beneath the people on the island. Bright beams of blue light pass through the cracks. A man with a bandaged arm focuses his attention on a beam to his left. A structure rises from the ground. One of the Lionheart Knights shouts that a historic site is rising from the ground. Enoch and Harkin look up. Harkin says incredibly. Many houses appear. An entire city has risen up. Harkin adds that this is the ancient kingdom of Yusra. A golden notice appears announcing the appearance of a new region, the kingdom of Yusra. The host and his team land on the island. One of his assistants takes a picture of what is happening on his smartphone and loudly asks what it is. The host says it's the same person. He tells his assistant that he will film the views later, but now he needs to get the camera closer. The king of Yusra Island is in the air a little higher than the protagonist. Behind the protagonist, other participants in the battle are gathering. The host's assistant says this is the maximum he can zoom in. The host says to run over there with his camera and calls him stupid. Lai Ho Yal looks at the king with a surprised expression, drops of sweat running down his face. Granfell stands with a nonchalant face. Granfell watches the king who is towering above the ground and thinks about what it suddenly started. The king lowers himself to the ground and makes a bow, leaning on his knee. He says that he is the last king of the kingdom of Yusra. Hakuna. Notices appear in front of the protagonist one after another. The first notice says that the protagonist has become the savior of the kingdom of Yusra. The second notice says that his kinship with the Yusra kingdom has reached its maximum limit. The third notice says that he has reached the maximum influence in the kingdom of Yusra. The last notification says that the authority feature in the kingdom of Yusra has been activated. The king looks at the protagonist and says that he expresses his deep gratitude to the savior of the king and the kingdom. Teeman in the foreground asks, King Yusra. In the background are Harkin, a girl with pink and black hair, Leanie and a guy with black hair. The girl with pink and black hair says he is handsome and if she should try to seduce him. Leanie asks her what kind of nonsense she is talking about. Pak Huey Kan is shocked. The trailblazers below him are also surprised. In the comments, they are surprised that he is the king and that the main character just brought King Yusra to his knees. Lai Ho Yal looks at the king with a perplexed look. The king presses his palm to his chest and asks the protagonist if he can learn the name of his savior. Lai Ho Yal hides behind Granfell's back. Lai Ho Yal thinks that he should not let his guard down. Even though he is the fallen king of an ancient kingdom, he is still the king. Lai Ho Yal looks behind Granfell's back. Lai Ho Yal, being very surprised, thinks about being polite, but Granfell immediately introduces as Lai Ho Yal. Lai Ho Yo with a perplexed face thinks about how disrespectful it is. Harkin, Teeman and Leanie are shocked at such tactlessness. The king closes his eyes and says with a smile on his face that the name of the protagonist will be remembered by generations and generations after them. Lai Ho Yal with the same perplexed face thinks about what a formal speech it was. Harkin, Teeman, and Leanie react in the same surprised manner. Leanie thinks that it should be the other way around and adds that he's being abnormal with everyone. Lai Ho Yal mentally agrees with Leanie. Teeman tells Mr. Lai Ho Yal that he didn't say anything. King says with a smile on his face that when was inside the greed, the main character said, "It's time to right your wrongs." Granfell looks at the king with a nonchalant face. Lai Ho Yal clutches his head and mentally tells the king not to repeat his words. The king looks at his domain and says that when he heard this, he decided to sacrifice himself to destroy mortal sin. Behind the king appears the image of the emperor to whom Harkin was loyal. The king adds that the protagonist saved him and returned his crown. Harkin points out the similarities between the king and the emperor. The king, with a sad expression on his face, asks the protagonist for what reason he did so. The protagonist silently listens to the king. He asks what the protagonist expects from him, from a king who ruined his subjects with one mistake. Amidst the lush vegetation, golden ruins rise up. A man with golden hair runs, followed by two players from his guild. A player with black hair yells, "Guildmaster, Shreg." The player with brown hair asks the commander why they are running. Shreg commands his subordinates to stop whining and move faster. He shouts with enthusiasm in his eyes that this is the first national level update in Arcana history. There is a new area on the ground. He adds that Yusra is El Dorado. Shrek thinks about how this country had unimaginable value in the old days of Arcana. Shrek remembers the city, the serpent monster, and the many riches. He thinks of the many towns and villages, as well as the rare monsters, hidden treasures, and resources of the land itself. Shrek thinks that Yusra will bring them a lot of money if they can rebuild it. He adds that he should grab his chance while he can. The brown-haired player says that when they wanted to go, Shrek refused. Shrek gets money instead of pupils. He yells that he was scared then. The king stands with his back to the protagonist and the rest of the players. Granfell looks at the king with a nonchalant face. The king listens to Granfell with a skeptical expression. The protagonist says that he believes it would be the right choice to restore the kingdom of Yusra. Timon and Leni are surprised by the protagonist's answer. People around them wonder if it is possible. The king opens his eyes wide. He is surprised at this answer. The king lowers his pupils and says he doubts that anyone would follow a king who once turned his back on his subjects. Granfell says that it depends on how he behaves in the future. The protagonist adds that he will help him to regain his pride by righting his wrongs. The king is surprised by this answer. The king closes his eyes and smiles, then says that it is as if he reads his mind. The hidden quest notice says that the awakened king wishes to right his wrongs and revive the kingdom of Yusra to regain his pride. Granfell moves his pupils in the opposite direction from Lai Ho Yal. Lai Ho Yal thinks it is all spelled out in the quest window. The king puts his hand on his chest and says, "Then as you wish." Shrek and his guild appear behind the people gathered around the king. He yells, "That's right." Shrek shouts that a kingdom as great as Yusra must be rebuilt. He adds that he, the Second Sun Guild, will help in any way they can. The players turn their attention to Shrek. He apologizes as he walks past the players. Some of the players assume he's just trying to make a buck, others call him cocky. Shrek puts his hand on Timon's shoulder and turns his attention to the protagonist. Timon and Leni turn away from Shrek. Shrek says with a happy expression on his face that the main character's name must be Lai Ho Yal, and he has heard a lot about him. He assumes that Lai Ho Yal is in control of the situation and therefore needs to be introduced to him. Shrek shakes Granfell's hand and says it's nice to meet him and adds that all the members of the Second Sun Guild are his fans. Shrek says his name and again says it's nice to meet you. Harkin makes a skeptical expression. Timon opens his mouth in surprise. Leni is shocked. Shrek looks at the protagonist's face with a smile on his face. Shrek becomes worried, drops of sweat running down his face. He thinks about the current atmosphere. The protagonist looks gloomy. Shrek thinks he has done something wrong. Granfell and Shrek are silent, standing opposite each other. Harkin loudly asks Shrek where his manners are. Timon props his hand on his chin and thinks about the fact that Shrek has just been rejected. Leni is amazed at Shrek's insolence. Shrek's face looks frightened. Shrek says he was too rude and wonders why he grabbed his left arm. Granfell's facial expression becomes angry. The protagonist thinks he almost fell asleep. Shrek says to let him reintroduce himself. The protagonist thinks he can't bring his eyes together. He assumes he has spent too much mana. He adds that he destroyed an entire palace after all and performed an exorcism ritual. The world blurs in the eyes of the protagonist. Shrek calls his name again and says that he is the guildmaster of the Second Sun Guild, which is ranked 7th in the world. The protagonist thinks that fatigue is catching up with him and he might pass out. He thinks he should get home and get some sleep. The protagonist turns in the opposite direction from Shrek and says calling Hakuna's name. Hakuna looks at the protagonist with a serious expression on his face. Granfell says that he has a proposal. Pak Hui Kan observes the situation. The viewers on the streamer call the main character handsome. Shrek's face turns red and he clenches both hands into fists. The host and his assistant are drinking sodas and eating popcorn with 3D glasses. Bright sunlight falls on high-rise buildings, the central one being the headquarters of the Berserk Guild. The news that Gaon and Berserk will be working together to rebuild Yusra is posted on the website. One commenter wrote that he didn't help Lai Ho Yal for the reward. Harkin remains in the kingdom of Yusra. The Arkansans are in the Arkan kingdom. A comment was left below the news that Shrek is a blank. The picture shows Shrek with a depressed face, offering his hand towards the protagonist, but the protagonist is standing with his back to him. The girl with pink and black hair is laughing really hard. Leni is laughing just as hard while holding a phone with a news website in it. The man with black hair, looking at Leni and the girl next to her laughing, asks if anyone wants ice cream. A guy with golden hair is reading a newspaper. A man with a black mustache asks why they've finally gone completely insane. The man with the golden hair talks about how they seem to have posted an article about Shrek screwing up in public. In the video, Shrek with a very red face says that he came with pure intentions and it's not like he wanted to get a quest or anything. Behind him, Leonie and Timon are laughing at Shrek. In the chat, one user writes that he definitely wanted to. Another user writes that he has no shame. A third user says that Shrek has no politeness. A fourth user writes that of course he was ignored. The man with the black mustache also starts laughing along with Leonie, and the girl with black and pink hair, while the man with golden hair eats ice cream. A view of a street of tall buildings, with the Gaon Guild headquarters in the middle. The page with the news that Shrek's infamy continues. His old posts are found. The post is titled "I'm a Ranker," and features a picture of Shrek with a cigarette in his teeth and a band-aid on his face. He writes that he ends the day with another cigarette, and with each cigarette his memories float farther and farther away. He writes that he will vaporize like smoke, he is like a cigarette. He asks if this is how he should continue to live his life. Namkal tearfully embraces Timon. Namkal shouts that they did it and calls Timon a good boy. Namkal says loudly that he is proud of his brother because he has gotten the quest to restore the kingdom of Yusra. Namkal rubs his brother's hair. Timon replies that he just did as he said. Namkal screams and says he doesn't know how to express his joy. Namkal says he will kiss him, but Timon sharply replies that he won't. Two guys from the guild are standing nearby. The brown-haired man asks what's wrong with these two and asks if the quest to restore Yusra is really that cool. The man with the golden hair slicked back replies that this quest isn't just cool. It's the first kingdom to appear after Arcana started to be renovated in reality. He adds that once the renovation is over, its value will skyrocket. He's sure there are a whole bunch of people trying to establish good relations with the kingdom of Yusra right now, and Shrek was one of them. Timon tries to push away Namkal, who is trying to kiss him. The host says that his value is reaching astronomical heights, as this is the first national update. He adds that the kingdom of Yusra is known for its natural resources and has great potential. He then says that the surrounding regions will be useful for raising levels, as monsters are reviving in them. He mentions that there may be an update for the store or auction site later. The host adds that if you become influential enough or affinity with the kingdom, you can get the title of aristocrat after the revamp. Multiple players run down a city street. The runner ahead of everyone shouts the name Lai Ho Yal. 3 people run past a crack in the wall. They ask to be added to the Yusra recovery quest. Someone shouts that they are from the military guild and are great at digging. Another person asks Mr. Lai Ho Yal where he is and adds that he's sure he turned here before. A crack in the wall is enveloped in blue magical energy. The wall breaks where the crack was. Behind the wall was Granfell, who collapsed it with a snap of his finger. Lai Ho Yal looks drained. He thinks about being exhausted. He thought that he won't make it home at this rate in this chaos, and maybe he should go to the mage tower then. The protagonist looks out from a break in the wall. He notices the long golden hair near him. Jessie Highness flies above him and calls the protagonist's name. She says she's been waiting for him, her face turning red. Granfell has a nonchalant face. Lai Ho Yal looks very scared. Lai Ho Yal thought he saw a ghost. Learning with Jessie Highness, a polite Korean greeting. First you have to take off your hat in front of those who are older than you. Jessie takes off her hat and holds it in her hands. Secondly, you need to bring your hands together in front of you. Jessie brings her hands together while holding the hat. Third, you need to bow slightly, keeping your back and neck straight. Jessie bows, keeping her back straight. Fourth, you should say your greeting. Jessie Highness asks Granfell how he is doing. Granfell looks at Jessie with an angry expression. Granfell answers her with a huge pause. How polite. The protagonist thinks about being tired. Granfell says he doesn't have any tea with him at the moment, but invites him to sit down. He adds that there's a rocket, a Korean delivery service, that can't get to the mage tower. Jessie Highness, not realizing it's a delivery service, says with a happy face that this is a good thing. It would be bad if a missile hit them, although she can stop a missile. Granfell puts his hand to his face. He thinks she's carrying and asks her to tell him what she wants. She says she had a few questions about magic. She watched a lot of videos about the main character and adds that he was extremely skilled in research, intervention, and manifestation. The main character props his head up with his hand and thinks about how tired he is. He thought that today has been a very long day and he has a lot to think about. In parallel, Jessie Highness says that the protagonist was able to copy the spell of the High Magician, Mr. Marcello, on the first try. She adds that her teacher said that the protagonist is more than a genius. The protagonist thinks of the mortal sin of greed, which said he is the original sin, but did not recognize the protagonist's skill of exorcism. He thinks that a hero of that order should have recognized the demon hunter. It can't be any other way. Jessie says that the power he uses is magic. Jessie sticks out 2 index fingers with a closed eye and a smile as her hat looks in her direction. Jessie looks at Granfell in surprise. She calls the main character by name. Granfell, with his arms crossed, has fallen asleep in his chair due to fatigue. The light from the window illuminates his face with his eyes closed. Jesse, along with the hat, looks at the protagonist in surprise. He is mumbling in his sleep. Jessie opens her mouth and points her hand towards the protagonist. Jessie climbs on the table and then gets close to the protagonist's face. She touches the protagonist's hair. Granfell wakes up and opens his eyes. There is no one in front of him, only a note lying on the table. It's evening outside. The protagonist thinks it was a dream. He mentally asks what kind of dream it was. The note from Jessie says that she will come by next time. The postscript says that the protagonist's hair was getting in his eyes. The protagonist thinks he's really exhausted, even falling asleep right in front of the man. Granfell holds the post-it note in front of him and says that it was somewhat unseemly of him. Granfell opens the interface with the notice. It says about the quest Marcello research. The quest description says that the High Mage of Marcello Tower wants to reach new heights in the study of magic together with the protagonist. The condition of the quest is fulfilled where you need to prove yourself. The second condition is to convince 20 senior mages. Lai Ho Yal thinks that he was wondering what the lull was lately. There is no way that the mages in this tower would accept a researcher so easily. Granfell rubs his closed eye. He adds that in fact he just got the position thanks to Marcello, not deserving it. He was expecting there to be some kind of test. The protagonist wonders why today. Inner Lai Ho Yal stretches with his mouth wide open. Granfell further rubs his closed eye. The protagonist thinks about how sleepy he is. Someone knocks on the protagonist's door. He tells them to come in. Marcello closes his eyes and says it's him. He opens his eyes and says he was in a hurry to meet the protagonist because he has something to tell him. Granfell, with his eyes closed, says he knows why Marcello is here. Granfell props his chin up with his hand and says he needs to prove himself, his hair in his eyes. Marcello wonders what's wrong with the protagonist's hair and apologizes that the protagonist is not trustworthy because of Marcello's shortcomings. Granfell replies that he's not the one missing something. The protagonist is thinking about his lack of sleep. Marcello says, "Excuse me." Granfell adjusts his suit and says to lead the way. The protagonist says that since they don't believe in him, he'll make them believe in him. A notification appears saying to convince the older mages. The next notice is called Balia Jussia Challenge. Then it says that the senior mages wish to welcome the researcher. You need to attend their conference. In the background, the mages are sitting at their desks. In the foreground sits a woman with green hair and long boots, her legs crossed. She props her chin up with the toe of her hand. Her name is Balia Jussia and she is the senior mage of the healing school. Balia Jussia is thinking about the fact that it will be impossible for Lai Ho Yal's researcher to prove that he is qualified. The protagonist is standing in front of the entrance to the auditorium. Balia adds that the 3 senior mages have cast sealing magic of the 3rd level. She covers half of her face with her hand. She doesn't think he can enter this room. The protagonist turns away from the door. Balia adds that he won't even be able to find the door at first. The protagonist walks past the door further down the hall. Granfell's eye brightens. He reaches out with his hand towards the door. Balia is shocked. The mages behind her are surprised. Balia thinks it's impossible and mentally wonders if he really did break the sealing magic of 3rd level magic with such ease. Balia puts her hand on her chest with a surprised face and asks, how? She thinks that even Marcello, the creator of the science of magic theory, couldn't do that. The main character says with a grim face, looks like someone. Balia's face looks a little scared. The protagonist continues his line, messed with the door. Granfell looks angry, his pupils turning orange. She's enveloped by the magical power emanating from the protagonist. She wonders what that overwhelming power is. The protagonist walks towards Balia and says he came all the way here because he thought they all seemed eager to meet him. Balia mentally asks how a player could be capable of such a thing. The main character's well-groomed shoes glisten with a magical glow. He takes a sharp step and says that since they're all going to waste his time playing such petty pranks, it must mean they're ready to take over. The protagonist leans over Balia, spreading his arms across her desk. The protagonist's eyes glow blue. Balia looks perplexed at the protagonist who is perched above her. The protagonist fell asleep on the go. He made a scary expression on his face when he woke up. Lai Ho Yal thought that he had just passed out standing up and that's not good. He adds that he needs to get home and sleep, because a little more and the situation will turn into a mockery of himself. Lai Ho Yal grits his teeth, resisting the urge to sleep with all his might. Granfell leaves, fixes his tie and says that this time he will forgive them and adds that they should try to make it the last time. Balia looks at the protagonist from behind with a surprised look. She smiles perplexedly and mentally asks twice, a little prank. The mages at their desks are worried. Balia thought he'd just called a spell that even she couldn't reverse a little prank. The mage with black hair puts his hand on his head. He says he just remembered something. He says loudly that this is the same researcher Claire was talking about. The man adds that this researcher was attending a mage conference without an invitation. He recalls the protagonist standing next to Claire, who is flipping through a notebook. Another mage questions whether this is true. Another mage says loudly that he now understands why Marcello recommended him to attend. Belia turns toward the voices of the mages. A drop of sweat runs down her face. She thinks about the fact that this man is the researcher who saw through the illusory magic of the Tower Master. Above the Tower of Magicians is a glowing device surrounded by a magic circle. Lai Ho Yal behind Granfell looks very tired. Granfell takes a seat on a chair. The protagonist thinks about whether the number of mages recognizing him has increased. In the quest, 3 out of 20 mages were convinced that the protagonist was worthy of his position. Lai Ho Yal yawns and thinks that 3 is less than he expected. Granfell holds back a yawn. Lai Ho Yal thought that these 3 are senior mages and the best in their respective fields, so it's a pretty good result for just opening doors. Granfell adjusts his tie. The protagonist thinks about the fact that he's a demon hunter first and foremost, not a mage. He has nowhere to rush. Granfell looks very tired. Someone calls the protagonist by name. Lai Ho Yal thinks about going to sleep, and then drops the loot with Yusra for evaluation. Someone calls the protagonist by name again. He pays attention to the voice. A talking sheet of parchment with Marcello's face tells Lai Ho Yal to look over here. Lai Ho Yal thinks about what it even is. Marcello says it is him and says his name. He explains that this item is called magic parchment. He adds that it is a kind of communication tool for them, the magicians. Marcello smiles with his eyes closed. Marcello says that if the protagonist wants to answer him, he should just talk to the parchment. Granfell looks menacingly at the parchment. Granfell squeezes the parchment sheet hard with his fingers as if he is going to tear it. Marcello looks happy on the sheet of parchment, as if it is glowing. The protagonist brings his face close to the parchment and wants to ask what he wants, but is interrupted by Marcello. Marcello says there is no need to get so close. The protagonist thinks about this pissing him off and throws the sheet of parchment into the trash can. Marcello looks upset at the parchment. The upset parchment with Marcello flies up to the protagonist's face and says that he actually wanted to apologize. The protagonist looks at the parchment with one eye. Marcello says he heard about what happened in the Crystal Hall. They played a prank on the door. Marcello looks worried on the parchment. He apologizes for the senior mage's rudeness. Marcello tells them that a high mage is someone who has reached the peak of magic, regardless of school. Marcello with a magic book stands in front of the Tower of Mages. He continues that senior mages require high mages to constantly prove that they are worthy of their position. Lai Ho Yal thought that this is similar to how bullies at school fight for their superiority. A guy with black hair with his hands in his pockets is standing in front of 3 bully girls. Lai Ho Yal puts his hand to his chin and thinks this must be very tiring for Marcello. The magician says this is not a new case. He adds that the protagonist was being tested because Marcello couldn't prove that the protagonist was good enough. He apologizes for that. Lai Ho Yal thought that from the perspective of the senior mages, it all looks like the school's main bully took the exchange student and made him his right-hand man. Granfell says that this is not something Marcello should apologize for. He adds that nobles also constantly have to prove that he or she is worthy of their title. Granfell is used to this kind of challenge by now. A frustrated Marcello says on the parchment that it bothers him that the protagonist is being underestimated because of him. Lai Ho Yal is frightened as if he has been struck by lightning. Many drops of sweat drip down his face. Lai Ho Yal thinks, no. Marcello closes his eyes look sad. Marcello and the main character sit in silence. Lai Ho Yal thinks that if Marcello utters the word underestimate in front of Granfell, he will start saying incredibly shameless things. Granfell smiles as he looks at Marcello, flowers appearing in the background. Petals fly near Marcello's parchment. Granfell says that when others underestimate him, he should just prove himself. Lai Ho Yal clutches his face in shame. Granfell says with a smile on his face that when people overestimate him, he should just make their wishes come true. The protagonist says that if someone doubts him, he just keeps improving himself. Marcello looks at the magical parchment with Granfell's face on it. Marcello's cape is lying on the table. The protagonist says that this is the role of the leader, Marcello. Marcello remains silent for a bit. Marcello says he was rude and adds that he should have talked to the protagonist in person instead of talking through the parchment. Granfell replies that it's no big deal. On the table crawls Hanel, a snail with the head of Lai Ho Yal, which appears when Granfell is being particularly shameless. Marcello says he should have thought more about it. Granfell says that like he said, he shouldn't worry about it. Marcello replies that he will come right away. Granfell says no, it's fine. Marcello says he will be there in about 10 minutes, whereupon the parchment falls on the table. Marcello cuts the connection. Lai Ho-yal cries and thinks about how he said everything was fine and how he wants to sleep. Granfell grabs his forehead. Lai Ho-yal thinks that at this rate he will only sleep in a coffin. Granfell looks at his palm. The protagonist thinks that it will be very difficult to earn respect as a non-mage. A blue magic ball appears in the protagonist's hand. He thinks about the fact that he is only level 266 and adds that all senior mages are at least level 600. The orb emits streams of magic and bubbles. The protagonist concludes that he is nothing more than a noble to them. He adds that he will not allow such thoughts to throw him off target. Granfell thinks about exploring and manipulating magic. Lai Ho-yal adds that being able to prove those who underestimate him wrong and turning exaggeration into reality is Granfell's pride and his. Balls of orange magical energy alternate with magic circles. Granfell thinks about intervening. Granfell is immersed in the process of using magic. Granfell is thinking about manifestation. Celestial lanterns are flying around along with orange magic particles. Granfell and Lai Ho-yal are observing this beauty. The entire spacious room is filled with beautiful orange-colored sky lanterns. Lai Ho-yal looks at the lanterns with a smile and puts his hands on his waist. Lai Ho-yal threw up rainbows. He feels sick. Lai Ho-yal thought he ran out of Manga just from some light magic. Lai Ho-yal vomited rainbow. He is leaning on the bookcase. Granfell sits nonchalantly at the table. Lai Ho-yal states that light magic is considered the most basic magic of all. From the back of the door, a voice asks if Mr. Lai Ho-yal is inside and says it is Marcello. Marcello says he is coming in. In front of him with his hands and elbows folded on the table, Granfell says come in. The ability to keep a straight face is Granfell's pride. Builders are busy constructing a building against the backdrop of the vegetation of the Yusra archipelago. Namkal asks his brother if he sees everything correctly. On the site, users are skeptical of the protagonist's contribution to killing the deadly sin and solving the mystery of Yusra. Namkal adds that he thinks people have gone crazy. Teeman and Namkal stare at the screen of a smartphone. Teeman wonders with an angry look on his face if the protagonist is not trustworthy. Marcello walks into the protagonist's office. Marcello notices something. Lai Ho-yal wonders what Marcello noticed and adds that he is sure he kept his expression. Granfell asks, "What is it, Marcello?" Marcello asks the protagonist if he has just used magic in this office. Granfell looks at Marcello with folded arms and a nonchalant face. Lai Ho-yal thinks about the magic he just used and wonders if it smells like burning. Granfell says he's been practicing a little basic magic and adds that he's not going to burn down the office, so he asks not to worry. Marcello looks up and says that's not what he means. Marcello thinks about basic magic. There are green-colored magic trails left in the air. Marcello is surprised that basic magic leaves such impressive traces. Marcello thinks about what a magic trace is. The applied spell leaves behind traces that show exactly how the research and intervention was carried out. The more complex the process, the more. "They're beautiful," Claire says, appearing at Marcello's back. Marcello asks when she got here. Claire says what marvelous magical footprints and asks the protagonist if they are. She adds that he must have tried to summon a dragon or something. Other mages come running into the cabinet. One of them says that these are Lai Ho-yal's magical footprints. Claire asks Marcello how the protagonist could have left so many marks with just elemental magic. The magician with black hair calls the magical footprints awesome. The mage with glasses says he saw them and couldn't contain his curiosity. The bald magician asks Marcello if they are footprints. Marcello is asked how much he interfered with the mana. Lai Ho-yal wonders where this crowd came from. Claire enjoys the sight of the magic trail. Marcello looks at the crowd in surprise. One of the mages beckons people to look at the magic trails. Another magician says that with such magical footprints, they can easily win the 823rd Magic Footprints Beauty Contest. Another mage asks if they can win by competing with him, the previous winner. One of the crowd of mages asks Marcello what kind of magic he used. Marcello says in a trembling voice that it was not his work, but that of Lai Ho-yal. Marcello points his hand at Granfell. Granfell has disappeared from his workplace. Marcello asks where he went. More and more mages enter the office. Granfell walks away to the opposite side of the hallway with a glowing blue eye. Lai Ho-yal wonders what these magic trails are all about and calls those who came to his office magic nerds. He adds that he needs to get home and get some rest. Granfell with violet eyes walks briskly, a stream of magic emanating from his left pupil. He thinks he will never rest if he stays here. In front of Granfell are 4 mages who call the protagonist by name. The girl with pink hair points her finger at the protagonist and says that the protagonist showed up on time. She adds that they were just about to meet him. She says loudly that the protagonist was so confident in the crystal hall. The girl asks if the protagonist can solve this puzzle too. She holds a cube in her hand. In the interface, the item is called a modern puzzle. The description says that it is a puzzle called one of the 3 hardest tasks of the Tower of Magicians. The current record is 9 days, 3 hours, 21 minutes and 7 seconds. The girl says that the puzzle gets harder depending on how much mana is poured into it. She adds that even Marcello took more than 10 days to solve the puzzle. The girl is holding a glowing puzzle in her hand. Behind her are 3 mages with their arms crossed. The protagonist uses the magic of reversal. A new record notification appears, 1 second. The 4 mages cry after the protagonist solves the puzzle. A notification appears that Granfell has convinced 7 of the 20 senior mages. Granfell smiles slightly looking at the notification. He notices that he has already convinced 7 mages and thinks that it will take less time than he expected. On the protagonist's exit, a huge number of people take pictures on cameras and smartphones. One of them shouts that he is here and calls Lai Ho Yal's name. The protagonist is asked if he really overcame that deadly sin himself as he walks down the stairs. Some of the people talk about the rumor that Lai Ho Yal did nothing and just took credit. Another person with cameras and smartphones asks the protagonist to comment on a number of issues surrounding his person. Lai Ho Yal doesn't understand what kind of questions they want to ask him, sweat dripping down his face. Granfell looks menacingly at the reporters and says that they are being rude. He adds that he has no obligation to answer those who have no manners. Behind Granfell, the mages appear. One of them talks about finding the protagonist. One of the mages says he has questions about the protagonist's magical trail. A man with glasses holding a figurine of the protagonist asks if the magic used by the protagonist was the initial magic of light. The old magician asks how about having some red wine in his lab. He adds that he has been studying magic all his life and has never seen such a display of spells. Lai Ho Yal looks at the mage in horror and screams from the pressure. Granfell warily looks at the mages. The reporters ask the protagonist en masse to answer questions. Some of them mention the rumors that Harkin defeated mortal sin. Another asks if it's true that Skal was there. Lai Ho Yal screams even harder at the crowd. The mages and reporters surround the protagonist on all sides and run straight to him. Lai Ho Yal screams even harder at the crowd's intrusiveness. He thinks it's like he's been caught in a net. Lai Ho Yal is crying from the crowd's pressure. He thinks about what to do and how to get out of here. Lai Ho Yal notices something. He sees a pink barrier in front of him and wonders what it was. The protagonist adds that the flow of mana has suddenly changed. Behind the barrier of circulating magic is a door. A reporter with a phone on a selfie stick asks the protagonist to stop avoiding them and just answer the questions. Lai Ho Yal looks in the reporter's direction with a worried expression. The protagonist thinks to himself that he doesn't care and steps into the barrier. The man with the selfie stick is surprised by what is happening. Both the magicians and reporters are surprised that the protagonist has disappeared and ask where he is. On the table in front of the protagonist sits Belia with a book in her hands. Next to her lies her cloak. The barrier behind the protagonist disappears. Belia with a smile on her face says that it was amazing. She adds that he saw the passage as soon as she opened it and walked in. This is exactly what she expected from someone who had handled the illusion magic of the Tower Master. The protagonist stands at the double doors, Belia placing a book on the table. Granfell looks at Belia with a nonchalant gaze. Lai Ho Yal with a frightened face thinks it was her who was in the crystal hall today. He assumes she means to say she helped him. Granfell says he felt an interference in the mana in the wall. He adds that a similar thing happened to the Mage Tower Master's illusion. He felt that someone had interfered with the mana in the wall, and did research to return it to its original state. Belia's face became surprised. Her face turned red, she covers it with her hand. She laughs at the top of her voice. Lai Ho Yal doesn't understand why she's laughing and mentally asks if it's because of the way he's talking. He adds that he said all this because he was grateful for the help. Lai Ho Yal's face turns red. Belia quotes Granfell, "When others underestimate me, I just have to prove myself. And when people overestimate me, it's my responsibility to make their expectations come true. Isn't that right?" She wipes her tear-stained eye with a smile on her face. Lai Ho Yal mentally wonders how she knows and grabs the back of her head with both hands. She says the main character's name while looking at his face. She closes her eyes, presses her hand to her chest, and says that he's probably the only one who thinks the Tower Master's illusion magic is simple. Belia says she still hasn't introduced herself. The girl says she is Belia Jussia, the High Mage of the Healing School. Behind her a bright light is burning in the windows. She says with a smile on her face that like High Mage Marcello, she has also decided to recognize the qualifications of the protagonist. The goal of the Elder Persuasion quests is now 8 out of 20. Granfell looks at Belia with a bit of surprise. The morning light illuminates the brick building. On the site, users question whether the protagonist has killed the deadly sin and revealed Yusra's secret. One user writes that he feels sorry for Shrek. The protagonist assumed that everyone would talk about his behavior, but the reality is different. Lai Hoyal recalls the crowd of reporters yesterday and says that there is only minor gossip here. He thought that Gaon and Berserk were also talking about what happened. Lots of people created accounts just to leave a comment. Comments from guild members refuted the gossip. Lai Hoyal thought it was possible to just ignore it. Lai Hoyal looks at Granfell. He doesn't understand why he is still awake. Granfell is cleaning the window with a respirator on his face. Granfell takes 2 bags of garbage to the trash cans. Granfell does pull-ups on the bar. A notice of a weak body workout appears. 412 out of 500 pull-ups. Lai Hoyal cries when he looks at Granfell. He assumes that work-life balance means nothing to Granfell. The main character's characterization interface is revealed. Stamina is 33, Dexterity is 35, Mana is 126, and Luck is 3. Lai Hoyal notes that as a result of constantly completing the class quest, he now has 33 stamina and 35 dexterity due to bonuses, which means he is about 10 points ahead of other players of the same level. Lai Hoyal thought it was a big difference just for doing a repeat quest. Class quests are really the best. Lai Hoyal raises 2 thumbs up. Granfell is slicing carrots on the board. Lai Hoyal with red cheeks thought about how stamina and agility are completely useless for a demon hunter. The protagonist imagines the demon hunter delivering bread to the cook and remembers what was said about the class. They said that the demon hunter had no close range skills, that it had no combat skills, that it was a bad class, that it was just bad, that it was great at delivering bread. Lai Hoyal scratches under his nose and thinks it's better to just give him mana. Lai Hoyal takes a seat on the ground and thinks it would be nice to come up with something for melee combat. Just like Granfell developed magic skills despite being a demon hunter. He thinks back to that aura sword that Harkin used. Granfell quickly cuts carrots with a nonchalant expression on his face. Lai Hoyal thinks about how Harkin did it. The protagonist notices that it was slightly different from mana. Carrot crumbs fly off the knife. Lai Hoyal imagines Harkin concentrating Harkin into the sword and waving it around. Granfell closes his eyes and is enveloped by streams of blue energy. Lai Hoyal looks at Granfell in surprise, enveloped in magic. Granfell stares in surprise at what is happening. Carrots are flying around. Granfell cut the table with a knife that is shrouded in blue energy. A huge rift appears in the wall. There are still streams of energy circulating near the knife. Lai Hoyal looks fearfully at what Granfell has just done. Lai Hoyal notices that Granfell has just used the sword aura while slicing a carrot. Granfell is holding a reinforced knife in his hand with a wet face. Streams of water flow out of a hole in the wall, with a rainbow reflecting off of it. Citizens on the street take notice of the hole in the wall. Yusra Islands, Berserk headquarters. A construction crane is moving a container in the background of a construction site. Players from the guilds are engaged in construction. Lini, wearing a helmet with a disgruntled face, holds a smartphone in 2 hands. A man with a black mustache asks what is the oppressive atmosphere around their guildmaster and what she is watching on Nadub. The man with the golden hair replies, "Who knows?" The host says that he was killed by Scal, and the knights just dealt the final blow. He adds that they cannot make concessions in this dispute. The host waves his hands in the background as Lai Hoyal is recorded talking to King Hakuna. Pak Hui Kan shouts on the broadcast that of course he was killed by Lai Hoyal, because he was directly watching it. The streamer yells with an angry expression on his face. He adds that Mr. Lai Hoyal almost got into trouble because when the Great Evil attacked, everyone froze in a state of fear. The man in the baseball cap and mask says that he thinks that the top-ranked Scal defeated him. The man adds that he will remain silent to maintain his mysterious concept. He questions the possibility of the novice player Lai Hoyal defeating the giant monster and adds that since Scal was immobile, he figured now was as good a time as any. Lini curses loudly and throws her smartphone on the ground. She yells that these people are talking things they don't even know anything about and should be punished for it. The man with the black mustache asks how such a thing can even be said. A man with golden hair says that such things can be said in a fight by the leader of another guild. The girl with pink and black hair calls Lini, calling her sister, and then asks why she is angry again. The man with the black mustache tapped his fist on his palm and thought she would definitely use that in a fight with the other guild leader. Leanie with her arms crossed says that these rascals keep talking nonsense. A girl with pink and black hair holds Leanie by the shoulders with a happy face. Leanie says that absolutely just now Lai Ho-yal single-handedly slew him. She mentions Steel and Knights and adds that the commentators don't know anything. The girl with pink and black hair listens to Leanie with enthusiasm in her eyes. She asks because of Lai Ho-yal if she is angry. Leanie's face turns red. She asks, what? Leanie denies the pink and black-haired girl's words and asks why she would act like that and says she's crazy. She adds that she is for his help with the first sweep and with this quest. The girl with pink and black hair replies that Leanie is mad because Lai Ho-yal is being criticized. Leanie yells that she is not. The man with golden hair says it looks like the leader has a crush on him. The man with the black mustache asks what crime Lai Ho-yal committed to be punished like that. Both men are buried in a mound of earth with their feet sticking out from underneath. The girl with pink and black hair holds a shovel in one hand and tells Leanie to cheer up. Leanie flaps her arms, clearing them from the ground. The girl with pink and black hair continues that this is just meaningless nonsense that will settle down soon. She offers to talk about something interesting. She asks Leanie if she remembers how they were given titles as they grew in influence in the land when they played Arcana. Leanie is holding a construction helmet in two hands. The girl with pink and black hair says that once the reconstruction is complete, they will receive attitude and influence points in the Kingdom of Yusra and a reward for them. Notice of the Kingdom of Yusra: relationship, friendship, influence, reward. The girl with pink and black hair adds that then Leanie will get the territory. The girl with pink and black hair introduces the ceremony of appointing Viscountess Leanie. King Hakuna stands with a sword. Leanie makes a bow before him. The girl with pink black hair adds that even Shine and Second Son will have to show her respect in the kingdom. Leanie walks past Rox and Shrag who bow to her. Leanie stands with a wary face while her friends behind her fantasize. Leanie smiles slightly, her cheeks blushing. The girl with pink and black hair says it's funny. Leanie replies negatively. The girl with pink and black hair says Leanie is cuter when she smiles. The girl with pink and black hair pulls a blushing Leanie by the cheek. Leanie rubs her cheek and thinks that the Yusra Kingdom reconstruction quest is definitely a good opportunity. A cave with purple crystals. Leanie thinks it's a natural treasure island where you can mine Arcana resources without entering the rifts. And not to mention the title, the value of getting even one mining license is huge. Leanie recalls Lai Ho-yal in a moment of conversation with Hakuna. She continues that this is an opportunity anyone would envy. She wonders why he gave it to them. Leanie puts her hand on the back of her head and says that this is how they end up in debt again. Leanie and the girl with the black and pink hair are on the high wall. Leanie asks when they can have a cup of tea. Her friend interjects and Leanie replies that no, nothing. At the bottom of the wall is Granfell walking by in sunglasses. A chat is opened with the landlord, where he writes that he rented the apartment because he thought Lai Ho-yal would lead a quiet and peaceful life, but now he doesn't know what to do with the house chopped in two. The protagonist replies that his mistake was obviously the careless use of force that he could not control, and adds that the landlord can demand any repair fee he wants. The homeowner writes, "What the?" Granfell stares into the screen of a smartphone that reflects himself. The protagonist thinks he was lucky enough to manifest the sword energy, but he almost made trouble because he couldn't control it. He remembers how he concentrated the energy in the knife. Lai Ho-yal with a frightened face thinks about how to reduce it. The protagonist's health is spent in real time while he is lying in bed. The protagonist lost consciousness for 6 days due to physical exhaustion from the sword energy. Granfell is walking through the grass. He thinks that when he looks for information about sword energy on the internet, only short stories are found. He adds that he came to Yusra Island to begin with, but is not sure if Harkin will teach him the techniques of sword energy. The guard stops the protagonist and tells him to stop, for here begins the territory of the Kingdom of Yusra. The guard adds that the kingdom is currently being rebuilt and no outsiders are allowed to enter. He asks if the protagonist has a Yusra resident ID or a certified entry permit. Granfell replies that there is none of these. Lai Ho-yal thinks about the fact that they have already put a system in place. The guard says that in that case, passage is forbidden. He apologizes and asks to leave. Lai Ho-yal thinks that the Arcanian has immigrated to the Kingdom of Yusra and adds that he stopped him nicely. Granfell asks if there is any way to meet Harkin. The guard asks if he is talking about Harkin Kingsguard. The guard looks at Granfell carefully. The guard makes a silly smiling face with his tongue hanging out and replies that Harkin is out of reach. He adds that a man like the protagonist, a man without powers, has no chance of meeting him. Lai Ho Yal starts to get angry. Granful tells the guard if he could at least give a message to Harkin or Hakuna. The guard replies in the negative and calls the protagonist funny. The guard points his finger at the protagonist and says with a disdainful look on his face, how dare the protagonist speak so disparagingly of Sir Harkin and His Majesty. The guard adds that it looks like the protagonist is trying to get away with pretending to be friendly. He asks the protagonist if he thinks he's the first. Hakuna steps on the bridge. The guard says that such a thing is only allowed to His Majesty's benefactor, Lai Ho Yal. King Hakuna smiles widely with his eyes closed and calls the protagonist's name. Hakuna waves his hand in greeting as he walks towards the protagonist. The guard bulges his eyes as he looks at the king. Granful calls the king's name to Hakuna. The guard looks at the protagonist with his mouth wide open. He is shocked. A notification appears that the protagonist's name has been revealed. The next notification says that the powers feature in the Kingdom of Yusra has been activated. The last notification says that the relationship with Yusra Kingdom has reached maximum. The influence in Yusra Kingdom has reached maximum. The protagonist thought it would activate when they recognize his name. Hakuna shakes Granfel's hand in greeting and asks what reason the protagonist has for visiting Yusra and calls him a benefactor. Granfel says he has business with Harkin, but seems to need permission. Hakuna looks at the protagonist in surprise. He doesn't understand what permission we are talking about and continues that the benefactor has equal authority in the Kingdom of Yusra. Hakuna asks which king would need permission to visit his kingdom. Granfel introduces himself and the guardian as military men. The guard asks permission from the protagonist, who is driving a truck. The protagonist is standing with glasses, with a forest in the background. Granfel replies, "That's how." He thought he just got it. Granfel realizes that he turns out to have more powers than he thought. Hakuna asks the protagonist what business he has with Sir Harkin. The guard in the background is very frightened. Hakuna presses his hand to his chest. Granfel begins to tell him why he wants Harkin. Knights of the Order of the Lionheart stand on the beach in battle stances. In front of the soldiers stands Jessica, who is commanding them. Jessica yells that the stance is wrong. She commands them to straighten their swords and raise them higher. She yells how they are going to defeat the devil of their hometown and commands the knights to be louder. The knights make a sword swing. Jessica commands the knights to be even louder. Harkin speaks about Lai Ho Yal's request to learn sword energy techniques. Harkin and Lai Ho Yal are drinking tea at the table. He asks the protagonist what it means. Jessica yells that the 16 men have to get out of formation. He yells to the knight that he is useless and taking up time. Granfel, holding a cup of tea in his hand, replies that he means exactly what he said. He wants to know how to control a light like the one that flickered on Harkin's sword. Harkin asks the protagonist what he means to say that he saw some kind of light. A drop of sweat runs down Harkin's face. Harkin adds that even practicing for over 10 years, it is impossible to sense it without innate talent. Harkin says that Lai Ho Yal surprises him in a new way every time. Granfel sighs and says there's nothing to be surprised about. Lai Ho Yal thinks Granfel doesn't know what modesty is at all. Harkin says that won't work, because not even an experienced swordsman can't learn sword technique just because he wants to. Harkin sighs and says that the protagonist is a mage after all. He goes on to say that even though the protagonist can see sword energy, his own will only appear after practicing for 10 years. Half of Granfel's face is covered by a shadow. He says that it can appear. Harkin, with a surprised look on his face, asks what the protagonist just said. Granfel replies that she may appear. Granfel says with a serious look on his face that he wants to learn how to handle sword energy. Harkin opens his mouth when he hears what the protagonist said. Harkin turns to Jessica and calls out to her. Jessica turns around and says, "Yes, Captain." Harkin tells Jessica to bring the sword and the lion's oath. Jessica has a drop of sweat dripping down her face and replies that she will bring it. In front of the protagonist is a huge iron plate with an iron lion in the middle. To the left of the plate stand Harkin, Jessica and Enoch. The protagonist takes a closer look at the iron lion on the plate. Lai Ho Yal thinks about what the iron plate is. Enoch asks why they need the lion's oath. Jessica replies that she doesn't know, because she doesn't know what the captain is thinking. Harkin says with a smile on his face that the so-called lion's oath is a relic handed down from generation to generation by the Knights of the Lion's Heart, and then adds that it is made of iron, which does not exist in the world, because its strength is so great that it can be compared to an unbreakable oath. Harkin says that of the 2 sword marks on the lion's muzzle, one belongs to the first commander of the knights and the other to Harkin. The protagonist turns to Harkin. Harkin takes the sword by the hilt and says, "Lai Ho Yal, so what have you decided?" Harkin sticks the sword into the sand with a slight smile and says that if the protagonist wants to manifest true sword energy, Does he want to become a master of the third mark? Lai Hoyal looks at the sword the way Harkin clutches the sword. Enoch speaks loudly about how this wall is not for an outsider, but Jessica stops him with her hand and yells to stand still. She adds that this is impossible for an adventurer and tells Enoch to keep his thoughts to himself. Enoch says that this is the captain's sword. The protagonist smiles slightly. He tells Harkin that he cannot hold the sword. Enoch and Jessica look at the protagonist in surprise. Harkin wonders what the protagonist is going to do. Granville replies that he will borrow a sword from the weapons rack instead. Granville pulls a level 200 blue class training long sword from the weapon rack. Harkin and Enoch open their mouths in surprise. Harkin thinks about the fact that it is only a training long sword. He adds that its blade is barely hanging on. Granville holds the sword in his hands, standing in front of the lion's head. Streams of blue energy sweep near Enoch and Jessica. Blue energy envelops Harkin. The other knights of the order watch in amazement. A wave of energy cuts through the lion's head and plate. The main character's eyes glow blue as he delivers his powerful strike. He asks if it is enough in a case like this. Enoch, with his mouth open in surprise, thinks that the energy of this sword is very strong. Enoch wonders where the magician got it from. The protagonist is enveloped by streams of blue energy as he strengthens the sword with a nonchalant face. Lai Hoyal asks to be saved, his health level decreasing. Harkin, with his mouth wide open, tells Lai Hoyal that he never ceases to amaze him. He adds that now he's even more interested in seeing the protagonist's full potential. Harkin says to start training immediately. Harkin thinks the protagonist is excited to learn more. Harkin approaches the protagonist and tells Jessica and Enoch that it will be great if they train together. Jessica and Enoch agree with the commander. Harkin says that they will train starting with the basics of swordsmanship. Jessica and Enoch are excellent swordsmen with incredible sword skills. Harkin offers to train his body with them first, but the use of energy is forbidden until he allows it. Lai Hoyal cries tears of joy. He thought Harkin realized so quickly exactly what the protagonist needed. Granville smiles a little and says they will. Enoch and Jessica stand in front of Granville and 4 other shirtless recruits. Enoch is thinking about how unusual it is to see a mage trying to use a sword, who has also received the captain's favor. Enoch looks at Granville. Enoch adds that his rejection of the captain's sword means that he is treating him properly. Enoch thought that even if he didn't like it, he should treat it the same way. Jessica says that she is Jessica Bright's instructor, currently in charge of training. She adds that they have to take into account that the Lionheart Knights' training is always harsh and commands them to change into their training uniforms. Jessica Bright thinks that even if he managed to manifest sword energy, he's basically a mage, and in real combat, if he lacks stamina, he won't be able to use it. Jessica looks at the new recruits with a stern look. She thinks she'll train the main character to death and calls him an incompetent mage. Granville tightens the belt on the shirt he is wearing. He looks muscular. Jessica bites her lip and speaks loudly, not understanding how a mage can have such a body. Enoch looks at Jessica scornfully and asks if she has swallowed her admiration. Jessica yells that the training is starting. Jessica gets into a fighting stance. She holds her sword in 2 hands. She says that the basics of swordsmanship begin with the sword-holding stance and commands the recruits to raise their swords. Enoch walks between the fighters and tells them that the elbow is bent too far and then commands them to put their left arm at waist level and slightly forward. Jessica yells that the thumb of the left hand should be pointing down, and then adds that you don't need to put your right foot forward. Enoch says to put force into the right hand only at the moment of impact, and then commands a single vertical strike. The protagonist, holding the sword in 2 hands, thinks about how Harkin held the sword. The protagonist remembers how Harkin held the sword when he was possessed by a demon. Harkin, in flashback, moves forward to attack. The protagonist thinks about how the blow was very hard, fast, and strong. Granville, with his eyes closed, swings his sword. Granville opens his eyes, preparing to attack. The protagonist makes a strong strike that glowed with blue energy and blows streams of wind around. Jessica and Enoch are blown away by the wind at the protagonist's side. Jessica and Enoch's hair is mussed up and smoke is flying around. Enoch asks the protagonist how he did it. Granville replies that he was trying to imitate Sir Harkin. Enoch asks the protagonist again about the imitation. Jessica thinks that it can't be, since it was clearly the captain's swordsmanship. She adds that it would take the Knights of the Lionheart several decades to accomplish such a thing. Jessica presents an image of a lion with blue glowing eyes and an image of Harkin standing in a fighting stance. Jessica marvels that the main character perfectly recreated Harkin's movements just by seeing it a few times. She thought that about the sheer enormous energy the sword released, and yet he's supposed to be just a bit of a weird mage. Granville holds a practice sword in his hand and says it's perfectly usable. Jessica thinks she has never met such a genius before. Harkin looks at the protagonist. He thinks that indeed, the protagonist's natural talent exceeds his talent. It is too wasteful to let him be only a mage. Harkin smiles slightly. Harkin adds that he should guide him well so that the magical world does not consume him. King Hakuna appears behind Harkin and calls Harkin's name. Harkin answers him, "Your Majesty." Hakuna says he heard that his benefactor wanted to learn the technique of wielding sword energy, so he came to observe him. Hakuna looks at the protagonist and asks if there is too much sand on the beach. The benefactor might get bronchial problems. Harkin is a little startled while bowing. Harkin looks at the knights behind him. The knights and respirators begin sweeping away sand with brooms. Harkin asks the knights if they want Lai Ho Yal cheese to get a lung ache and commands them to sweep it all away without leaving a single grain of sand. Hakuna covers his face from the sunlight and says that the sunlight is too bright. Hakuna asks if his benefactor will faint from heat stroke. Harkin looks at his knights again. Harkin commands the knights to transplant trees from the jungle to the beach. The knights dig the trees out of the ground and run down the beach with them in their hands. He commands the knights to create shade for Lai Ho Yal. Harkin says he can't believe the king pays so much attention to just one training session and calls him a role model. Hakuna with a happy face laughs a little and asks if it's true. Harkin puts his hand to his chest and talks about Your Majesty worrying so much that he commander can't sit still. He calls out to Jessica and Enoch. Harkin quickly takes off his armor and says that he has been too relaxed lately and will also be retraining with the new recruit. He adds that he doesn't want Hakuna to be burdened by being a captain and asks him to treat him as a new recruit. Jessica and Enoch are shocked. Enoch yells at the captain for saying such things. Jessica yells at the captain to calm down for starters and tells the new recruit to listen to his opinion. Harkin holds out his hand to the protagonist and asks if he wouldn't mind training together. Jessica and Enoch look angrily at Granfell. Lai Ho Yal thinks about how he feels that if he agrees, he will become their mortal enemy. Granfell replies with a smile on his face that of course he is welcome anytime. Lai Ho Yal mentally thinks no problem and has a long laugh. Granfell tells Sir Harkin that since this is the case, maybe Jessica and Enoch can join the training as well. Harkin tells the protagonist that he is right and commands his subordinates to get ready as well. Enoch and Jessica with very angry faces wonder if the protagonist is stupid. The blue sky filled with clouds. Jessica yells that they need to start faster and tells Harkin to order whatever he wants. Enoch agrees with Jessica. This is how the most unpleasant training session with the commander of the knights began. In the background the knights are working with brooms. In the foreground Enoch walks past the knights while Granfell, Harkin and Jessica are practicing with a sword. The Tower of the Mages rises above the evening city. Someone knocks on the door. A man with long black hair tells them to come in. Magic Tower, Mattis's laboratory. A hooded mage walks over to the mage behind the desk. At the desk sits the senior mage of the wizarding school, Mattis Dean Carl. He is filling out a scroll with his quill. He is the one who raised the sorcerer's school, which had previously been treated as a sect. If not for Marcello, he would be the current head mage of the Magic Tower. Mattis looks up and asks the guest what business he has come for. The hooded mage says that among the items given to Sir Lai Ho Yal for evaluation is an item related to black magic, which is why he has come. Mattis asks if this is the adventurer with whom Marcello is doing the research. Mattis thinks that these items are not easy to obtain. Among them are a crystal of pure emerald, silk made of koi scales, and especially the orb of a vampire count. All three items are lying on the table in front of Mattis. He thinks they are not items that a normal person would get and mentally asks who Lai Ho Yal is. Mattis tells him to bring him a parchment to communicate with Lai Ho Yal, and adds that he will evaluate his items himself. At the end of Yusra's island training, tired knights lean on brooms, with the full moon in the background. Tired knights sleeping on beds. One of the warriors calls for his father and grandmother. The protagonist's bed is empty. Granfell's hand grasps the style. Granfell pulls himself up on the bar. According to the weakened body training notice, he did 465 pull-ups out of 500. Lai Ho Yal thinks about the fact that his muscles are sore. He thinks he is too tired and is dying. He thinks he is already at his limit after the day's workouts because of Harkin. The protagonist remembers a happy Harkin running on the beach and saying how great it is to get back to training after a long break. He commands him to run another 100 laps. Lai Ho Yal calls Harkin silly and adds that jokes should be moderate so that he can get away with it. Lai Ho Yal thinks so, even though he's the most supportive. Notifications appear that Granfell has gone beyond his limits with the help of training, fulfilled all the conditions, and receives a reward. Fatigue is gone in the main character's characterization window. Lai Ho Yal looks happy. Lai Ho Yal mentally tells Granfell to go to sleep. the protagonist notices an owl flying towards him. Mattis's face appears on the parchment. He greets the protagonist and introduces himself as the senior mage from the Magic Tower, Mattis Dean Carl. He adds that he has contacted the protagonist to report the results of the requested item evaluation. Lai Hoyal recalls having instructed the Magic Tower to evaluate some items. Granfell tells Mattis to speak. An image of a level 400 vampire count's unique orb appears with its description. The description of the orb says that it is an orb filled with the blood of a vampire, whose blood gushes out and deals damage to the target. Mattis says that the Vampire Earl orb is a magical device used by a demon, a very rare item. He adds that he would like to ask to borrow it for research purposes. Lai Hoyal thinks that it can be used from level 400. He adds that this item will come in handy later when they ask for the hexagonal star brooch back. Lai Hoyal licks the corner of his lips. Granfell says it can be borrowed, but what about the other items? A unique crystal of pure emerald that preserves the purity of emerald. Mattis was able to confirm through evaluation that taking damage restores a portion of spent health, and it can also be used to make accessories. An image of a folded cloth appears, a unique silk made from carp scales that adds effects to the item created. Carp scale silk increases the fire attribute, dodge range, and adds the aesthetics characteristic. Mattis says that it can also be used to make items. He asks to borrow some silk from the protagonist as well. Granfell looks at the parchment with his arms crossed. He wonders what kind of aesthetic characteristic it is and adds that this is the first time he's heard of it. Lai Hoyal thinks he's creepily curious about this characteristic, so he'll have to try it himself. Granfell says he can't borrow the silk from the scales because he hopes he can make something out of it in the emerald crystal. Mattis says he understands, but warns the protagonist that he will be charged a significant amount of money. Lai Hoyal thinks it's time to show off his brilliant negotiation skills that he has honed during his time at the company. He adds that he will first make his decision based on the final quality, as he is not yet familiar with the skills of the Tower of Magicians. He wants them to demonstrate their skills to him first and make everything as economical as possible. The protagonist takes his hand to the parchment. Mattis turns his attention to the protagonist's hand. The protagonist, with a smile on his face, tells Mattis to achieve the best results regardless of his cost. Lai Hoyal thinks this is the worst thing to say in a negotiation. Mattis thinks about what Granfell said in terms of costs and best results. Mattis thinks there is a reason Marcello made him a colleague. He is entertaining. Mattis responds positively with a smile on his face. The protagonist's health is almost over. Lai Hoyal thinks it doesn't matter. He hangs up because he can't take it anymore and needs to sleep. Granfell says that's the end of it. Mattis says, "Ah, wait, Sir Lai Hoyal." The protagonist falls asleep in front of Mattis, which he says. On a parchment shrouded in golden magic, a text is typed. On the parchment is written that Mattis will be waiting for the protagonist in the hovering garden, and respectfully asks him to meet him, the senior mage of the wizarding school, Mattis Dean Carl. Dawn on the Usra Islands when everyone is still asleep. A golden palace in the middle of tropical trees. The protagonist's bed is empty, the other knights are asleep. The protagonist is out for a run. According to the notice with the quest to train the weakened body, the protagonist ran 17 out of 20 kilometers. While jogging, Lai Hoyal thought that this quest is now done in 1 or 2. An owl flies to the protagonist with a parchment from Mattis. Mattis calls the name of the protagonist. Granfell turns towards the bird. Mattis says he is troubling the protagonist because he has not responded since last night. He apologizes if the protagonist was offended by the content of the message. Lai Hoyal wonders what message he is talking about. Granfell asks what the message is. He adds that he didn't see the message. The parchment with the message about the meeting is on a table near the protagonist's bed. Mattis makes the scroll float in the air. He replies that it's a load off his shoulders. He just wanted to respectfully ask him to meet him in the hovering garden tomorrow afternoon. Granfell replies that it would be difficult for him and makes a contemptuous expression. Mattis assumes that the protagonist has plans and asks how about the afternoon after tomorrow. Granfell replies that this is also difficult. Mattis replies that of course the protagonist is busy and suggests the morning of 2 days later. Granfell again replies that it is difficult for him. Mattis with a calm face remains silent for a short time. He thinks that right, this is a test. Lai Hoyal is the first to conduct a study with the head of the Magic Tower. Mattis states that the politeness, formality that a senior mage must possess is being tested. Mattis has no time to give a date, and Granfell is already saying that he is finding it difficult with a contemptuous expression on his face. He says he's focused on practicing with his sword right now and doesn't have time for face-to-face meetings. Mattis asks when then would that be possible. Drops of sweat run down his anxious face. Mattis adds that he will be at the disposal of the protagonist whenever it suits him. Granville replies that he will be available 1 hour in the morning 2 days from now. Mattis exhales and Granville smiles slightly. Wai Ho-yal thinks he was planning to go to the magic tower for research at this time anyway, so he decides to pretend to be magnanimous. Mattis says they will see each other that day, and the owl flies away. Wai Ho-yal and Harkin look at the owl. Harkin looks at the protagonist with his arms crossed and a smile on his face. It is afternoon training time. The sun shines brightly through the clouds in the blue sky. Enoch walks between the soldiers practicing with their swords and commands them to straighten their backs and then tells them not to let the tip of the sword shake. Enoch commands to gather all his arm strength and strike. Harkin walks towards the protagonist. Granville asks Harkin what he said. Harkin, with a smile on his face, repeats that he can no longer teach the protagonist. Granville asks what that means and Harkin replies that is exactly what it means. Harkin adds that Granville has reached the stage of gaining enlightenment through practice. Wai Ho-yal, with a very frightened look on his face, thinks that he is about to have a real fight, even though he has only been studying for 1 day. Granville asks if Harkin really thinks so. Harkin says that the protagonist underestimates his abilities and asks if he wants to fill his sword with aura once. Wai Ho-yal thinks he doesn't know what Harkin is thinking. Granville clutches the sword in both hands and replies that he will try it. The protagonist thought that if he couldn't control it like yesterday, he would lose his strength in an instant, so he had to concentrate. He wondered what the aura meant with a serious expression on his face. He'd picked up on the fact that it was different from skill. Just like the magic he had mastered, this power could be wielded by any class. Granville sees a blue glow. He thinks about how the flow is different from magic power, it moves within the body. Enoch and Jessica watch the main character who is concentrating the aura. The other knights are also paying attention to Granville. The protagonist thinks that if he uses this flow as well as magic, he will succeed. Harkin smilingly watches the hero who concentrates the energy in his sword. Granville holds a sword enveloped in blue energy in 2 hands. Wai Ho-yal thinks that the aura of the sword has the same power as magic. He thought that after observing and interacting, the sword aura became stable. Harkin says that stable sword aura skills come through hard work. Even after yesterday morning's training alone, the protagonist kept practicing. Harkin stands beside the protagonist. Harkin says that there is no reason why he can't control the aura. Harkin, with a flushed face, puts his hand on the protagonist's shoulder and says that his aura is so neat. He adds that he knew the protagonist was a born swordsman. Harkin asks the protagonist if he wants to go all the way down the path of the sword with him. Wai Ho-yal thinks it's scarier than contract service after mandatory service. The protagonist decides to run away before he gets recruited. Granville turns around and leaves. He says he's sorry, but he's not going to focus on just the sword. Granville says that if there is a sword on the path he must take, it will be his path alone. Wai Ho-yal thinks why can't he just walk away silently. Harkin looks at the departing protagonist with a happy look. Harkin waves to the protagonist and says he wishes to meet him again at the end of his journey. The protagonist thinks he will change his clothes and leaves. The other knights turn toward the protagonist and Harkin. One of the warriors thinks about the key to using the sword aura. Another warrior thinks about the mindset of working hard. The knights begin to train especially vigorously. Jessica and Enoch are thinking about how they didn't understand anything, but won't get in the way. Jessica thinks that there is no precedent for learning to control aura in just 1 day. She adds that Wai Ho-yal is really a genius of a completely different level from them. She feels like he's too far away. She imagines not being able to run after Harkin and Granville up the stairs. She thinks that even if she keeps running, she doesn't think she can succeed. Jessica immediately dismisses these thoughts and thinks that she too is a proud swordsman and adds that 1 day she will definitely stand shoulder to shoulder with them. Jessica's eyes light up with enthusiasm. Enoch thinks that the protagonist is very far away. No matter how much he runs, he won't be able to reach him. Enoch brushes those thoughts away and thinks that he too is a proud swordsman and 1 day he will definitely stand shoulder to shoulder with them. Enoch's eyes light up just like Jessica's. All the knights light up with enthusiasm and start practicing. Harkin pays attention to them. Harkin closes his eyes and thinks that everyone seems so motivated and concludes that genius is changing the world around him. He feels his heart burning for the first time in a long time. Granville is among the vegetation walking through the rainforest. Wai Ho-yal thinks that although Harkin said he can try practicing, he is worried. Wai Ho-yal wonders if there are low-level mobs here. Granville walks between the trees. Wai Ho-yal thinks of meeting some level 10 demonic deer. Granville notices a sound behind him. It's a level 300 leopard with a silver mane. Notifications appear that there are no demons nearby, and that the natural enemy skill is not working. Lai Ho-yal thinks that this is a deer and rubs Granfell's hair. Granfell is level 226. Lai Ho-yal notes that they are 74 levels apart. Granfell asks how dare he be angry with him and calls the beast uneducated. Granfell's eyes shine with a blue light. Granfell holds a sword in two hands. He says he will teach the beast good manners. The beast is enveloped in a purple aura. A notification appears to activate the aristocrat's pride. Lai Ho-yal mentally says not to activate anything strange. It's not even a skill. A crab-like monster is defeated lying on the ground. On the ground lies a defeated monster that looks like a crocodile. In front of him stands a girl with red hair and wearing a hood. Her name is Kitch and she is the leader of the Shadow Mercenaries. Kitch, holding two swords in her hands, asks where they all went. Shadow Mercenaries, number 10 in total, currently 9 missing. Kitch looks around and asks why there are so many mobs in the wrong place. Granfell is behind the trees preparing to fight a leopard, his sword shrouded in blue energy. Kitch is hiding behind one of the trees. Kitch claims it is a leopard with a silver mane and an aura user. Granfell stands with a nonchalant face. Kitch thinks she's sorry. If this guy knows how to use sword aura, he could be a promising adventurer. But his opponent turns out to be a silver mane leopard. The leopard with red eyes growls at the protagonist. The girl thinks it is the field booze of the Yusra Islands. Kitch says she's better off and raises her swords. She thinks she was slow just in case she was in case of a confrontation with the leopard. But while this guy is dealing with the leopard, she hurries into the kingdom. She looks at the protagonist with one eye and mentally apologizes to him. She adds that she has to keep her promise to her co-workers. Kitch raises her sword arm high and shouts to the Shadow Mercenaries that they will gather on Yusra in 3 days, and after being summoned to the lands of Arcana, their miserable lives are over. She adds that their golden life will begin again on Yusra. The girl thinks that if she gets a territory on Yusra, she can become an aristocrat. She runs deep into the forest and thinks about who is in power in Yusra. Lai Ho-yal holds his head with both hands and opens his mouth wide, very scared. He thinks he is finished because no sword aura can help him with such a difference in levels. The leopard and the protagonist are facing each other. He thinks that unlike when there was evil on Yusra, the natural enemy is not activated. Lai Ho-yal imagines the leopard ripping the man apart and thinks about the leopard attacking as soon as it swings. There are drops of sweat running down the faces of Granfell and Lai Ho-yal. Lai Ho-yal thinks that he can't just wait quietly. He adds that he doesn't suffer as much as he used to, but the aura still consumes a lot of health. The protagonist visualized an emerald tiger making a leaping attack. He thought that if, like with the emerald tiger, he would block its movements with magic and attack. Lai Ho-yal's thought is interrupted by Granfell, who says that now is the time to show what he has learned. Granfell concentrates his aura power around the sword. He says that it is therefore only right to use the sword. Lai Ho-yal thinks that if he dies because of this remark, will it be considered self-harm? The leopard jumps on the protagonist, who concentrates his aura around the sword. Lai Ho-yal has one word pop up in his mind: attack. The leopard swings at Granfell, who has a nonchalant face. Lai Ho-yal is terrified and hides behind Granfell. Lai Ho-yal thinks he might die like that because of what Granfell just said. Lai Ho-yal adds that he won't even get insurance. Lai Ho-yal cries and mentally apologizes to his mom, dad and sisters. Lai Ho-yal is perplexed by what he has just seen. The leopard is attacked by blue energy. Granfell whizzes past the leopard, hitting the target. Lai Ho-yal wonders why the leopard is so slow. Lai Ho-yal notices that their levels differ by 74 and the natural enemy is not activated. Granfell holds a bloody sword in his hand. Lai Ho-yal looks at the defeated leopard and thinks about the fact that Granfell defeated it with one blow. He realizes with a surprised look on his face that this is the power of the sword's aura. Granfell says it's not even good for warming up, even though he has almost no health and is trembling. Lai Ho-yal thinks it's best to call it a day for now. The day of the meeting with Mattis arrives, a soaring garden of unprecedented beauty floating high in the sky. Mattis sits at a table behind the white flowers. He puts down and thinks of Lai Ho-yal, Marcello's recognized adventurer. He wishes to find out what kind of man he is. Granfell appears in the soaring garden. He walks towards Mattis along a long path with patterns. Granfell asks the magician if he is a senior magician named Mattis Dean Carl. Mattis gets up from his chair and answers that it is him and says that the person in front of him must be Mr. Lai Ho-yal. Mattis thinks that although the protagonist is just walking, you can feel the earth shaking with every step he takes. Mattis mentally calls him a truly extraordinary man. Granfell says that it is indeed him and greets Mattis. Lai Ho-yal thinks about going crazy with muscle pain because he's swinging his sword too hard with his aura checking stuff. Granville swings the sword with aura energy and his health tends to go down. Lai Hoyal thought his body is shaking so much that he can't even stand. Granville asks what business Mattis has with him trying hard not to show the pain in his muscles. Mattis tells the protagonist to sit down. The rings on Mattis's hand become enveloped in dark magical energy. Mattis has a drop of sweat running down his cheek. He notices that his rings that measure sensitivity to black magic have all darkened instantly. Mattis looks at his rings from which the magic is emanating. Mattis thinks that more than that, this is the first time he has ever seen such a deep black color. Mattis thinks with wonder in his eyes what kind of darkness is in this man. Granville watches with a nonchalant expression on his face. Lai Hoyal wonders why Mattis is looking at him and mentally asks if he can sit down first. Mattis sinks into his memories. Mattis falls to the ground and drops the box of magic items. He is tripped up by one of the bully mages. The brown-haired mage apologizes contemptuously to Mattis. The other mages gloat over Mattis. One of the mages points out to Mattis that he should be more careful. Another mage says that Mattis spilled the precious magical ingredients of the scientific society. Mattis clenches his fists with an exasperated expression. Another mage talks about Mattis's obsession with curses and adds that it's just some dirty sorcery. Another mage says that if it can be called magic, then his dog is great at conjuring magic that creates waste. Mattis is studying magic books. He thinks of simple sorcery, curses, sinister magic, and wonders if someone who studies a cat in a bag can be called a true scholar. Mattis adds that he will surely prove to these fools the true value of this magic. Mattis speaks to the magicians in the main auditorium of the Academy of Magic. Mattis gathers in his hands black magical energy with a purple glow. He says that if you use the right magical power, you can move dead animals as if they were alive. Near Mattis, an animal skeleton comes to life, enveloped in black and purple magic. Mattis continues that since this uses magic other than existing magic, there are some problems that cannot be solved with existing magic. One of the students shouts what a load of nonsense this is. Another mage screams how this is possible in a scientific society that believes in God. Yet another mage yells how Mattis even dared such horrible magic at a conference. The mages shout angrily at Mattis. One of the mages yells at Mattis for what he has done. Mattis is enveloped by a black and purple force. He shouts to the mages to take their time to resist and tells them to look at the point first. He adds that a problem that cannot be solved with existing magic can be solved with sorcery. Mattis talks about the problem of interfering with worldviews. One of the magos shouts to the dean that there is no need to listen to him further. Another mago shouts to the dean to make a decision. One of the magos yells no matter how much the dean values diversity, this is unacceptable. The dean calls the name Mattis Dean Carl and asks how he decided to name this mago. Mattis calms down after hearing the dean. Mattis says that from now on he will call this magic black magic. Mattis writes in parchment and reads the book at his desk. He remembers that other mages adopted black magic after that, but the fame did not last long. Mattis from the past clutches his hand to his forehead and thinks about the fact that he believed in the possibility of solving worldview interference with black magic. But for several years now there has been no progress in the research. Mattis recalls that a few more years later a magical tower appeared on Earth because of the worldview interference. Streams of red energy emanate from the magic tower against a red sky. Mattis thinks that there was obviously a way to prevent this from happening, but there is nothing he can do alone. Mattis stands on a balcony against the backdrop of a modern city. He remembers that he just spent his days sinking more and more into self-destruction because he was unable to provide this intervention. Mattis thinks about the protagonist and thinks about how he had no idea that outside of Arcana there would be someone with such an incredible sensitivity to magic. Mattis opens his mouth. He thinks that perhaps together with the protagonist he can go beyond the research of black magic. Granville, sitting at the table behind Mattis, asks him if the light of these rings is related to the cause for which he has been summoned. The protagonist brings a cup of green tea to his mouth. Granville says that the time he can spare for it is 1 hour and the tea is getting cold. Mattis apologizes and says that these rings are sensitive to black magic targets and in other words they measure talent in black magic. Black and purple energy emanates from the rings as Mattis approaches Granville. Mattis says that this is the first time that such deep and dark colors have appeared. Granville with a cup of tea in hand asks, "Black magic?" He thinks the phrase sounds familiar. Mattis replies that it is also magic, but that it uses magical powers different from ordinary magic. A golden bird appears in Mattis's hand among the yellow magical energy. Mattis says that if magic is a power that is expressed by observing the target's magical power and interfering with it. In Mattis's other hand, a bone spider appears among the black and purple energy. He He says that black magic uses inner darkness as magical power. In Mattis's fantasy, there is a large spider behind the protagonist, pointing its paws at him. Mattis says that black magic is created by the influence of the mind manifesting it, especially the past, and the deeper and darker the past of the manifester, the more powerful black magic he possesses. Mattis turns away and tells Granfell that he has a high sensitivity to black magic and asks what kind of past he has experienced. Mattis adds that he is afraid to even imagine. Granfell's eyes can't be seen because of the shadow. Lai Ho-yal is thinking about his past. The protagonist assumes it's because of his 8th grade syndrome. Lai Ho-yal clutches his head, his face turning red. Granfell drinks tea nonchalantly. Lai Ho-yal thought, what kind of public execution magic is this? Lai Ho-yal looks at Granfell and suggests that perhaps this happened because of the past Granfell created. Granfell puts the teacup on the table and says that it's very unpleasant to evaluate another person's past the first time they meet. Granfell puts one foot on top of the other and asks Mattis if he considers this a display of etiquette. Mattis apologizes with a startled expression and says he made a terrible mistake, and then explains that it was due to his carelessness. Mattis presses his palm to his chest and says that he will report it to his superiors and the Council of Elders to get an official disciplinary statement. Lai Ho-yal wonders what kind of weight this is on his shoulders. Granfell says he accepts the apology, and Mattis is surprised. Granfell says with a slight smile on his face that the spirit of inquiry is the virtue of a scholar. He has no hatred for a scholar who is faithful to his duty to investigate black magic. A bright light illuminates Mattis's face. There is a look of enthusiasm on Mattis's face. Granfell props up his chin and asks if it is possible to use black magic even when mana is depleted, if black magic uses magic other than existing magic. Mattis asks the protagonist if he is interested in black magic, and then offers to follow the path of black magic with him. Mattis looks at the protagonist with a creepy expression. Lai Ho-yal thinks the situation is eerily familiar, and remembers Harkin behaving in a similar way. Granfell receives a notification that he has already convinced 9 mages out of 20. He thinks about the fact that the number of mages who have recognized him has increased from 8 to 9, and it's thanks to Mattis. Lai Ho-yal thinks that since the goal has been reached, he can leave. Granfell leaves Mattis behind and tells him that he will contact him later. Mattis tells the protagonist thank you. Lai Ho-yal thinks he will be forced to be a graduate student if he stays even a little longer. Lai Ho-yal's lab in the Mage Tower. The protagonist is reading a book at his office desk. Lai Ho-yal thinks he is already living here as a graduate student, since he read the book as soon as he got back. The protagonist looks to the side. There is a parchment floating in the air. Written on the parchment are messages from the mages. In the first message, Marcello welcomes the protagonist after officially joining the Tower of Mages. In the second, a mage named Bellier invites the protagonist to dinner. In the third message, Maya writes that it is a pleasure to meet her. The protagonist receives a notification that he has convinced most of the senior mages according to the assignment. Lai Ho-yal clenches his fists and thinks about the fact that he was recognized by all the senior mages following Mattis. Lai Ho-yal notices that Mattis is an influential mage. The protagonist receives a notification about receiving an award, increasing the level of relationship with the Tower of Mages, increasing the level of influence in the Tower of Mages, and activating a new function in the Tower of Mages. Lai Ho-yal is happy. He raises his fists above him. Lai Ho-yal notices that his relationships and influence have increased significantly. He thinks that after the Kingdom of Yusra, the Tower of Mages will also go to him. Granfell throws the parchment in the trash and says he doesn't care. Lai Ho-yal mentally tells Granfell that maybe he should rejoice with him. Lai Ho-yal notices a new feature. Granfell clicks on the notification to receive the new feature. Lai Ho-yal sees something amazing. A golden castle rises above the tropical vegetation on the island. The host says that the capital invested in the Kingdom of Yusra is beyond imagination. He adds that Gaon and Berserk are also actively investing in the Yusra Kingdom. The host asks the expert what he thinks. The expert says it's a wise decision aimed at the future, and they can summarize it. He says that in fact they are not even talking about the not-so-distant future. The host asks if the Gaon Guild has risen from 5th to 3rd place in the guild rankings. Teeman and Namcall are watching the program through the computer. Teeman asks his brother what he thinks. Namcall replies that he is thinking about how to repay the favor of the protagonist. Teeman thought with a pensive face that the guild had risen from 5th place to 3rd place thanks to the protagonist. Teeman thought that if there was no protagonist, brother wouldn't be there either. Teeman imagines Namcall being grabbed by a demon. Teeman adds that in addition, it was the protagonist who recommended the guild to the kingdom. The website writes news about Gaon and Berserk's joint mission to rebuild Yusra. The commentary says that they were not helping Lai Ho-yal for personal gain. The next news says that Harkin is staying in Yusra. The last news says that Shreg is being treated as invisible. Timon thinks that all they really did was get help from the protagonist. Timon clenches his fist and says that they will start by properly carrying out the reconstruction work in the kingdom. Namkal stares intently at the monitor and doesn't react to his brother's words. Under the news that Gaon has moved up to 3rd place, someone left a comment saying that they are disappointed with Gaon's refusal to cooperate with the Myth Guild. Timon asks with a furious look on his face if it's Mythos saying something again. Namkal says that Myth is being promoted by the press and has been for a long time. But they even brought in an MP. Timon says as if MPs have nothing else to do. A lot of players are standing in front of a mountain of gold. He says that no matter how strong the Mythos are, vying for the business seat, they control the MPs with only money. Namkal stares intently at the screen with a slightly pissed off expression on his face. He is thinking about the Myth Guild. Namkal doesn't understand how they were able to leverage the MPs. There is a golden badge on his black shirt. Purple magical energy penetrates the man lying on the bed into his mouth. Purple-colored energy emanates from the hands of a girl who is looking out the window. This is the leader of the Myth Guild, Baek Isol. The girl with long black hair holds a glass in one hand and a smartphone in the other. Using magic, she holds the second phone. She tells the secretary Kim to cancel the entire schedule for tomorrow. She is answered by mentioning the importance of the meeting with Deputy CHHV. On the smartphone floating in the air is an image of Granfell standing in the middle of tropical vegetation. Secretary Kim answers what will be done and asks what to say to Deputy CHHV. The girl licks the corner of her lips. The girl's appearance becomes demonic. Her hair turns gray and horns grow out of her head. She says there is a man there she wants to meet. The Tower of the Mages towers over the city, with no other equally tall buildings around. A notification is received to activate a new function in the Mage Tower. The protagonist clicks on the notification. Lai Ho-yal watches carefully. The protagonist's phone vibrates. He turns his attention to it. Lai Ho-yal thinks that's how the messages arrive. In the smartphone notification of the sister's messages, sister number 3 laughs, calls the protagonist cool and sends a video. Sister number 1 texts that Aaron is so cool. Lai Ho-yal realizes it's his sisters. Lai Ho-yal wonders what's up and why they are texting him again. Granfell sips some tea while looking at the phone and Lai Ho-yal looks at the screen with a disgruntled face. A parchment appears in front of Granfell. The protagonist takes it in his hand and thinks about it being a parchment being sent to the magic tower. The face of one of the mages with stripes on his cheeks appears in the parchment. He calls the protagonist by name. He says that he is Maya, a senior mage, and he decided to send the parchment since he had no reply to the message. He asks to be forgiven for his rudeness. Granfell releases the parchment with a disgruntled face. The magician says that the main character has now become the main magician's co-researcher, and so as a thank you they have prepared something. The magician does not have time to say what they have prepared. He is pushed by a parchment with the face of a magician with a pince nez on his nose. The man with the pince nez calls the protagonist by name. Many parchments from magicians appear. They surround the protagonist. Lai Ho-yal thinks it's time to leave. Granfell runs out of the study. He is chased by parchments with mages. The royal castle on the Yusra Islands. It is evening outside. King Hakuna laughs with his mouth wide open. The king, hearing the protagonist's story, says he now understands why he asked for a quiet place to rest and adds that his benefactor has been working hard. The protagonist brings a cup of tea to his mouth. He replies that the king is right. The king says that's the status of the chief magician's co-researcher. He adds that the protagonist will have to consider with all kindness the small appreciation of the chief magicians. Granfell replies that he doesn't take bribes and especially not something that denigrates true appreciation. The protagonist prepares to drink more tea. The king with a broad smile shouts that these are words worthy of his benefactor, and adds that even the great evil of greed would bow before him. The king asks if the protagonist has seen the latest videos from Gaon on NetTube, as they are full of footage of the protagonist defeating evil. Granfell looks incomprehensively at the king asking, "Netub." The protagonist receives an incoming call from the third sister. Lai Ho-yal thinks he didn't answer the last call and doesn't understand what she wants. Granfell apologizes and says he'll step away for a minute, taking his smartphone. The sister, via video link, tells the protagonist to know his measure. Lai Lim says, "You are not evil or greedy. Come to your senses, last king of Yusra Island." A small Aaron climbs on top of Lai Lim. Standing behind them is Lai In-hyo. Lai In-hyo tells her daughter that it won't work if she looks out from behind her aunt. The sisters and Aaron say, "It's time to right your wrongs." Lai Yilim laughs out loud. Lai In-hai says that her brother fought very well, with over 100 million views on the net. The main character says it's all thanks to his sisters looking after him and immediately ends the call. King Hakuno with a happy face props his chin with his hand. The protagonist asks if the king will give him a place to rest. The king replies that of course he will and asks what kind of territory he will be given. He adds that he was thinking of making the protagonist a duke so that he could rule the territories himself. Granville replies with a grim face that one room is enough for him. A small house with a thatched roof. The protagonist opens the front door. Granville puts his jacket in the closet. The protagonist then takes off his tie. Tea bags are dumped on the table. The protagonist sits down on the couch and looks at his smartphone. He thinks he's embarrassed. He wonders how come the video got 100 million views. The protagonist types in Lai Ho Yal video on the net. The protagonist thinks Gaon is fool for thinking it's okay to publish someone's dark past without permission. Lai Ho Yal thinks he'll sue for copyright infringement. Granfell notices something. The bright sun illuminates the protagonist's house. Looking at the smartphone screen, the protagonist thinks of an unpleasant feeling. A shadow from his hair covers his eyes. The protagonist thinks as if he has felt it once before. He says the word dust, then opens the window with a respirator on. Lai Ho Yal thinks he didn't clean up. Yusra Islands, Gaon's reconstruction headquarters. There are 2 red tents in a row. One of the red tents is guarded by 2 men with glasses. Teeman with an ominous face points his finger. Teeman looks at the graph with the falling stock price. Teeman asks Namcall where their stock is falling. Namcall sighs and replies that it is after the Myth Guild published another article. Teeman loudly asks what that article is. Teeman yells why these fools need to bother them every day. He assumes what is swirling around the parliament and asks to see the article. Namcall says it probably is, though they do write about splitting up the task of restoring Yusra before it gets worse. Namcall thinks about how the guild's influence can increase so suddenly. Teeman reads the article, that the merger of Gaon with Myth is almost a fait accompli. He wonders what the title and content is. The girl walks towards the man with glasses who is guarding the tent. Teeman yells that the article says that guild leader Gaon fell in love with Myth Guild leader Beck Isol and stalked her, begging her to marry him. The guard puts his hand out and tells the girl to stop. Teeman shouts that he is shocked at the absurdity, for he can make up such false news. Teeman shows his index finger with an angry face. Teeman says as if he is writing an article about how guild leader Teeman hates Beck Isol because she has a big hairy mole. A woman with long black hair appears. It's Beck Isol. She claps with a happy face and asks if it's true. Teeman and Namcall are shocked by the appearance of the girl. Beck Isol asks where Teeman heard that. Teeman thinks about the fact that it was Beck Isol. Beck Isol fixes her hair and talks about how Teeman is interested in her and calls him a manly guild leader. Teeman doesn't understand how she showed up here since there should be members of their guild outside. Namcall guesses what happened to them. He runs to the exit of the tent. Namcall opens the entrance. Namcall sees 3 guards lying on the ground. Namcall with a grim face tells Beck Isol that she knows what it means to attack members of the Gaon Guild. Beck Isol touches her chin and says she doesn't know what kind of attack she's talking about. She asks Namcall if he is sleeping alone. Her eye turns black and red. Purple streams of energy rush towards Namcall's head. He thinks that what is happening seems familiar and unpleasant to him. A purple aura emanates from the girl. Beck Isol, the daughter of Korea's #1 business group, Shinva Group, and the leader of the Myth Guild. Namcall thinks about the fact that she was the one who raised the Myth Guild to 41st place in a short period of time. Teeman calls Beck Isol's name with an angry expression and asks what she is doing now and if she realizes that she is being inconsiderate. Namcall thought he had recently wondered how they bribed the parliament. There are drops of sweat running down Namcall's head. Namcall thinks that it is the parliament members who are behind the growth rate of their guild. The girl is enveloped by purple streams of energy. Namcall thinks it is mind control magic. Namcall concludes that the players can't do that and wonders how she uses it then. Namcall with a frightened face thinks about what Teeman should say, but his body doesn't listen. The girl with a smile on her face says it's not worth resisting. Namcall remembers the demon that possessed him and thinks the same thing is happening now. Namcall remembers how he was possessed by the demon. At the next memory, Namcall is grabbed by the demon. Granfell approaches the Gaon Guild tent. He takes off his respirator. Teeman and Beck Isol look at the protagonist. Granfell says he just finished cleaning up, but the air in here is so musty he can't stand it. Teeman calls out the protagonist's name. Granfell approaches Teeman and Beck Isol. Beck Isol turns her attention to the main character. She recognizes him. Granville calls someone a demon. He is enveloped by blue energy. The protagonist shows a smartphone with a video where the protagonist says come to your senses, and that it's time to right the wrongs. The protagonist, shrouded in magical energy, calls the person in front of him enjoying humiliation, uploading a video of other people a demon. Granville shows Timon's smartphone. Guild leader Gaon doesn't realize what's going on. Timon stutters and can't answer Granville properly. The girl with a malicious expression is propping her chin up. She thinks she wanted to get information from the foolish of Gaon, but the protagonist came to her himself. Timon, being very scared, can't answer the protagonist properly. Beck Isol thinks that there is nothing special about the protagonist and doubts that he himself killed the great evil. She addresses the protagonist, calling him by name. Granville turns his attention to her. The girl touches her chin with her finger and thinks that the great evil was not so great. She says her name is Beck Isol. She touches the main character's chest and asks if he's heard of her. She thinks the protagonist is a little disappointing, but it's actually better. She says that the protagonist interests her. Beck Isol thinks that Yuzra will be a lot easier to get than she thought. The protagonist quickly sweeps the girl's hand off his chest. Beck Isol is shocked. She looks at her hand, which feels like it is red hot. Granville says that it looks like Timon has lost the ability to speak and asks Namcall to explain himself. Namcall says that false rumors are being spread about Yusra Kingdom and the protagonist. Namcall has sweat running down his face. He adds that there are also media outlets claiming that only guilds close to the protagonist are given advantages. Namcall says that they couldn't ignore the malicious rumors and took countermeasures. He says that he thought long and hard about how to solve the problem, but apparently not well enough. The protagonist crosses his arms. Beck Isol interrupts Namcall's speech. She puts her hand to her temple and calls the protagonist by name. She is enveloped in streams of purple energy. She tells the protagonist with an angry expression that he is showing a shameless disregard for people and asks if it is polite. She asks how the protagonist will explain it. The protagonist turns his head to the girl and says that Beck Isol is well aware. He adds that he is having a conversation with the Gaon and asks where they teach such manners of interrupting someone else's conversation. Beck Isol replies that if you think of it that way, the protagonist was the first to interrupt the conversation. She walks toward the protagonist. She thinks that the protagonist is not an easy target. The girl adds that it doesn't matter, after all. To succubi, humans are nothing more than food. Her pupils are red. She mentally asks the protagonist if he can hold out. She reaches out to touch the protagonist's face. A notification appears about the activation of the natural enemy skill. The next notification says enhanced combat abilities in the presence of a demon. Granville looks at Beck Isol. He thought about the natural enemy activation. Beck Isol looks at the protagonist. The girl is enveloped in purple magic. The protagonist thinks she is almost like a demon. Someone opens their mouth wide and shouts that they found her. Lots of people with smartphones run towards the tent. Streamers run into the tent and start filming everything around them, talking to their viewers. The streamer in the foreground calls out the main character's name when he sees him. One of the viewers sponsors the streamer with 50,000 won. The streamer thanks the donator for the 50,000 won. Beck Isol is startled. She asks what is going on. Namcall with a grim face corrects his glasses and says here they come. Namcall shows the girl an insulting gesture with a gloating expression on his face. He tells the girl that she's not the only one who can manipulate the media, and that it's no use her bribing only the TV and newspapers. He asks her if she knows that NetHub is now the biggest media company. Streamers with crazy flushed faces discuss having Beck Isol, Lai Ho Yal and Timon in the same place. Lai Ho Yal thinks this is the show. Granville looks at the streamers with disdain. Beck Isol covers her mouth with her hand. She tells the protagonist that they won't be able to talk at all here. He thinks about what she just muttered in there. She puts her hand on the protagonist's shoulder and asks him to go somewhere more private with her. Granville replies with a serious expression on his face that no. Streamers and the girl are surprised by the protagonist's answer. She is about to say something. The girl immediately covers her mouth with her hand. Granville exhales and says that he does not hold meetings that have not been previously arranged. He adds that if she wants to meet him, she needs to learn some etiquette and come back. Streamers discuss what happened between the main character and Beck Isol. Beck Isol's social media avatar is wearing a swimsuit and sunglasses. She has 47 million followers. She is the daughter of the owner of Shinva Group, the #1 business in Korea, and also the leader of Myth Guild. Image of a fashion bag. Someone asks in the post where Beck Isol bought the bag. The same bags as Beck Isol's are sold out. X-Star has 60 million followers and many people think she is the best celebrity. Someone posted a post about not being able to find the store Baek Isol goes to. Everything she wears, what she drinks, what she uses, it can and always is sold out. The perfume is sold out. The woman who caused the Shinba group's slogan sold out myth and became a myth herself. Baek Isol is wearing glasses. Everyone likes her. Everyone wants her to choose them. Everyone wants her. She is in a dress looking at her shadow and mentally asking why. On Netub posted a video of Granfell and Baek Isol standing together with the caption that the world has been too soft on her. The video is called Who Wins If Baek Isol and Lee Ho-yeol Meet Face to Face. The first commenter laughs and writes that the subtitles are appropriate. The second commenter says he didn't want to see her like this. The third commenter says that Baek Isol has had enough. Baek Isol mentally asks why Lee Ho-yeol is not affected by her charms. She says she won't forgive him, looking at her phone. She yells that she won't forgive him and how Lee Ho-yeol dared to make a fool of her. Baek Isol yells that she will kill Lee Ho-yeol. She looks at herself in the broken mirror and says enough is enough. Baek Isol's eyes start to glow red. Baek Isol's black tattoos appear in the mirror. She from the mirror tells Baek Isol to shut up. She asks when Baek Isol stopped begging for her life and started acting like this body belongs to her. The demon says, take pity, help you. A hand with sharp nails reaches for her. The demon says, spare you, save you. Several defeated players lie at the entrance to the cave. A demon with long ears touches Baek Isol's head and asks if she wants to live. It asks if Baek Isol wants revenge on those who ignore and despise her. Demon looks into the eyes of Baek Isol, who is crying. Demon says Baek Isol said she would do anything if she could. Baek Isol cries even harder. She closes her eyes. The demon says she gave this girl everything she wanted and doesn't understand what the problem is. Baek Isol from the mirror and the regular Baek Isol says she didn't want anything like that. Baek Isol steps her shoe on the glass saying that it is the demon that should die, not Lee Ho-yeol. The demon grabs her head and says Baek Isol couldn't have gotten this far without her. She adds that she was pleased to hear her father say she was born by mistake. The demon calls the girl ungrateful. A shard of glass is covered in blood. The girl hurts herself with a shard of glass. Demon thought her body was not obeying and Baek Isol regained control. The demon says that Baek Isol has lost her mind. The girl holds the shard of glass in her hands. The demon adds that life has turned out horribly and she is only protesting now. Demon thinks the girl is really mad since she hurt herself. The demon says that she almost died because of the way Baek Isol protested. The demon has a frightened look on its face. The expression changes to angry. The demon asks Baek Isol what else she is missing. Blood drips from the wound onto the ground. The demon says that Baek Isol has achieved wealth as well, for the demon has given the girl everything she wants. The mirror in Baek Isol's room is broken. The girl walks towards the large mirror. The demon says that just as Baek Isol wished, she made sure no one could ignore her. Baek Isol appears in the mirror and replies that she did it herself. Demon has a frightened look on his face. The demon looks fearfully at Baek Isol. Baek Isol asks, isn't it? Baek Isol says that everything the demon listed she got because her father is the chairman of Shinba. The girl grasps the hands holding back the shard. She adds that's why she's scared right now. Baek Isol says that there's no point in possessing someone else because you know that you alone are nothing because you're afraid of being alone. Demon thinks it's dangerous because she's lost too much blood. The demon asks loudly what she's doing now. Demon yells that if she doesn't stop, this is really the way to die. Baek Isol says that it is not she who will die. The girl hurts herself with a shard of glass. Baek Isol remembers Granfell's face. She remembers looking at the protagonist. She remembers the look in the protagonist's eyes. Baek Isol says that man saw her. The real Baek Isol, just as Lee Ho-yeol stood behind Granfell, stood behind her body being taken over by the demon. The girl says it was her he saw, not the demon. Granfell tells Baek Isol that they will see each other again and says goodbye to her. The demon makes an angry look on her face. She says the name Lee Ho-yeol. The demon says she won't just die and she will get revenge on Lee Ho-yeol. The demon in Baek Isol's body is holding on to the wound site. The demon calls the human body weak and says it can't heal. The girl's hand is covered in blood. The demon is looking for something to devour. The wounded girl comes out of her room. A guard with glasses notices the girl coming out. The guard is shocked. He tells the girl to stop. The demon casts streams of magic on the guard. The protagonist's house in the kingdom of Yusra. The protagonist is drinking tea at his house. He is surprised by something. A notification appears in front of him about the activation of the natural enemy skill. The protagonist thought it happened again. He turns towards the demon. Granville tells the demon that she is sneaking out so late at night without permission and claims that she never learned manners. The protagonist sits cross-legged on the couch. Granville places the cup on the table and tells the demon to come in. The protagonist says with a wicked smile that although she is not the guest he was expecting, he would love to chat with her.